Honours even today. Celtic may be champions, but Rangers have it over them this season. 2-1 in the Old Firms. Rangers 1, Celtic 1.
It's going to be Newcastle to kick off, and away we go at the Amex with European football sharply in focus for both of these two teams. Certainly not on the beach in May in Brighton. Newcastle in possession, kicking from right to left as I look at it, as Nick Pope is in possession, and now Dan Burn inside the penalty area, gets the ball out on the left hand side to Livramento, and then just touched forward by Toniali, and then a header won by Brighton. Newcastle win a ball forward, but Van Hecke back in the side wearing 29, his blonde hair bouncing, gets the ball forward for Brighton, and no team has managed to get the ball under yet, but Tonali has now. Toniali comes forward, that's a lovely run down the left hand side, he's into the Brighton half, and a strong challenge comes in there. Really good challenge, but it's a cross in from Barnes, and there is Verbruggen. Barnes got there first. Really good pace from him. It was a good challenge there coming across from Belieber, but fast start from Newcastle.
Yeah, certainly was, and just Barnes there just kind of latching on to the ball after Belieber had to come across. Strong run from Tonali down this left hand side. Belieber having to come across, makes a tackle, ball just dropping to Barnes, and he just flies past Van Hecke, who gets drawn out of that centre half position, but not the best cross in the end. Comfortable for Verbruggen.
Guimaraes wins the ball on halfway and then plays it out to the right to Alexander Isak, corner of the penalty area, right hand side, couple of step overs, decides to turn back away from goal, three in the middle waiting for a cross here, goes back to Trippier and then Murphy. Trippier is forced to go back all the way to Cher on the halfway line, and Newcastle keeping possession. Let's get full time at Old Trafford with Betty Glover.
It's finished United 2, City 2. It had everything this game. An early disallowed goal for United. We saw City score 2 in 4 minutes, but United with their perfect response. Clinton pulling one back 3 minutes later. The second half had just as much drama. United drawing level through Mallard. Ethan Mannion shown a second yellow. City did everything to try and get the winner. They couldn't do it. United held on, and they will be playing in the Champions League next season. United 2, City 2.
Thank you, Betty. Good run from Minter here, and a throw in for Brighton, right hand side. And Brighton in possession with Weaver, who just skips over the challenge of Guimaraes, and Brighton have possession in the sunshine on the halfway line, and it's 0-0 on 5 live. So Verbruggen in goal for Brighton, the back four of Weaver, Dunk, Van Hecke and Estupinian, and then Belieber and Hinchelwood holding, Adingra, O'Reilly and Minter ahead of them, and then up front Danny Welbeck. No João Pedro, of course, for Brighton. They're still in possession with Van Hecke inside the centre circle, halfway line, plays the ball out to the right hand side. Weaver with good feet, and they keep possession, Brighton, and Newcastle back in their shape, and they're going to try and unpick it on the left hand side. They've picked out Adingra, who's forced back. Danny Gabidon, early thoughts?
It's been a bright start from both teams. I mean, Newcastle, in general, their away form's been quite good this season. They rank 4th in the Premier League for their away form, but where they have struggled a little bit is winning games against the current kind of top 11. 1 win in 8 against the current top 11, and part of the problem has been not starting the game sharp enough and conceding that first goal. But
well, that was a good run from Willock, but even better defending from Belieber, who managed to snuff it out so quick. And Willock going down the left hand side. Belieber came across. It's a free kick for Brighton in the centre. Yeah, away from home against the top 11 or 12, Newcastle have struggled, you're saying?
Yeah, they have. Just 1 win in 8 games against the top 11, so and conceding the first goal early in games has been a bit of an issue, but it's been a fast start from both teams. The ball kind of changing hands quickly. You know, we're used to kind of Brighton and the previous managers just dominating possession, slowing the game down. They play slightly different now under the new manager, where they will go direct, as you see here. Van Hecke.
Big long crossfield ball from Van Hecke. Van Hecke looking for Danny Welbeck, and Adingra on the left hand side now. Checks, goes back inside. Brighton in possession midway inside the Newcastle half. That ball looks overhit, but Minter will chase it and keeps it in by the corner flag. Goes to ground, but no foul, and he's got his back to the corner flag, trying to get a cross in. It's deflected doesn't go out for a corner, and it's gathered by Nick Pope in green, who gathers it into his chest. So Nick Pope in goal for Newcastle, back for Trippier, Byrne, and we've got a player down here, it's Minter, who's just holding his right knee, so he's going to get some attention. Dan Byrne and Fabian Scher, the centre-backs, Tino Livramento at left-back, then Tonali, Guimaraes and Willock, of course, in for Joe Linton, and then Murphy on the right, Barnes on the left, and Isak up the top. Not sure what happened there, Danny, just having a look at a replay.
Yeah, he initially did really well, Minter. That cross was over here. He did really well to kind of keep it in by the corner flag, and he's just holding Livramento off and just looks to twist and turn, and he manages to kind of get free and get to the byline, and I'm not sure if it's just in the action of crossing the ball into the box there where he possibly maybe on the landing after crossing, looks like he's jarred his knee in some way. Just looking at the physio here, kind of flexing his knee up and down. Obviously Minter, ex-Newcastle player that Eddie Howe didn't actually want to get rid of, but had to kind of for FFP purposes, I think. But looks, he's back up to his feet and looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he's just flexing it as he goes off, raising that right knee up and down, and comes off the pitch after receiving treatment, but he is going to come back on. Goalless here after 6 minutes at the Amex on 5 Live, and also goalless between Brentford and Manchester United and West Ham and Spurs in the other 2 o'clock kickoffs. And we've got Alistair Bruce Ball with you at Stamford Bridge for Chelsea versus Liverpool a little later, as Newcastle go down the right with Murphy, puts in a low cross, and that's gathered at his near post by Verbruggen, who are all in turquoise, has the ball in his white gloves, placed to his midriff, and he'll get ready to roll or kick, bounces it a couple of times, and he's got Isak there trying to put him off, and Isak just moves out of the way at the last minute, and a kick downfield is headed forward by Byrne, but picked up by Van Hecker, who plays the ball forward. Hinchelwood in midfield, lip of the centre circle, strokes the ball along the turf to the right to Estupinian, and now back to Hinchelwood again. There are thoughts that he might play at right back. Hinchelwood, you're never sure really with Weaver in him. He can play a number of positions, Hinchelwood, as the low ball goes in from Weaver, and Saliba's done well there, and got hold of the ball. Saliba, very good from him, keeping possession. Brighton, they're 30 yards from the Newcastle goal, and Newcastle fans behind the goal to my right in their black and white stripes, most of them standing as the offside flag goes up. Free kick Newcastle.
And you just see the kind of the change tactically a little bit from Brighton in these opening minutes, where you're just looking at Verbruggen there kicking the ball long out of his hands. You just never would have seen that under the previous manager, Roberto De Zerbi. Then when they get it into those kind of forward areas, then they're looking to get on the ball and kind of control things. Belabored with some lovely feet in that central area to just keep possession for Brighton. Nothing really coming of the attack in the end, but slightly different tactically Brighton from what we've seen in previous seasons.
Pope aims his kick long and diagonally, but doesn't find a Newcastle head, and Brighton put the ball out of play off the challenge of Murphy, and it's going to be a throw-in for Brighton midway inside their own half. Newcastle have never won at the Amex in the Premier League. 4 draws, 3 defeats, and for Brighton, Newcastle their best home opponent in their Premier League history, as Byrne is backtracking and thinks about going back to Pope, but decides to take the ball out to the left, and he's almost kept it in Newcastle hands, but it's gone out off the toe of Livramento, and it's a free kick to Brighton. And that was some good harrying and hassling there by Minter, who showed no ill effects of his knee or whatever it was he jarred a little bit earlier, Dan.
Yeah, Dan Burn showing good pace there as well, though. You'd fancy Minter, that ball played in behind Dan Burn, to have the acceleration on him, but he didn't. Show good pace, Dan Burn, to get onto that ball first and tidy up the situation, but not a situation you want to be in too often as a centre back, with that ball getting turned in behind you.
Nice little touch from Livramento, and that draws some applause from Eddie Howe, who is standing on the edge of his technical area in his tight tracksuit bottoms, and he's got, I'd say a decent sized coat on, not full Arsene Wenger, but definitely padded, and his hands in pockets as he watches from the edge of his technical area. And his opposite number, Herzl, has gone for a gilet. They're right down in front of us here in their blue technical areas. Newcastle in deep possession inside their own half with Kieran Trippier. Good noise inside the Amex. European football at stake on 5 Live. No goals after 10 minutes. And the same, Brentford versus Manchester United and West Ham versus Spurs. We'll keep you all across a lot of the other sport this afternoon as well. The snooker, of course, the final of the World Championships, as the ball is chipped forward towards Livramento. Goes off Minter, throw in for Newcastle, midway inside the Brighton half. Let's get an update, actually, from Brentford, Manchester United. Sahel Sahi.
11 minutes played here, John. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. The home side have started well. After 4 minutes, long ball into the penalty area. Luke Shaw with a header back to his goalkeeper. Miscommunication between him and Bayern. It just sneaked past the far post. Then Shardo with an effort just outside the 6-yard box. He blazed his effort over the top. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0.
Here's Barnes with the effort, left-footed, and he's just put it wide. Did he get a touch off the keeper? I don't know if it did. Just going to check here, the referee, with his assistant. Yeah, it is a corner for Newcastle.
And it's just a long ball played forward into the channel. Weaver and Van Hekke get in a muddle. They don't deal with the situation, and Barnes gets onto it down the left-hand side of the 18-yard box, and it's on a bit of a tightish angle on that weaker left foot of his, and just fires a shot low through the legs of Van Hekke. And Verbruggen not quite sure his angles, feels he needs to make the save, does get a slight touch on it.
Corner then for Newcastle, their first of the game. 11 minutes gone. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. Cher and Byrne are in there. In it comes, high, swirling. Byrne goes up with it, and just a little bit of sort of turning his back and clattered into the defender. And it is going to be a Brighton free kick in their own penalty area.
They do that quite a lot, Newcastle, where Dan Byrne just positions himself kind of on that far post area, and they just kind of hang the ball up for him to attack, and he was looking to attack that, but it was actually Matt O'Reilly who did a really good job winning the header.
Verbruggen plays the long ball forward. Dan Byrne wins the header, but then here's Welbeck, live at the centre circle and now bringing the ball forward. Now they've got it on the left here with Adingra, who moves the ball to Welbeck, 25 yards out. Now Believer's going to hit one left-footed, and we know what happened last time he did that from way out. It comes off the legs of a defender, and Brighton have the ball inside their own half. Let's get an update then from West Ham Spurs. Aaron Paul.
West Ham 0, Tottenham 0. A pretty sedate, chilled start to this game. No real efforts to test either goalkeeper, although West Ham have looked more than likely to try and strike. West Ham 0, Tottenham 0.
And you've got a choice of listening on the BBC Sport website, BBC Sounds, as Newcastle have possession. We're on 5 Live, but you can catch those other 2 o'clocks as well, as Willett goes towards the byline and misses his kick but still has possession somehow. And now it's with Livramento. Now Tonyali. Now back with Cher on the right. Bodies forward here for Newcastle. To the byline. In comes a low cross. Still not cleared. Guimaraes inside the penalty area. Back to goal. Tonali. Now on the right, they've got a chance to cross again. Little dink cross, but doesn't find Barnes at the far post, and Verbruggen plucks it out the sky, and it's 0-0-0.
Yeah, 2 decent opportunities for Murphy down our right hand side to service the box, and he's not able to pick a Newcastle player out, but it comes from good pressure initially from Newcastle to win the ball back up high and up the pitch. Weaver giving the ball away, good pressure from Livramento. They move the ball from kind of left to right, and seen a couple of decent runs from Murphy, just off the ball down the side of the 18-yard box. He's got in on both occasions, just lacked the end product with the delivery.
Brighton in possession, halfway line with Welbeck. Forward comes Adingra, down the left-hand side. He's level with the penalty area now. Goes onto his right foot, moving goalwards, switches the play. This is good from Brighton. Here's Weaver. Now maybe Believer might strike it. Checks back onto his right foot. Good challenge. Comes in. Newcastle have won the ball back. We've got a goal at Brentford. Sahel Sahi.
Brentford 0, Manchester United 1. The goal coming after 14 minutes through Mason Mount. A break down the left-hand side. Garnacho with the assist. Mount with the finish, 6 yards away. His first of the season. Brentford 0, Manchester United 1.
Still 0-0 at the Amex between Brighton and Newcastle. Newcastle on the ball at the moment. They have a throw-in on the far side, 15 yards inside the Brighton half, right-hand side, and Trippier throws it back to Fabian Schär. It's very much you attack then we attack at the minute, isn't it?
It's been a very good start to the game. Good atmosphere inside the Amex.
Goal at West.
Both teams have turned the ball over as well, and it's kind of making it a really kind of exciting game because both teams are counter-attacking off the back of that.
Sorry, Danny. Goal at West Ham versus Spurs. Aaron Paul.
Spurs a goal up in, West Ham 0, Spurs 1, and it's a nightmare for Max Kilman, caught in possession. Matthias Tell able to just pick up the ball, square for Odegaard, who buried the ball past the goalkeeper. Shock around the London Stadium. West Ham 0, Spurs 1.
Minter's gone down here under a strong challenge, and the crowd around us don't like that. If you want to follow that game, by the way, West Ham United versus Spurs, BBC Sport website, Brentford versus Manchester United on Sports Extra. What do you make of that challenge, Danny? We're just watching the replay now.
I was just waiting. He definitely catches Minter. The ball's just played down the line there.
It's Dan Burn, isn't it?
Yeah, comes running across, gets nothing on the ball. Minter touches it past him, and it definitely looks like there's contact there, but Craig Pawson actually given a throw into Newcastle.
Craig Pawson, our referee, he kind of half pulled out of it, Byrne, didn't he? But he was certainly going at some rate when he put the brakes on, as the ball over the top, a straight ball over the top, looks for Willock, and it bounces once, bit of backspin on it, and just goes into the arms of Verbruggen. Straight ball from Schär over the top towards Willock, who's jogging back with some bandaging on his right wrist and thumb, as the ball goes out of play for a Newcastle throw level with their own penalty area on their left. Cloudy day in Sussex and chilly. Lots of the stewards apparently haven't got their winter coats because they didn't look at the forecast to dish them out. So a lot of stewards aren't wearing coats and look a bit chilly, I think it's fair to say. About 14, 15 Celsius, something like that, and it's breezy. As Brentford trailing Manchester United, as you've heard, and West Ham trailing at home to Tottenham, and here it's Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. And we've had 17 minutes as Brighton are in possession, as Newcastle apply the press. Still in possession though, Brighton, 15 yards inside their own half. And already beaten Newcastle twice this season. Brighton, as Danny mentioned a little bit earlier on, Brighton last beat a team 3 times in one season, 2009-10. It was Wickham in League One, just to press home how far Brighton have come in the last 15 years. That's a ball over hit by Brighton out for a throw-in to Newcastle United, midway inside their own half on the right-hand side. No Jason Tindall with Eddie Howe in the technical area today. He's suspended, picked up his 3rd yellow card of the season against Ipswich, which means a one-match touchline ban. So he's sitting behind us, and we'll do the report from the stand for Eddie Howe at half-time. So he's not got his right-hand man there with him. Reports linking Jason Tindall with the QPR job this week after Marty Cifuentes was placed on gardening leave, as Newcastle are in possession. That's a good ball. Barnes down the left-hand side. It's got Livramento overlapping. Here is Livramento, 3 in the middle waiting for a cross. Intercepted by Van Hecker at the near post. Dribbling towards the touchline, and it's gone out for a throw into Newcastle, and they've taken it quickly. Livramento in casual possession. Toniali goes back to Byrne on the halfway line with Schär. Tonali on the left, orange boots, tattoos covering both arms. The Italian looks up, plays the ball inside. Livramento's drifted inside from fullback, and now Schär will whip a ball out to the right-hand side to Murphy. Down the line it goes to Guimaraes. Steps on the ball, level with the 18-yard box, right-hand side, right-hand touchline, but is forced to go back. Brighton keeping their shape at the moment. And here's Byrne. Crisp pass into the feet of Barnes, who comes in field. Toe pokes the ball to Isak. First little sighter he's had. Doesn't let it fly with his left foot. Pokes a ball through towards Willock. It's overhit, and Willock hadn't made the run, and it's through to Verbruggen 0-0.
It's good movement from Isak though. he has that ability not just to kind of run in behind, but he's good at kind of just dropping off those two centre-backs and finding those pockets of space and looking to link play. Ball's just played into his feet there. He's just dropped off the two Brighton centre-backs. He's looking to feed the ball in behind. Didn't quite get it right on that occasion, but it was really good football from Newcastle there. Patient in possession and just looking to probe after.
Brighton are in possession in the centre circle on the halfway line with Van Hecke. We were expecting goals today as the ball's over the top towards Welbeck, headed away by Newcastle, but only as far as Matt O'Reilly. And now Newcastle back into their shape again as Brighton have a spell of possession with Hinchelwood, and they're forced back to the halfway line now. We're expecting goals. 56 goals, 55 against this season for Brighton. The last 11 games involving Brighton, there's been at least 3 goals. 45 goals in the last 11 games, 4.1 goals a game. Of course, Newcastle have just won 3-0 and lost 4-1 at Villa. It isn't quite that game yet,
plenty
is it?
Plenty of time, John. Plenty of time.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Patience. And that's what Brighton are showing now, actually. 5 yards inside the Newcastle half, centre field with Hinchelwood, and now Belieber, and now Weaver. Belieber again. He's got Isak and Willock for company. Goes back to Van Hecke, who drags his studs across the ball in front of him and then plays the ball down the right-hand side, looking for Weaver. And Livramento's had his boot trodden on there, and there's a white boot with a lime green flash lying on the turf without a foot in it as he's lost his shoe, and it's a free kick for Newcastle.
Yeah, I think Weaver just accidentally just catches the foot here. Livramento gives the foul away.
Free kick for Newcastle, then let's go racing to Newmarket, to the Dahlia Stakes and John Hunt.
And they're approaching the final 2.5 furlongs here, with Secret Satire taking the field of 5 along. Last year's Guineas winner Al Malka, she's trying to come with her effort over on the far side. Beautiful Love is next, with Cinderella's Dream travelling strongly in behind. She's breezing along Cinderella's Dream and running lines on the stand side. The 5 runners then across the track, not separated by very much. Final furlong ahead of them, and Cinderella's Dream, my word, she's found an excellent turn of foot to leave El Malka and the rest behind in the blink of an eye. The second impressive winner of the day, Cinderella's Dream, my word, she's got it. That was a tremendous win. She passes the line 4 lengths clear of the Guineas winner, Emalka. Still awaiting our opening goal with you at the Amex, John.
Yeah, just Cinderella's Dream, just winning after Livramento had lost his slipper as well. So that's very, very apt. The ball's out of play for a throw into Newcastle on the right-hand side. We'll be back with John for the 1,000 guineas at 3:35. Danny Gabidon is with me here. How are you settling in, Danny? In amongst the fans we are here, because they've got the new Tunnel Club here. So we've been sort of pushed to the side. So we've got Brighton fans literally within touching distance.
Yes, we have.
And as a former Palace player who knocked them out of the playoffs, feel all right?
I did actually say that earlier to the 2 lady stewards in front of me and told them not to tell anybody. So yeah, I've got my hat on here and I'm keeping as quiet as possible. Still trying to figure out what Belieber was doing there. He had an opportunity there to face play and look to play a probing pass, and he almost looked in 2 minds and ended up trying to go square, tried to go out wide and got the pass totally wrong. Initially came from good crossfield ball to Adingra, and I just would have liked to have seen him have a go at Kieran Trippier, but very reluctant to. Came back inside, back into that central area, back into Belieber, and he was the one who eventually then gave the ball away.
I've got a dad in front of me trying to apply a bobble hat to a reluctant youth, but he has accepted the bobble hat now and it's gone on. And we've got Livramento down receiving some treatment at the moment because of a challenge from Minter. It didn't look like much, to be honest, the challenge, but Livramento certainly hurt himself. Back up on his feet now, and that's why the crowd are booing. Yeah, he's still not right. Still holding his right leg at the moment. Let's go for an update then. Spurs versus Chelsea with Sarah Mulkerins.
9 minutes gone. It's Spurs 0, Chelsea 0. 9 changes to the champions Chelsea, and they do look a little bit disjointed. Tottenham are having the best of the play so far. Bethany England whipped in a lovely ball, cross from the left. The onrushing Charlotte Grant couldn't quite get to it. Spurs on top here. It's 0-0.
Thank you, Sarah. As the ball's played forward by Newcastle, it's overhit. It's yet to really get going this game. It's Verbruggen going to have a goal kick. 25 minutes gone. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0. We'll go for an update from Birmingham in the Women's Championship with Emily Herbert.
Birmingham City 0, London City 0. Remember, the entire season has come down to today. Promotion to the WSL is on the line. Birmingham must win. London City only need a draw. End to end so far, 11 minutes in, 0-0.
Brighton in possession here, midway inside their own half with Dunk, who's striding forward. 16th season at Brighton, the captain, towards halfway. This nice from Brighton. They're in possession. That's really good football. And here goes through the middle with a really strong run there, Adingra. But he's just overplayed it slightly. Just showed too much of it to Dan Burn. And then Livramento with his left foot puts the ball out of play. Just got his pass down the line to Barnes wrong. And it's a throw in for Brighton midway inside the Newcastle half. And Van Hecker picks it up 0-0. That's a poor pass though, and it's intercepted well by Joe Willock, and Willock is away and he's got some help. He's into the penalty area, left hand side, Joe Willock who goes for goal. Wrong choice, and he's put it over the crossbar with his right foot, and really Newcastle should have potentially had an effort on goal there that was from someone a bit better placed. Danny Gavidon.
Yeah, he's been very good though, Willock, so far. Shown great energy, runs in behind. It's Hinchelwood who plays a square ball which gets cut out and sets Newcastle on the attack. Willock down this left hand side, driving into the 18-yard box. He's got Isak on that far post demanding the ball, and he actually, it's almost a left-footed strike, and he goes with the outside of his right foot and not able to keep it down. Just whips it over the top of the bar. Good opportunity.
Here go Brighton down the left hand side, now into the penalty area. It's Adingra on his right foot, gets a little nudge. They want a free kick, not given. Newcastle have possession. They'll come away with Tonali on the halfway line. Right hand side now, it's with Guimaraes. She stands on the ball, plays the ball forward, looking for Isak. We've got another goal at Brentford. Sohail Sahi.
It's the equaliser. Brentford 1, Manchester United 1 after 27 minutes. A long throw wasn't cleared by the Manchester United defence. It fell to Damsgaard. He poked it towards goal. It came off a deflected Luke Shaw's chest, and it deceived Bayindir. Brentford 1, Manchester United 1.
And that commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, as that's a nice little ball into the feet of Hinchelwood in the penalty area for Brighton. Away to my right, in comes a cross. It's headed away by Livramento. Weaver picks it up. Some space here in the penalty area now for Brighton. On the left foot, surely a strike and a goal! It's a brilliant goal. Took a little deflection, but Minter against his former club has put Brighton 1-0 up. And their quest for Europe is still very much alive. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0.
It's the first opportunity really that Brighton have had. They've got in and around Newcastle's 8-yard box, but the end product hasn't been good enough. But on this occasion, it's fantastic. Initially starts from an attack out on the left-hand side. Adingra whips the ball into that far post. Livramento clears. They do a really good job, Brighton, recycling possession. Weaver, quick ball into Minter on this right-hand side, and somehow, with 3 or 4 Newcastle bodies in and around him, he's able to cut inside on that favoured left foot, and he whips a shot into that far corner. As you say, possibly takes a little nit, I think, off Dan Burn, and flies into that far corner. From a Newcastle point of view, you've got Livramento there, Tonali, Dan Burn, Willock, all there, but none of them take charge of the situation. He's able to cut inside and just whips it into that far corner. Fantastic finish.
Just came off Dan Burn's temple, which put it more towards the corner. He sort of went down in a cricket long barrier to try and block the shot, turned his head, hit him on the temple, and it just took it a little bit further away from the goalkeeper. It's Minter's 6th Premier League goal of the season, and goals going in everywhere on 5 Live. We've got a goal at West Ham. Aaron Paul.
Equaliser, West Ham 1, Tottenham 1. Who else but Jared Bowen? Played in down the right by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Bowen held his run beautifully, went towards the byline, and with his left foot just put the ball through the legs of Guillermo Vicario. West Ham 1, Tottenham 1.
Free kick for Newcastle on the halfway line. 1-0 down. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. 29 minutes of the game gone on 5 Live. Trippier's going to float in a little free kick towards the edge of the area. Dan Burn is up there, sort of hits him on the chest, and it's cleared away by Brighton. And we will go to the Magic Weekend. Huddersfield versus Hull. Matt Newsom.
Yeah, a couple of tries to tell you about. Huddersfield Giants 12, Hull FC 10. A piece of magic from Adam Clune at the Magic Weekend. A tying bridge pass out to the corner, and it was finished off by Jacob Gagai, and then a beautiful offload tumbling by Davy Litton puts Lewis Martin in for Hull. The kick was missed, so the advantage is with Huddersfield. Huddersfield 12, Hull FC 10.
Thank you, Matt. 1-0 Brighton here. 1-1 between Brentford and Manchester United, and West Ham and Tottenham on 5 Live, and you're up to date. We'll bring you all the latest from the World Snooker Championship final as well this afternoon, as the ball's cleared by Brighton, comes off the legs of a Newcastle player, and Tonyali is trying to get hold of the ball. It's cleared away by Belieber. Long straight ball through the middle, and running on towards it is Minter. Out comes Nick Pope, who hoofs it up in the air, and it's Brighton ball. Is a free kick for Newcastle. Midway inside the Brighton half, and the home fans don't like that. Danny Gavidon.
I think it was a foul. Clumsy, just going into the back of the player there. So I don't think he can have any complaints. Weaver there just needed to hold his ground, but played a good part in the goal. Weaver just the side of possession on the edge of that 18-yard box, and it was that quick ball to Mintz on the right-hand side of the 18-yard box. And from a Newcastle perspective, I think Livramento will be disappointed with his role in the defending of the goal. I think a right footer playing left back almost is a little bit easier when you're playing against a left footer cutting inside, you would think, but he allows him to come inside too easily, doesn't do enough to kind of try and block the shot. He's got help around him as well, but nobody really takes charge of the situation. They allow Minter to get that shot off too easily.
Free kick for Newcastle, floated in. Dan Burn wins the header, but there's Belieber with not his best strike, as he sliced it high into the air. I think he's actually gone backwards, and it's gone out for a throw into Newcastle, level with the 18-yard box of Brighton on the left. Tonali, plenty of Newcastle shirts forward here, not got a good record at the Amex. Newcastle, ball down the line looking for Jacob Murphy, intercepted, and it's a throw in on the far side again for Newcastle, who were in possession, trying to get one back before half time. 32 minutes gone on 5 Live, keeping possession. Brighton back in the block. Nice little ball around the corner with the outside of the right foot from Willock to Livramento, and now Barnes will face the Brighton goal and run, and then get it to Willock, and gets it to Tonali and tries to get the ball back to him, and it's cleared deep, far away by Brighton and deep into the Newcastle half. We've got another goal at Brentford. Sahel Sahi.
Brentford have taken the lead. They lead Manchester United now by 2-1. A little bit controversial because Matthijs de Ligt has gone down just outside the penalty area. He asked for play to stop, but Anthony Taylor allowed the play to continue. They headed towards the dead ball line. Brentford pulled the ball into the penalty area, and Schade was there to head it home. His second goal in consecutive games. Brentford 2, Manchester United 1.
So we've got goals in all of our 2 o'clock kickoffs here on 5 Live, and you can follow that game on Sports Extra right now. You can go to the BBC Sport app as well and follow our commentaries of these 2 o'clock matches. More Premier League commentaries than anyone else. 5 Live as Newcastle attack down the left-hand side with Harvey Barnes, and came off Barnes last, and that's ironic cheers from the Brighton fans who feel that they hadn't quite got a couple of decisions in the last 5 minutes, but they've got this throw in deep in their own half on the right.
Yeah, scored really with their first meaningful attack. I think Newcastle probably looked the more dangerous of the two teams, had got in and around Brighton's 18-yard box a lot more. And then the first time they show a little bit of quality, Brighton, a Dingo on the left-hand side getting involved, and then obviously the opposite wing and Minter coming up with a goal.
Here's Barnes. Barnes is going to strike it right-footed against the legs of the defender. Still Harvey Barnes, thinks one across, underneath it is Isak, and a defender wins the header, goes over his own crossbar, and I think Verbruggen just had to help it over there, and it's a corner to Newcastle.
Yeah, wanted the foul. Van Hecker felt he was being pushed in the back by Isak. They win the ball back quickly. Newcastle spread it wide to the right hand side. Barnes has a pop, comes back to him, and he just dinks the ball to that far post and does well. Van Hecker, he's kind of backpedaling. I thought he was going to just kind of flick that on behind him, but he heads it towards his goalkeeper, and as you say, John,
corner from the left, swung in deep. Byrne is there, doesn't win the header. They've done well there, Brighton, 2 of them on Dan Byrne back there, and they've cleared the ball away left-footed. Guimaraes slips and Brighton get possession. And it's just overhit, looking for the run of Adingra, and Pope comes out and then half volleys the ball forward, spinning high. Byrne stayed forward and he picks up the ball with a nice first and second touch, and Newcastle are in possession, showing a bit more intent now down the right hand side. They've got it with Isak, now Tonali in the centre of midfield, now Byrne, and now Livramento. And 30 yards from the byline on the left, it's with Willock, and now Livramento again, who's forced back towards halfway. Cher in his green boots plays a pass with his instep across the turf to the right to Murphy. That's a nice ball. Tonyali had made a good run. Now Trippier's got a chance to cross. High, hanging cross to the far post. No one wins the header, and then it's an acrobatic bicycle click clearance from the goal scorer from Brighton. Enjoyed that one.
Yeah, doing really well though, Minter. Obviously got his goal, but period of defending here now for him. He is very deep. He's almost sat as a right back at the minute and doing his defensive work on the far post there, but an acrobatic overhead kick to clear his lines.
9 minutes plus added time to half-time, and Newcastle trail 1-0 on 5 Live as Tonali's in possession. Square to Byrne, now Livramento midway inside the Brighton half. Nice little drop of the shoulder from Barnes into the feet of Isak. Lovely football this from Newcastle. Guimaraes saved by Verbruggen comfortably to his right, but that's the best move Newcastle really have put together.
Yeah, lovely football, starting on that left hand side, ball square into Harvey Barnes. He's able to turn, and the timing of Isak's movement as well off that, just to drop off those 2 central defenders. Ball comes into his feet, lays it back off, and it finishes in the end with a strike from Guimaraes on his left foot. Comfortable save for Verbruggen, one you'd expect him to make, but really good football from Newcastle.
6 clean sheets, only 6 clean sheets this season for Verbruggen. Only 22, the Dutchman. Here's Livramento, and again a nice drop of the shoulder and some space for Barnes to run into. He likes this. Harvey Barnes in great form, but he's tried to go between 2 Brighton defenders and he's been dispossessed, and Byrne has got to be quick in front of Minter, who looks up for it today, the Brighton goal scorer against his former club. He goes back, Byrne, to Pope, and now Newcastle will get the ball forward to Barnes again. He just took his eye off it and miscontrolled. He was in a really good position there, Barnes, but it just bounced in front of him. He just took his eye off it and it went through for a throw-in to Brighton. I'm
just looking at the positions of Minter and Adingra on that left-hand side. They are playing wide, but they are also going central as well, and they're looking to kind of make those runs on the transition when they win the ball back, and they're trying to get in between the full-back and the centre-back. We've seen Minter on a couple of occasions where he's kind of positioned himself almost on Dan Byrne. He's looking for that ball down the side. Adingra the same on the left-hand side, and hasn't quite come off yet.
Free kick, late challenge on Tonali, 5 yards inside their own half here for Newcastle United, and taken quickly. The live league table has Brighton in 8th, above Bournemouth, who got that terrific win against Arsenal yesterday, a point ahead of Bournemouth on 54 points. And Brighton, Bournemouth, Fulham fans all in the rather bizarre situation that they're hoping for a Manchester City FA Cup final win against Crystal Palace because of all the different permutations in terms of European football this season. But it does make for an exciting run-in underneath the champions Liverpool, of course, with Newcastle in 4th at the moment. They could well go 3rd as the ball's out for a throw-in on the far side for Newcastle United trailing 1-0. And we'll go for an update from the Women's Championship and Emily Herbert at Birmingham.
Birmingham City 0, London City 0. Birmingham need a win today to secure promotion to the WSL, and they've had the better of the chances so far. Shots inside the 6-yard box from Hyun Min, headed off the line by Boy Hilaoka. But if it stays like this, it's London City who will be promoted. They only need a draw, end to end, still goalless.
Thanks, Emily. Livramento in possession for Newcastle. He's on quite the run here from left to right and finds Willock. And now Newcastle in a good position on the right with Murphy. Nice little 1-2. Murphy to the byline. Big chances here, but good defending by Brighton. Trippier, though, whips the ball back to Guimaraes in the penalty area. Tries to go through a Brighton defender and is fouled Adingra. And there'll be a free kick to Brighton in their own penalty area. And we'll go to the WSL, to Spurs, Chelsea and Sarah Mulkerrins.
25 minutes gone, still goalless. Spurs firmly on top so far. Beth England is playing a blinder so far. She's been involved in everything going forward. She unleashed Neville down the left. She played in a nice cross, but unfortunately the hold wasn't there to get a head to it. It's Spurs on top, Chelsea 0, or Tottenham 0, Chelsea 0.
Still waiting for Verbruggen to take this free kick, so we'll get an update from West Ham Spurs. Aaron Paul.
Offensively, this is an absolute comedy of errors at both ends. It is West Ham 1, Tottenham 1. Tottenham with a fabulous chance. Matthias Tell able to just thread a gorgeous pass through to Richarlison. He drew the goalkeeper out. Richarlison across the face of goal. Odebear at the back post, couldn't tap it in for a second goal for Spurs. It is West Ham 1, Tottenham 1, 5 to go to the break.
Newcastle lift the ball towards halfway. Brighton, though, pick up possession. They're 10 yards inside the Newcastle half, and they lead by a goal to nil with 4 minutes plus added time to the break. They've got the ball with Van Hecker now, deep in their own half. Slides a ball forward. It's a lovely ball to Welbeck, who holds the ball up, shows too much of it to Cher, who nicks it off him, and now Barnes finds Tonali, and now finds Joe Willock, who's got some room ahead of him, and Livramento ahead of him. Three in the middle waiting for a cross. Livramento goes down under a challenge from Belieber. Referee right on top of it, Craig Pawson, says goal kicked.
They break so quickly, Newcastle. Bodies flying forward. Livramento, he gets released on that left-hand side, and Belieber is tracking him all the way there to the byline. Doesn't actually win the ball, doesn't make enough contact on Livramento. I think he's expecting the challenge to come in, and in the end he's not able to cross the ball into the box, and he's looking for the foul. I think Craig Pawson gets that one absolutely spot on. Don't think it was, not enough contact for me.
Goal kick taken by Verbruggen, high over halfway. Stabbed forward, poked over the top towards Adingra. Battle with him and Trippier for the ball, and Trippier comes out on top for Newcastle, and they've got possession midway inside their own half, right hand side, and a ball forward looks for Isak, but is comfortably won by Van Hecker. They do look so much better, Brighton, than they did last week for me defensively, with Van Hecker back in defence and with Belieber back in holding midfield, don't they?
Yeah, I think that has been an issue for them this season. Continuity in the back line. They've had a number of injuries. Obviously Lewis Dunk, the captain's missed the parts of the season. You've got Igor, I think, is back, who's on the bench. He's missed games as well. Obviously Adam Webster's missed games, so you need that continuity in that back line, which I haven't really had, and it has looked much more solid for them in this first half.
Free kick for Brighton. Danny Welbeck went down. They've taken it quickly here, but they're not going to let that carry on. They're going to pull it back because he was in there, Minter, but Craig Pawson wasn't ready. It's right on the lip of the centre circle inside the Newcastle half, this for Brighton, who lead by a goal to nil 2 minutes before the break. Van Hecker strokes it short to Hinchelwood. Now Van Hecker again. He certainly had the most amount of touches, I would have thought, than of any player on the pitch so far, Van Hecker. Into the feet of Hinchelwood. Out on the left-hand side now, Adingra. Two waiting in the middle for a cross here, if Adingra can find one. Corner of the penalty area. Little back heel. Is Stupinian with a chance to cross. In it comes. But Pope is tall and claims, because Danny Welbeck was waiting behind him. It's a good job he did.
Yeah, not the best cross in the end. That's probably the first sort we've seen, Estupinian. You know he loves to kind of get forward, has good energy, but hasn't really been able to kind of get into that type of area, and on that occasion he does, but just lacking quality with a cross. And it's been the same for Newcastle, really. We've seen Jacob Murphy, who's got in behind 3 or 4 occasions, but we know he loves to look for Isak. Have a fantastic connection together, but I have to say Brighton done a good job positionally of being in the right place at the right time to block those crosses.
Just watching Fabian Herzl, it's like he's playing at times, isn't it? Like his body position, he's got a sort of, as if you're jockeying a player sort of position.
He should still be playing, he's only 32.
That's true. Yeah, he's crouched.
Yeah, kicks every ball.
Just outside the penalty area. Tonali's caught on the ball there, and he's very lucky that he didn't have it nicked off him by Minter. And Newcastle have got safe possession midway inside their own half, but that was almost Minter in.
Yeah, just wasn't aware of his surroundings there, Tonali, and then I think the crowd actually alerted him in the end, and Minter almost nicking the ball off him on the edge of the 18-yard box.
Here's Livramento. He's picked up a position in sort of number 10 sort of area, the Newcastle fullback, but his ball forward is intercepted by Brighton, and Brighton have got the ball back with Estupinian. Green boots, nice feet, and draws some warm applause with that. Brighton are in possession. Hinchelwood goes down, free kick. Challenge from Guimaraes, free kick in the centre circle for Brighton and Hove Albion. Brentford leading Manchester United by 2-1, and that game is over on Sports Extra. No assist or goals, by the way, for Brian and Bumo. I know a lot of you have got him in your fantasy teams. Don't forget we have our very own fantasy football podcast, 606, which is a great listen even if you don't play the game, to be honest, just to hear Chris and Dave and Ali taking the mickey out of one another. West Ham 1-1 with Spurs, and that game is available for commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. And this is 1-0 Brighton, who are going to try and see this out till half-time, you would think, as Belieber goes back to Van Hecke, nice ball forward, and now here is Minter on the right-hand side, moving forward. Belieber urged to shoot from a very similar position from where he scored in the last knockings of the game last week against West Ham to win it. Estupinian, infield to Belieber again, who's about 40 yards from goal. There were still a few shoots. Van Hecke, lovely ball, first time cross on the volley, cleared away by Newcastle, and here is Bruno Guimaraes, who is fouled, and that might be, it's not even a free kick. He wasn't fouled, my mistake. He must have slipped. He's not happy about it, Bruno Guimaraes, let me tell you. Neither is Eddie Howe. He's complaining with the fourth official, Danny Gabidon.
I think he's left his whistle in the dressing room. Great Pawson. There's been 2 or 3, I think, fouls in that first half, and he's been very reluctant to give them.
That's the half-time whistle, and Brighton lead by 1-0. The goal from Minter. Lovely feet inside the penalty area. We've seen better defending and better closing down and blocking. He unleashed a shot with his left foot. It flicked off the side of Dan Burns' head and flew out of the reach of Nick Pope and into the corner. And Brighton lead here 1-0. Danny Gabidon, your assessment of the first half?
I think if you look at both teams, I think Newcastle have probably looked the more dangerous of the two teams in this first half, and in terms of where they've been able to get into Brighton's kind of 18-yard box. It's just been that kind of end product. I don't think quality-wise it's been great from either side. You know, the one bit of quality coming from Brighton with a Minter goal. I think Newcastle started the better of the two teams, but as the half has kind of worn on, I think Brighton have kind of found their feet, got a bit of a footing in the game, and obviously got that fantastic goal through Yakuba Minter. So I think Eddie Howe will be disappointed with the defending for the goal. Had enough bodies there in and around Minter to maybe stop that situation, but they're a little bit too passive with it, and they allow the strike to go away. And obviously a little bit unlucky because it flicks off Dan Burn and flies into that far corner. But I think Eddie Howe will be disappointed with the final third stuff. You know, Jacob Murphy's gotten behind a few occasions, hasn't been able to pick anybody out. Harvey Barnes as well on the left hand side, so you'll want to tidy things up, I think, in the final third, and want a bit more end product, I think, from his team.
Half-time, Brighton 1, Newcastle 0.
Thank you very much, both. We'll be back at the Amex with John and Danny for second half commentary. Lots of other great live sport going on. Half-time whistles going in the Premier League to the London Stadium. Aaron Paul.
Spurs 1, not a classic, but we've had a bit of action in this London derby. Wilson Odobert breaking the deadlock for Spurs, really poor defending from Mats Kilman, conceding possession just outside the area, under pressure to Matthias Tell, who squared for Odobert to bury past the keeper 1v1. The equaliser was special though, Jared Bowen latching onto a great pass from Aaron Wan-Bissaka, beating the offside trap beautifully and putting the ball through the legs of the on-rushing Vicario. Spurs have gone close to retaking the lead. Tell feeding Richarlison, who played the ball across the face of goal with a tap in prime for Odobert, who could not convert. Half time, 1 apiece.
Half time at Brentford, Sahil Sahi.
Brentford leading by 2-1 against Manchester United. It's been a gripping half of football, Steve. Brentford started quick, Manchester United responded, and they took the lead through Mason Mount in front of a watching Thomas Tuchel, the England manager. And at that point, Manchester United, they looked calm and in control. But 2 Brentford goals in the space of 6 minutes has turned this game upside down. The first has been credited to Luke Shaw as an own goal. Damsgaard with the poked effort, deflected off the chest of Shaw and in. And then the second, Norgard, a pinpoint cross onto the head of Sharda for the second goal. Half-time, Brentford 2, Manchester United 1.
So in that race for 8th place and possible European football in the Premier League, as it stands, Brighton are going into 8th above Bournemouth, Brentford going into 10th. They would be 2 points behind Brighton. Goal in the WSL at Tottenham, Sarah Mulcairns.
Tottenham 0, Chelsea 1, totally against the run of play. It was a penalty awarded after Katerina Maracano was taken down in the area by Ashley Neville. Macario then stepped up to coolly slot the penalty past Lisa Kopp in the Tottenham goal. Heartbreak for these Spurs players who have been on top early in this first half. Tottenham 0, Chelsea 1.
Other scores in the Women's Super League. Crystal Palace 0, Leicester 1 is a half-time score. Earlier in the Manchester derby, Manchester United came from 2-0 down to draw 2-2 against City. In doing so, they have secured the 3rd Champions League place from the Women's Super League. Everton won the Merseyside derby, 2-0 winners away from home at Liverpool. The fight to get into the WSL is absolutely fascinating. Birmingham City against London City Lionesses. Winner takes all in the Women's Championship. Emily Herbert.
It's Birmingham City 0, London City 0 as it stands. Promotion is on the line. Birmingham have to get on the score sheet. If they win, they go up. London City will go up with a draw. It's so level. Goodwin has put the ball in the back of the Birmingham net. Offside flag went up. Birmingham had a chance, cleared on the line. 38 minutes in, goalless.
Let's check back in on the final of the World Snooker Championship. Jamie Broughton.
Well, Xiao Jingtong, who's appearing in the final for the first time, Steve, hasn't shown any sign of nerves so far today, while Mark Williams, the 3-time world champion, hasn't quite settled yet. The Chinese star took the opening 3 frames this afternoon with breaks of 51, 77 and 100 the highlight. Williams, though, has just claimed the final frame before the mid-session interval to reduce the arrears to 3-1. 18 is the target for victory.
Let's check in on today's county cricket action. Kevin Howells.
It's 3rd day of the Men's County Championship and some of the 7 games now coming to an end. At Headingley, Warwickshire set a tricky 185. They've completed a victory there. They've beaten Yorkshire by 5 wickets. At Taunton, Somerset need 321 to beat Essex. They're currently 47 for 2. The story there, though, involves England and a concern over the Essex batter Jordan Cox. He made a century in that second innings, but then left the field with a side injury. He's not come back out onto the field at all. He was named by England in their test squad to face Zimbabwe later this month. Southampton, Hampshire in trouble here. They're at home to Durham. First innings, 264 for 6. They still trail by 247 runs. And in our featured game in the Women's One Day Cup match here at Trent Bridge, the Blaze chasing 190 to beat the group leaders Hampshire, currently 47 for 3 in the 14th over. England's Tammy Beaumont's on 21 not out at the moment. A couple of wickets for the England bowler Lauren Bell, and Sophia Dunkley has scored a century for Surrey at Beckenham. Total versus Warwickshire, 313 for 7.
The other full-time football score in the Scottish Premiership in the Old Firm, Rangers 1, Celtic 1. We will get to Miami shortly ahead of the Grand Prix. There's commentary later of that on 5 Sports Extra. We'll do a bit more rugby league as well from Magic Weekend, and we'll make our first trip of the afternoon to Stamford Bridge. Chelsea versus Liverpool in full on Premier League Sunday at 4:30. Let's get the latest news on 5 Live. Here's Lisa McCormick.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Steve. Counter-terror police have arrested 8 people in 2 separate operations across England. 5 men are in custody, suspected of plotting a terror attack, and separately 3 other Iranian men have been detained under national security legislation. Our correspondent is Simon Jones.
The police say news of these arrests, 8 in total, relating to these 2 incidents, these 2 investigations, will be of concern to the public, but they're advising the public to remain vigilant, to report anything suspicious.
The chair of Reform UK says it could take the government to court to stop migrants being housed in areas where it now controls the local council. Zia Youssef says his party has pledged to resist housing asylum seekers in reform-controlled areas. The party took control of 10 local authorities in Thursday's local elections. 14 children remain in custody after the death of a boy in a fire in an industrial estate in Gateshead. 11 boys and 3 girls between 11 and 14 have been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter. The Israeli military is investigating why its sophisticated air defence systems failed to intercept a Houthi missile fired from Yemen which hit Ben Gurion Airport. 6 people suffered minor injuries. The airport's now fully operational, but some major airlines have temporarily cancelled flights. And Uber says its drivers will accept cash payments in almost all UK cities. Its new policy comes after a committee of MPs warned that shops and services might be forced to accept cash in future to protect those who rely on it.
The Champions League on BBC Radio 5 Live.
The shot is in! PSG have an early lead!
On Wednesday at 8, PSG versus Arsenal.
The margins are so small, we have to go to Paris and win the game.
And on Thursday at 8,
the second leg of the Europa League semi-finals on 5 Live. Tottenham travel to Norway to take on Bodo Glimt.
And on 5 Sports Extra, Manchester United host Athletic Club.
Listen live on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports
with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Brighton leading Newcastle by 1-0 at the Amex. Second half commentary on the way here on 5 Live. Brentford 2, Manchester United 1. You'll get the second half of that on 5 Sports Extra. West Ham and Tottenham level at 1 apiece. That one available on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll take you to Stamford Bridge shortly. Chelsea-Liverpool in full on 5 Live at 4:30. The biggest race of the day at Newmarket. Second classic of the flat racing season. The 1,000 Guineas on the way at 3:35. John Hunt will be watching.
And it's always great in sports, Steve, when the main protagonists boast unbeaten records. That's what we've got this afternoon in the Guineas. Desert Flower 4 from 4 last year up against Lake Victoria, unbeaten in 5 starts from Aidan O'Brien's powerful stable. They're the 2 main ones in the Guineas. News from earlier on today as well, Steve. Cinderella's Dream, winner of the Dahlia Stakes by 4 lengths. She's going to have the Breeders' Cup in November in Del Mar in America as her main target of the season, whilst Falakea ran out a very easy winner of the Pretty Polly Stakes. Her trainer Owen Burrows has just exercised some caution about whether or not she'll run in the Oaks or not. They doubt whether she'll stay the 1.5 miles, so they may keep her to 1.25 miles, and the French Oaks as an alternative.
Thank you very much, John. Let's take you back to St James's Park. Full time in the first of 3 games on Magic Weekend. Matt Newsom.
Yeah, Huddersfield Giants at the 10th attempt have won their first game of the Super League season. It was a narrow win over this Hull FC side that looked like they're back on the horse as a group. Jake Gagai and Leroy Cudjoe scoring the tries. Hull had Lewis Martin and Herman Esse over in reply, but Liam Knight sending off at the back end of the first half in the end proved key, as did George Flanagan's kicking. So Huddersfield off the mark. They're the best recorded team in the Magic Weekend's history, and of course Wigan Warrington is up next at 3:15.
Thank you very much, Matt. The Miami Grand Prix 5 Live tonight. Commentary of the race from 9 o'clock. Build up from 8. Commentator Harry Benjamin is there, and Harry, you'll be commentating on Max Verstappen somehow, some way putting it on pole again.
Always, never rule him out. What do we say? Week in, week out. He's done it again. He put the lap in and got pole position. He'll have Lando Norris alongside him. Norris riding high, returning to the scene of his first Grand Prix victory 1 year on. But of course, he also took the win yesterday in the chaotic sprint race. There is a bit of rain around today as well, which may cause an impact. And Kimi Antonelli too, the 18-year-old driver for Mercedes, who put it on sprint pole yesterday. Well, he starts from 3rd ahead of championship leader Oscar Piastri. So it sets us up really nicely for a good Grand Prix.
McLaren have got the race pace. Red Bull are finding the 1 lap pace. Is that what's going to keep us really interested this season? The fact that it is still moving around despite McLaren looking so strong on paper?
I think so. I mean, look, just over 0.5 of a second separated Max Verstappen and Lando Norris in qualifying. So 1 lap pace, there's just such fine margins. I think what Max Verstappen and Red Bull might be a little bit concerned about today is we still obviously have the high temperatures here, which can affect how you keep your tyres in shape. And the Red Bull, while it's not drastically bad on its tyres, the McLaren is absolutely sublime. So that's what's going to give Norris and the likes of Oscar Piastri the advantage here. Max Verstappen also on his own up front. His teammates all the way back in 10th. The two McLarens have the advantage of being able to work together against Verstappen. And if you look back at Japan, where he was ahead, you couldn't overtake. Well, here you can overtake a bit more. So there are opportunities to lie ahead for the two McLaren drivers against Red Bull.
Thank you very much. So Harry, Jenny Gow, Andrew Benson and Damon Hill, your team on 5 Live. Build up from 8. The race starts at 9. Let's go to Stamford Bridge next. Commentary at 4:30 in the Premier League. Chelsea looking to continue their chase for Champions League football against Liverpool, the champions. And Ali Bruce Ball, if I was, chipping into the old glossary on the commentator's view, after the Lord Mayor's show.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-game victory lap for Liverpool now, isn't it? So starting today, 15 points ahead of Arsenal. The Liverpool fans will definitely enjoy their afternoon here. They've got a very good record in recent times at this stadium. It remains to be seen, doesn't it, Steve, in terms of team selection and level of performance, what we're going to see from Liverpool. But make no mistake, massive game for Chelsea. Starting the day in 5th, Newcastle behind at Brighton at half-time. Level on points with Nottingham Forest, who play tomorrow. Chelsea in the run-in, go to Newcastle and go to Nottingham Forest. The motivation should be all theirs today, so we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Pat Nevins alongside Ali for commentary. Afternoon, Pat.
Good afternoon.
It is a funny thing, motivation, isn't it? Because it's not a character flaw. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. To have your motivation just dip slightly when you've just won the Premier League.
Well, it's kind of normal. I mean, people always say, you lift yourself for the big games. Yeah, well, you try to. Yeah, but you can't keep to that level all the time. Nobody actually can. It's weird to think of it. But I still don't think you're going to, cliche alert here, see a phone-in from Liverpool stroke Downing tools stroke a day with flip-flops instead of football boots. I think they're going to go for it as much as they possibly can. We will see a lot from the team that Arne Slot picks and puts out here. But I think the big thing that Liverpool have got to go for, we know what Chelsea have got to go for, it's Champions League football. But Liverpool, they have got 96 points they can possibly reach. They'd love to get to that to show that this is one of the great league campaigns. So they'll try to win for that as much as anything else.
Thank you very much, you two, Pat Nevin and Ali Bruce Ball, inside Stamford Bridge. We will be there. We'll all be together on 5 Live at 4:30 for full commentary of that. Right now, you've got a great choice of listening. So Brentford 2, Manchester United 1, second half about to get underway. Commentary right now on 5 Sports Extra. West Ham and Tottenham level at 1 apiece. That is about to get back underway. I can see the players in the tunnel there at the London Stadium. BBC Sport website and app for that. Here on 5 Live, ready to go at the Amex. Brighton leading Newcastle by a 1-0. Danny Gabidon is with John Akers.
Thank you very much, Steve. The Newcastle players are out for the second half, much like on a Sunday league when let's send them out early. That's exactly what Eddie Howe has done at the start of this second half, with Brighton leading by a 0-0. And yesterday I was enjoying a cold pint of something on the beach in Devon, and today myself and Danny Gabidon we've just put our gloves on.
You told me you had shorts and t-shirt on yesterday.
I did.
Now you've got a big coat on, gloves, everything.
That's the British weather. British weather for you, Danny, isn't it? It is chilly here. Lots of people have made wardrobe errors who are here at the moment. There's so many shorts and t-shirts. And then you've also got people who've done their homework and have got big puffer jackets on as Brighton make their way out for the second half here, leading by that goal from Minter. And wouldn't you just know it? I mean, it's just typical, isn't it? Eddie Howe didn't want to let him go, and he's just put Brighton 1-0 up.
Yeah, pops up with a goal and showed good energy in the first half. You know, they were constantly looking to try and get him in down his right-hand side. Had to do his defensive work as well at times when Newcastle were breaking forward. And yeah, the one bit of quality shown in that first half was from him, as you said. Eddie Howe was reluctant to kind of let him go. It was out of his hands, really, letting him leave the football club, and it's typical, really, that he pops up with the goal. But do you feel that he might need another one in this second half, because Newcastle will come out and obviously look to get back into this one?
We are underway for the second half. Brighton take the kick-off and they have possession inside the Newcastle half as Stupinian and Baliba just get in each other's way there, and Baliba off balance manages to force the ball back to Verbruggen in goal, and they're applying the press with Barnes and Guimaraes as the ball's played forward. Straight ball through the middle, bounces twice and into the arms of Nick Pope, who bowls it out left hand side, finds Livramento, who in turn finds Barnes. Barnes running with the ball to the byline. Good run this, cuts it back. Willett was there but cleared away, and Newcastle fans stand and roar their team on as they win a throw-in on the left hand side, Newcastle. But a good position early in this second half. 1-0 Brighton lead, Newcastle in possession back at the halfway line with Fabian Schär. Now Livramento, centre field, Tonali into the feet of Livramento again. Now Barnes on the left, again a good position to cross, chops it onto his right foot, deep, in comes the cross. Estepinian lets it go, and it's through for a goal kick for Brighton at the start of this second half. And let's go for an update. Spurs-Chelsea with Sarah Mulkerrins.
Half-time, Tottenham 0, Chelsea 1. The champions are ahead thanks to a Caterina Macario penalty. She was brought down as she danced into the area, then she coolly converted from the spot. That was against the run of play. Spurs have had the better of the chances. They went close late on. Charlotte Grant in on goal. Good low save from Hannah Hampton. Spurs 0, Chelsea 1.
And that game is live on BBC Two right now, and this is Brighton in possession with Belieber. Players around him though. Newcastle definitely looking like they're playing a little bit higher up and applying the press onto Brighton, trying to force the issue a bit more at the start of this second half. They've definitely come out looking a little bit different, Danny.
Yeah, been a good start from Newcastle, but again, kind of getting into that final third, and it's just that final pass, final kind of cross, which they haven't really been able to pick anybody out in that kind of 18-yard box. Brighton have done a good job. Van Hecke and Dunk have been in the right place at the right time. I just saw a picture of Eddie Howe with his head in his hands. He looks a little bit frustrated. He knows his team ain't playing badly, getting into good areas. It's just that end product.
Here come Brighton through the middle. Hinchelwood challenged, picked up by Schär. Nice feet from him, and finds the feet of Murphy, who gets a late challenge, but Brighton have won possession. Left hand side, it's Adingra to the corner of the penalty area. A couple of little step overs. People just making their way back to their seats at the start of this second half around us. We're just behind the dugouts. Hinchelwood, Belieber, urged to shoot after that goal last week again. Now here's Adingra, moving the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Estupinian, left-footed cross, deep. Livramento should deal with it for Newcastle. Side foots it clear on the volley. Belieber, 40 yards from goal. Van Hecke. And now Dunk, who's moved forward. Left-hand side. Dunk on a bit of a run, and then kind of gets to nosebleed territory and checks and goes backwards to Van Hecke. Lip of the centre circle inside the Newcastle half. Brighton fans now, it's their turn to get behind their team, and they're forced all the way back with Dunk towards the halfway line. And we'll go for a quick update of Birmingham versus London City with Emily Herbert.
Goalless at the break, and London City are 45 minutes away from heading up to the WSL as it stands. Promotion is on the line. Birmingham need a win to be promoted. London City only need a draw. Very end-to-end. London City with the momentum towards the latter end of the first half. Another headed goal line clearance, but the Blues have had their chances to go ahead. Half-time, 0-0.
Brighton in possession, leading by a goal to 0. Nice little drop of the shoulder that from Belieber, and forward goes Belieber. This is some run from him, still going into the penalty area, dishes the ball out to the right, in comes a low cross. Good challenge from Trippier just when it was needed in front of Belieber, and Byrne lets it go through to Pope. Good chance that, good defending too.
Yeah, Kieran Trippier, brilliant play as that ball's whipped in, had to get there, had to make the challenge. Initially though, Belieber, brilliant driving run, it was past Tonali, and I thought he might just shoot on his weaker right foot, but elects to kind of play it wide, and it's meant with that dangerous delivery into that 6-yard box, well defended by Trippier.
Trippier rolls the ball down the line, looking for Guimaraes, and it's intercepted by Estupinian, and then Guimaraes just puts his arms out to the side as if to say that wasn't the best ball. Willock's done really well to win the ball back for Newcastle though. Now Byrne on halfway, plants a ball forward, looks for Willock, doesn't find him, challenge goes in near the halfway line on a Newcastle player. It's going to free a free kick this for Newcastle. Tonali is rolling around, just trying to see who the challenge was by. We're a very low commentary position here.
Weaver with a challenge.
Is it Weaver?
Yeah. has put 2 or 3 of them in so far in this game. He has looked to be aggressive every opportunity, and he's been on the receiving end of a couple. Livramento in the first half. This one's on Tonali, and
wins the ball, doesn't he?
And then it's just his follow-through. Yeah, the follow-through just catches him with the studs there.
Free kick for you, that?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's get an update from one of our other 2 o'clock games. You've got a choice of listening this afternoon. We've got West Ham and Spurs on the BBC Sport website, and on Sports Extra it's Brentford versus Manchester United. Sohail Sahi.
And Brentford are leading Manchester United by 2-1. We played 6 minutes of the second half. Double substitution at half-time by the Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim. Amad Diallo and Lenny Yoro on for Luke Shaw, the captain, and Patrick Dorgu. Mason Mount with 2 efforts just moments ago from the edge of the penalty area. First time Manchester United have had a shot on target since they opened the scoring in the 14th minute. But they're trailing here in West London against Brentford by 2-1.
Yeah, Luke Shaw had scored an own goal there for Brentford, so he's gone off at half-time. Nothing for Mbeumo in that game if you're playing FPL, but Jared Bowen, who a lot of people brought in this week, has scored for West Ham United, an equaliser against Spurs. And there's been some treatment there for Tonali, but he's okay, and he's back up on his feet. We're going to see a change soon for Brighton, I think, though. Tariq Lamptey is stripped off and ready to go. Meanwhile, here come Newcastle with a crossfield ball from Tonali, nodded back into the penalty area. Oh, it's almost gathered by Guimaraes, but good defending again by Brighton, and now they might break over the halfway line. Away they go with Minter. Minter, good feet, he's come in field, he tries to release Welbeck, but it's intercepted. Now Newcastle might break up the other end. Here's Willock, left hand side, moves midway inside the Brighton half, goes down the outside. Willock, good pace, really good run this from Willock, but he's overhit it. He's just let his touch get away from him, and it's through for a goal kick for Brighton, who lead by a 1-0. 7 minutes of the second half gone. Let's get an update from West Ham Spurs, Aaron Paul.
West Ham 1, Spurs 1. Pretty tame start to this second half. Matthias Teller's forced a regulation save out of Guillermo Vicario, but it's now West Ham putting all the pressure on Tottenham. West Ham 1, Tottenham 1, 53 gone.
Goal kick for Brighton, and we're going to see this change then, and it is going to be Weaver who's coming off, and Tariq Lamptey is going to replace him. Thoughts there? It's the yellow card, I presume.
Yeah, I think the yellow card, and he's a bit of an unnatural position for him as well. Weaver, he's more of a central midfielder playing right back, and he has been targeted on a couple of occasions. Harvey Barnes has kind of gone past him a couple of times using his pace. There you just saw Willock kind of drift past him, and I think just Fabian Herzl just seeing that situation with him being on a yellow card, probably a wise move to kind of bring him off and bring Lamptey on. He's got a bit more pace and obviously a much more of a natural position for him playing there.
Yeah, we forgot the assist for the first goal for Minter in this game. Estupinian gets a touch. Hinchelwood in central midfield, crowded out of it. Newcastle attacking midway inside the Brighton half, picked up by Guimaraes, who stands with the ball at his feet looking for options, finds Livramento on the left. Now Willock just inside the penalty area left hand side, works it square. Newcastle looking more and more threatening. Jacob Murphy picks it up. Wow, that was high and over the crossbar, right footed. I don't know how he's got it that high. He didn't look to be leaning back that much. He's just got right underneath it, Jacob Murphy. That's it. That's extraordinarily high over the crossbar.
Yeah, got that one all wrong. Really did, but worth taking the strike on. It did open up for him as they moved the ball from left to right, but yeah, not the best execution on the strike, but that just coming off the back of Brighton, giving the ball away in that midfield area. Hinchelwood can't afford to do that because he'll pull those numbers forward. Newcastle very dangerous on the counter-attack.
Livramento gets the ball to Barnes, he tries to get it to Willock, but it's cleared away, out of play. Throw in for Newcastle, roared on by the tsunami behind the goal. We're going to see Anthony Gordon introduced very soon. He is shirtless at present, just putting his shirt on now, just getting some instructions. Meanwhile, Newcastle have a free kick as Alexander Isak goes down on the far side. It's midway inside the Brighton half, just near the left-hand touchline, and this will be an opportunity to bring on Gordon, and we'll wait and see who it's for, and it is for Jacob Murphy. So Jacob Murphy coming off, and Gordon coming on. So Barnes is in Gordon's kind of natural position. Whether he'll play on the right, Barnes switches.
Yeah, you think Barnes will switch.
Barnes will switch.
Probably to that left-hand side. Harvey Barnes to the right. Eddie Howe spoke about Anthony Gordon having a full week's training. It's just about getting him kind of back up to speed and back to the levels we know he can play at. So what a great substitute to be able to bring on.
Free kick then for Newcastle, trailing by a goal to 0, 5 Live. In it comes, right-footed into the penalty area, looking for Byrne, headed away by Brighton, and then cleared away further. Goal kick. Sorry, throw in for Newcastle, far side. They've got the ball in deep possession with Cher 5 yards inside his own half, centre field. Trippier. A race for European football. Brighton at the moment leading by a goal to 0, and they're in 8th as it stands. Here's Gordon with a first touch and a run into the penalty area, goes down. Referee points to the spot penalty. What an introduction from Anthony Gordon. Picks up the ball, runs into the box, goes down. Referee Craig Pawson right there and points to the spot.
I'll need to see this one again, John, just to see how much contact there was, but no hesitation from referee Craig Pawson. Is it outside of the box? There's definite contact on Gordon as he cuts inside, but the question is the contact? Looks to me like it might just be outside the 18-yard box.
I don't think this is going to be a penalty when they review it. I think the touch is outside the box and he falls inside the penalty area. Anthony Gordon, this could be and probably is going to be a let-off for Brighton. Craig Pawson's just having a chat now with the video assistant referee. You wait and see the first contact, and it's Tariq Lamptey who's just come on.
Yeah. What is he doing there though, John? What is he doing there, Lamptey?
He's just hanging out his left leg.
Poor defending.
After he's been skinned, and he's going to get lucky because the contact is quite clearly outside the penalty area. Still we wait for the VAR check to complete. I don't know what's taking this amount of time.
Well, I think initially they're checking for the offside on that long ball from Shah to Gordon. That's definitely onside. Then I think they were looking for the control to see if he handballed it, and then eventually they're going to get to the penalty incident, but did look like he was outside of the box. But Lamptey there, you just can't make a challenge in that situation. You just got to jockey and try and make it difficult, and he cuts inside him and just dangles that left leg out. But I think he's probably going to just get away with this one.
Yeah, Craig Pawson has pointed to the free kick. Doesn't need to go and check the screen. It was really clear that the contact was outside the penalty area. So it's left-hand side this. Obviously it's a foot outside the Brighton penalty area, left-hand side.
Well, the ball from Fabian Schär is magnificent. It's a long raking crossfield ball from right to left, right onto the chest of Anthony Gordon, and it just gets him into that quick 1v1 situation where Lamptey, he's backing off, and he just dangles out that left leg, and he's a lucky boy, but still a dangerous situation here for Brighton to have to defend.
Eddie Hall puffs out his cheeks, puts his hands in his pockets to keep them warm. He's thought his team had a penalty for a moment, but they do have a free kick in a dangerous position. It's a weird one. It's maybe the wrong angle to shoot from unless you try and go through a crowd of bodies, and it's almost too close to cross it.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward situation. They do cross, do shoot.
Tonali's going to decide. Orange boots, up he steps, does shoot, hits a ricochet, hits a group of players, ricochets to Cher, and it's out for a corner to Newcastle on the far side. Fell quite nicely for Cher there in the end, and again Brighton defend well.
Yeah, it was Lamptey, I think, who got an important block in initially on the Tonali shot. I think it was, he looked to whip it into that near post area.
Corner from the left-hand side, in swinger, headed away at the near post by Brighton. Newcastle have the ball back with Gordon and now Livramento. Midway inside the Brighton half, Tonali. Now Gordon again. Still a line of players, including Dan Burn forward, and they're just going to hoist it towards Burn. Wins a flick on towards Isak, and I think the referee's given a free kick there against Dan Burn, but he's allowed play to go on, and the ball's bowled out underarm to Lamptey, right-hand side for Brighton, who plays the ball forward, looking for the run of Minter. but it's through to Pope, and Newcastle have possession back. Good press, Welbeck, chance here for Brighton potentially. O'Reilly is challenged, and the ball goes out for a corner on the far side, and we will nip for team news. Chelsea versus Liverpool. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Chelsea have the same lineup that started in the Premier League win against Everton last weekend. 6 changes for the newly crowned champions though. Quansah in for Konate, Tsimikas in for Robertson at left back, Endo, Jones and Elliott come into the midfield for Gravenberch, McAllister and Soboslai, and Jota up front in place of Luis Diaz.
That's our 4:30. Pat Nevin and Alistair Bruce Ball, and Brighton have a corner on the far side. It's going to be a left-footed in-swinger. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. 61 minutes of the game gone. 5 Live. Plenty of movement in the penalty area in blue and white. In it comes, high, swirling ball, spinning. A little flicked header won by Newcastle. Only as far as the goal scorer Minter goes down on the edge of the penalty area. He's not going to get that. It's Bruno Guimaraes. And Guimaraes just gets it all wrong. I think he got injured in that challenge there, Guimaraes. He's just grimacing. And that might be one of the reasons why the ball was misplaced with his pass, and it's out of play for a Brighton throw.
Yeah, not really like him. We haven't really seen too much of him in this game. Certainly on the ball, hasn't been as prominent as we normally see with his creativity. Has put in a few kind of heavy challenges, but I haven't really seen him getting on the ball, controlling the game.
Pope's got possession. Got the ball in his hands for Newcastle and rolls it to Dan Burn. Short ball to Livramento, who runs infield. It's to check and go back to Cher, and then Trippier, edge of the D. Burn, left foot down the line, looking for the feet of Isak, who's been fairly anonymous so far in this game. And now Brighton have won possession back. Welbeck, good interception by Trippier. Ball was just overhit, looking for a dinger on the left-hand side. Here's Lamptey, he's got pace to Burn, down the right, puts a low cross in, doesn't find a blue and white striped shirt, and now here is Willock, who has got some space, gets the ball out on the left-hand side, and finds Isak, cuts it on his right foot here, Alexander Isak, right-footed, goes to Barnes, Barnes in the penalty area, he's got chance to shoot here, left-footed, and it's saved by Verbruggen, above his head, didn't quite find the corner there, Harvey Barnes, and Brighton have the ball back.
The game just getting really stretched now, and just Brighton, who initially had the ball and were attacking, give the ball away and they get stretched and they get caught with bodies up the field. Newcastle straight back the other way. Ball just gets played squared by Isak into Barnes, cuts inside on that right foot. Similar position to when Minter scored, just maybe a yard or two more out. Decent strike on goal, but another comfortable save for Bruggen.
Brighton have had one effort on goal in the game, and they scored with it. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. 63 minutes gone. Newcastle haven't done an awful lot of attacking in terms of shots either. They've had 2 shots, both of them on target, both sides saved by Verbruggen, and they've had that effort over the crossbar as well.
Well, I think Fabian Herzl might call that efficient, John.
Yeah,
quite possibly, but haven't done too much in the attacking sense, Brighton, but find themselves in front. Newcastle pushing now though to get back into the game. Obviously Eddie Howe making a couple of changes, Anthony Gordon coming on.
Guimaraes goes down and wins a free kick for Newcastle. We'll wait to see them take this free kick. Meanwhile, we'll go to Birmingham versus London City in the Championship with Emily Herbert.
London City ahead with a wonder strike to break the deadlock. 2 minutes inside this second half. Their top goal scorer, Izzy Goodwin, from halfway inside their attacking half, unleashes a rocket, and now they have a cushion to promotion. Birmingham 0, London City 1.
Trippier's going to take this free kick, just adjusts his socks, asks Anthony Gordon to come over, wants a word with him. It's midway inside the Brighton half, and it's about 10 yards in from the right-hand touchline. So it's a good position, this, to deliver a cross. And Dan Burn's gone forward to the far post. Cher's up there as well. 5 in the middle. Touches it to Gordon. Gordon right foot cross. Over everyone. Dan Burn keeps it in by the corner flag on the far side. He's showing some twinkling, sparkling feet there, Dan Burn, and puts in a cross right-footed, which is cleared away at the near post. Newcastle have got possession near halfway with Trippier And now Tonali, who just goes round one challenge beautifully and then finds Cher on the right. And now Barnes, chance to cross, in it comes. Good header clear by Van Hecker. Comes back out to Barnes again. Barnes on his left foot. He's switched from left to right. Doesn't look quite as comfortable on the right hand side, coming inside on his left. Now Tonali, chance to cross, 4 in the middle. Good defending again by Brighton. The Stupinian comes off his legs. Throw in for Newcastle. Trippier, Tonali, Guimaraes. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. 66 minutes of the game gone. Guimaraes goes to ground, wants a free kick. Referee says play on, Craig Pawson. Brighton have snapped in with a couple of challenges there that could well have been free kicks, and that third one is a free kick. It's Minter with the foul on Gordon, and they've taken it quickly, Newcastle. Trying to find a way through. Brighton have been stubborn, look more solid than in recent matches. That's a poor ball forward. Doesn't find Barnes. Brighton clear. Now they've given the ball away. And here's Willock. Lovely touch. Gordon's got some space. Edge of the penalty area. Ball won't sit down for him. Gordon, edge of the penalty area. Gets it to Barnes. Barnes with some space. Little dink cross, takes a deflection. Headed away by Brighton. They are getting time and space on the ball now, Newcastle. Brighton have worked very, very hard. Maybe a few tired legs. Here comes Barnes to the byline. Gets a cross in, back heel from Isak. Takes a deflection and threw into the arms of Verbruggen.
Yeah, really good spell of pressure from Newcastle. Keeping possession. Brighton really struggling to get out. Fabian Herzl looks like he's going to make another change. Looks like Ayari's going to come on, but I have to say Brighton have defended their 18-yard box ever so well. They really have. They haven't created too many chances. They've got their nose in front, but they have defended that 18-yard box really, really well. Any crosses that have come in there, more often than not, there's been a Brighton player there first. He's done a good job of kind of managing Dan Burn as well so far from the set pieces. But we're going to have to keep up this level of concentration with the defending, because Newcastle's just starting to turn the heat up on them now, applying more and more pressure.
Ayari and Veltman are coming on for Brighton. Hinchelwood is one of those making way. He's coming off midway inside the half. Brighton leading by a goal to 0. Only 20 years of age, Jack Hinchelwood. He just looks so comfortable out there, plays multiple positions. He doesn't look very happy coming off, I've got to say. And Adingra also making way, Brighton's number 11. Joel Veltman replaces him. So a double change then for Brighton, leading by a goal to 0. And above Bournemouth into 8th, which could mean European football for them next season, depending on how things go between now and the end of the season and the permutations.
It just looks like Veltman's going to go into that right back position, and he's going to play a little bit more advanced on that right hand side.
Brentford 2, Manchester United 1. That game's on Sports Extra. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0 here, and West Ham 1, Tottenham 1 is a latest score in the London Derby in the Premier League as well, and that game is on the BBC Sport website and app right now. Choice of listening this afternoon on 5 Live. More games from the Premier League than anyone else, and we've got Chelsea-Liverpool with Pat Nevin and Alistair Bruce-Ball still to come. 4:30 kickoff as a throw-in is awarded in Newcastle's favour on the right-hand side. Newcastle win today, they go above Manchester City into 3rd. They've never won in the Premier League here. 4 draws, 3 defeats. If they are to get a draw, it will be their first in 19 matches, Newcastle. Here is Guimaraes, some space, 25 yards from goal. Tries to play in, Willock goes down. Late challenge, decision to make for Craig Pawson. What does he do? He does give a penalty, another one, and this one is definitely inside the area. They'll check it for VAR, but Willock was quick, got there first, and if there was contact, this will be a penalty. Danny Gabidon, you're watching the replay.
Yeah, well, I think this one is. Van Heck goes, wow.
I don't.
Looking at the replay, ball gets played in behind, and he's in a race with Willock. Willock gets there first, touches it away from him, challenge comes in, but
the VAR will check it, because it's almost like he's gone down before, he started to go down before there was any contact, and it's his acting going to ground that made the contact.
I'm not sure there's a lot of contact there, to be honest with you. It was almost like he half pulls out of it.
Meanwhile, we've got a goal at Brentford. Let's go there, Sahel Sahi.
And it's a third for Brentford. They're leading Manchester United by 3-1. A second for Kevin Schade, a cross from the right-hand side, and a diving header from Schade. Brentford 3, Manchester United 1.
Thank you very much, Sahel. 3-1 Brentford lead. They're still checking this penalty here. This is a big moment in Newcastle's season, and he's going to go to the monitor here, Craig Pawson, and we know what this normally means.
Well, it took a long time to kind of give the initial I don't think he was sure himself, Craig Pawson. He took maybe 5 seconds and then actually gave the penalty, and
from one angle and in full speed, it looks a stick-on penalty.
Yeah,
at full speed. But if you look, Van Hecke's foot stops short.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if his knee actually catches Willock there. But I'm looking at the rest position, very difficult for him to see fully from where he was. He's got bodies in the way of him.
He's going down Willock before either foot or knee connects with him.
He is looking for it. His legs he touches it and his legs just kind of go from underneath him. I'm not sure this one will get given either, John. I'm just looking, is there contact made with that right knee of Van Heck, but he's already going over. Looking for it.
If there is contact there with the right knee, I don't think it's what's caused him to go over.
Definitely not.
And he's going to book him. So a booking for Joe Willock for simulation. And you've got to say that's right.
That's correct. That's correct. I don't think he was quite sure with the initial penalty shot, but he gave it. Obviously knew that would get looked at with VAR, and he could probably change his mind. And
I tell you what, that's in the Football League with no VAR. That's getting given. It's getting given every day of the week. Look like a penalty at full speed. Even when you see it full speed on the replay, it looks like a penalty.
Glad to see him getting booked though as well. You see so many players do that these days, where they look for the penalty. You know, their legs kind of go from underneath and they wait for that contact. Even if it doesn't come, they're already going over.
Nick Pope's gone down here. He's sitting outside his penalty area. It's a problem with his left knee. So things are not going for Newcastle here. It's fair to say, as Kieran Trippier goes over and has a word with Nick Pope and a chat with him. I think we're going to see Dubravka here in all likelihood, because there's no need for Pope to go down and waste any time. It's their time they're wasting at 0-0 down. 17 minutes of the game gone. And we're going to see Callum Wilson come on for Newcastle as well. Meanwhile, let's get an update from West Ham Spurs with Aaron Paul.
West Ham 1, Tottenham 1. This London derby very, very tame indeed. We've seen a half chance in the hand of Mohamed Kudus with a gorgeous crossfield ball all the way over to Jared Bowen. Just a little flick to control it, and he swung a volley towards goal. It looked from this angle like it would narrowly miss the net. No, it was miles wide. West Ham 1, Tottenham 1.
Thanks, Aaron. Nick Pope still getting treatment here. We've got another goal at Brentford. Let's go there and Sahel.
It's a fourth for Brentford, John. Brentford 4, Manchester United 1. It's a romp now. They worked it down the right-hand side, slid it in, and Johan Wissa was there for his 18th of the season. A fourth successive goal in 4 successive Premier League games. Brentford 4, Manchester United 1.
And with Nick Pope still getting treatment here at the Amex, we'll go to the Magic Weekend in Super League. Huddersfield Hull, Matt Newsom.
Yeah, that one is finished now.
Sorry, Wigan Warrington.
That's okay. Wigan 6, Warrington at 0. Jay Field bursting onto a pass, and as he does so often, dummies and scorches his way into score. Wigan 6, Warrington 0.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, Huddersfield Hull a little bit earlier on finished. Wigan Warrington in progress, and we will keep you up to date with that. He's earning his money today, Matt Newsom, isn't he? Covering 2 games back to back. Here we've got just over 15 minutes left, and it's Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Newcastle have now been awarded 2 penalties by Craig Pawson, and neither of them have been penalties.
Well, I don't think either of them work. You know, that's where VAR works really well, I think, in that kind of situation where, you know, you're looking at the referee, he's a bit kind of obstructed, can't really see the incident fully, he's not quite sure, I don't think, but gives the penalty, and then obviously VAR kind of tidy it up, he goes over to the monitor, and we get the right decision in the end.
I tell you what, Newcastle's bench, as the ball goes out for a Brighton throw, won't be thanking Nick Pope there. They've got momentum, he's obviously got a problem, but he stayed on the pitch. You'd think it's got to be a big problem for you to go down with your team 1-0 down with 15 minutes left when they've got momentum.
Yeah, interesting.
And he stayed on. I just presumed he'd come off. You go down as a goalkeeper like that off the ball.
Yeah, you don't see goalkeepers do that too often in this stage. Or normally it's when you're winning and you're looking to waste a little bit of time. But seems to be okay to continue. We will see.
He's walking a little gingerly, isn't he? Problem with his left knee potentially. Throw in for Newcastle. Halfway line. Fabian Hürzeler, the Brighton manager, still kicking every ball. Still bouncing around on the edge of his technical area and on the edge of the pitch. He thought that throw-in was taken from the wrong place. Newcastle have possession with 14 minutes to go, with Pope and Cher and now Byrne left-footed. High ball for Callum Wilson. Callum Wilson fouls Van Hecker, and it's going to be a free kick for Brighton, with Brighton leading by a 1-0. Yeah, it was Joe Willock who came off for Callum Wilson. So they've got two up front in Isak and Wilson now. And then Gordon on the left and Barnes on the right.
Well, they have been turning the screw, Newcastle, starting to crank that pressure up. Eddie Howe going to a good old-fashioned kind of 4-4-2 formation now. And I mean, really interested to see if Brighton can see this one out, because I just feel that they're going to need another goal. Back in the past, you look at previous managers, Brighton, the way they used to defend was by starving the opposition of the ball. Slightly different now under Fabian Hürzeler, where they're quite happy to suffer a little bit more, but up until this point they have looked fairly solid, particularly the two centre-backs, but Newcastle now just starting to apply the pressure.
That stoppage, though, hasn't done Newcastle any favours.
No.
Brighton are in possession, and they whip the ball out to the left-hand side. He's got pace to burn here. Minter, but Kieran Trippier does really well, slides the ball out of play, and it's going to be a throw-in for Brighton on the left-hand side. But let's go racing. It's the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket. John Hunt.
And the field of 10 have split into two groups early on. 7 of them on the far side, taken along by Desert Flower. Interestingly enough, Lake Victoria elected to go and follow that group as well, leaving just 3 up the stand side rail. That's Remart in company there with Red Letter, who's very much to the fore, and Flight's in behind them as well. Meanwhile, Holly Doyle on duty first, just making ground over on the far side of the track, but ridden to try and challenge. Desert Flower, the overall leader then, as they come down to the final 2 furlongs. The 1,000 guineas live on 5 Live, and Desert Flower now being pressed by El Wateen, who's trying to make progress now in behind them. Then comes Lake Victoria under a little bit of pressure. Chantilly Lace and Simmering are the next ones. Meanwhile, down the near side, Flight's come through and hit the front and might be the overall leader. Flight together with Desert Flower, these two go on. Also staying on once again is Red Letter. Desert Flower knuckling down though, and Desert Flower's going to win the guineas. What a weekend for Godolphin. Desert Flower beats Flight, and it was Simmering up for 3rd place as Lake Victoria faded out of the money. So Godolphin have won the lot. The Oaks and the Derby in America, and the 1,000 and 2,000 guineas here at Newmarket. Desert Flower's the best of the rest.
The best in the business, John Hunt, thank you. Here Brighton going forward, shouts for a penalty in the penalty area there. Players going down all over the place. Craig Pawson says goal kick. I'm not sure about this one. He doesn't give a 3rd penalty. He's probably nervous about giving one out there at the moment, with the first 2 having been overturned. Brighton leading 1-0. Minter goes into the penalty area. It's a good run, gets a cross in. Pope clears with his knees. Just having a look now at the replay. Tonali goes in on the challenge with O'Reilly. Not sure.
That's a foul on Tonali, if anything. I think Minter there should cross the ball, gets into a good area, he shoots from a tight angle, he gets saved, little melee around the penalty spot, and it's O'Reilly who actually steps across. Tonali, who's looking to kind of get onto the ball or clear it, he just steps that right leg across, and he doesn't even get the foul either. I think he actually ends up giving a goal kick to Newcastle in the end, the referee.
Can Newcastle find a goal? Most fans think 2 home wins, 2 away draws would see them into Champions League football for next season. They've got Chelsea home next, then Arsenal away and Everton at home. They're coming forward through Barnes. Now it's with Isak, who's got some room, 30 yards from goal, finds Gordon on the edge of the penalty area. He puts in a right foot shot. and that is not very clever. It's high over the crossbar. Looked like he rushed it a little bit rusty, Gordon, but there were definitely spaces that he's not happy about there, Hertzler. And while they prepare to take the goal kick, Brighton will get an update from the Women's Championship. Birmingham versus London City. Emily Herbert.
Well, it's 2 in quick succession for London City, but Birmingham have just got one back. It's Birmingham City 1, London City 2. Boy Halaka this time for London. A set-piece header in swinger from the left inside the 6-yard box, and that might just do it for their promotion hopes. They'll be promoted to the WSL with a draw. They've got a 1-goal cushion now. Birmingham need a win to go up. They've got less than half an hour to find at least 2 goals. Birmingham City 1, London City 2.
Brighton in possession, working the ball out from the back with Van Hecke, who's been excellent for me today. Forward they come over the halfway line now. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Ball into the chest. Oh, that's good play. Very, very strong from Minter, who charges down the clearance from Trippier to throw in for Newcastle, but he's been brilliant. Minter, let's go for an update. Wigan-Warrington, magic weekend. The hardest working man on 5 Live, Matt Newsom.
Doing my best, John. Wigan 12, Warrington 4. So Wigan scoring. They're almost playing in fast forward at times in this game. Jay Field and Bevan French combining. French finishing off. Jake Thewlis got bundled over by referee Chris Candle, for whom it all got a little bit too quick for. But his mood might just have been improved. He's just scored in the corner, and Warrington are back in it. Wigan 12, Warrington 4.
Newcastle in possession, coming over halfway with Isak. They've got some room here, Newcastle. They've spread the game here. Here's Gordon, corner of the penalty area. Right foot, poor low ball, intercepted by Brighton. He wins a header though. Brighton hook it clear. High spinning ball, Brighton clear it away. Another goal. Can't be a 5th for Brentford, can it? Sahel Sahi.
No, it's not, John. It's the 2nd for Manchester United. It's Brentford 4, Manchester United 2. 8 minutes to go. It's Garnacho with the goal. Nice 1-2 between him and Eriksson, just outside the penalty area. Right-footed shot, and it fizzed past Flecken. One of those goals that you see Garnacho score every now and again. Brentford 4, Manchester United 2.
8 minutes to go, plus added time. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Goal kick here for Brighton. So we'll get an update from Spurs-Chelsea, which is live on BBC 2, by the way. Here's Sarah Mulkerrins.
Chelsea still leading by 1-0 from that Macario penalty in the first half. The champions much better in the second, bringing more intensity. Hamano has just had a shot from the edge of the area. Strong hand from Kopp to keep it out. Up the other end, Summonan, she had a free kick 25 yards out, fizzed it just wide of the near post. It's Spurs 0, Chelsea 1.
Thank you, Sarah. Newcastle in possession on halfway with Livramento. Eddie Howe standing with his hands on his hips. He's unzipped his jacket, and he's trying to think what he could do next potentially. He's put Wilson up with Isak. He's got Gordon on the left. There's definitely more space for the forward players of Newcastle as they commit more men forward here towards the end of this game. And they've got possession now with Tonali, 35 yards from goal. Square to Cher, who's in a really advanced position. Lovely free from Barnes, goes down, free kick inside the D. Went down pretty late there and in stages, Barnes. I think there was contact, but this is a free kick in a dangerous area, and the Brighton manager, Fabian Hertzler, can't believe they've snaked out a boot there, but they're picking up little pockets now. Danny Gabidon.
It is a foul. Van Hecke just stepping out from that centre-back position, edge of the 18-yard box, and he just lunges in, and there's been a few of those kind of late tackles from Brighton. They've got away with it so far. Almost.
It's another one though where Barnes has gone down into the challenge without the contact.
I think he is looking for it a little bit, but I do think there is contact there. He doesn't win the ball, Van Hecke. There is contact there, and yes, he does make a little bit of a meal of it after. But you have to be so sure as a centre-back when you're stepping out into those positions about making a challenge or not. On that occasion, Van Hecke, who's been excellent this afternoon, doesn't get anything on the ball, and this is a really dangerous position. Fabian Cher, Trippier over the ball here.
Yeah, Cher and Trippier. It's one of those that you might say, oh, it's a bit too close. It's only 19 yards out this. It's inside the D. It's just left of centre. Brighton have got 5 in the wall and the draft excluder and someone ready to charge as well. Newcastle have got 3 of their own just on the edge of the wall and 1 on the other side. So will it be Trippier? Will it be Cher? Trippier's walked away from the ball, so I think this is going to be Fabian Cher. Cher, up he steps, right-footed, hits the wall, shouts for handball, nodded towards goal by Wilson and saved, and it's another penalty, is it? Has Craig Pawson given another penalty here for Newcastle United? This is extraordinary.
I think he has.
3 penalties awarded, the first 2 were waved away, and this one I think has been given for handball against Brighton. Yeah, it's definitely handball. On the edge of the wall, what's he thinking?
Ayari, what is he doing?
What's he doing, Ayari?
What is he doing?
He's just literally put out his left hand to deliberately stop the ball. It's like he's trying to catch it with his left hand.
Trying to be a goalkeeper. He had a teammate just to the side of him as well, who possibly would have blocked that himself, and he's just stuck that left arm out, and that's a moment of madness, really. There's no way they're getting away with this one.
Are they checking offside?
Well, quite possibly they are checking for something, possibly offside. There are a couple of Newcastle players here looking at the replay who kind of go early, running behind early, but
it hasn't reached them, has it?
No, it hasn't reached them, so I can only think they're just checking here, making sure about the handball.
Why would they be checking to make sure of a handball? He's almost caught it.
Well, he has.
Another VAR check. This one, though, we think will be given. It's a very blatant handball. Craig Pawson was right, but maybe the check is because of the players in an offside position. They just keep rewinding the handball over and over again. What's going on here, Danny?
I really don't know. Definitely hits his hand.
Still going with the check. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Big moment this in Newcastle's season. And Brighton's. Brighton 8th as it stands. Wilson's header almost in, by the way. Brilliant save by Verbruggen. Well, that's a baffling check. You can watch it yourself later on Match of the Day 2. But that's a very, very strange check. He was right, Craig Pawson, and then they've taken 3 minutes to tell him he's right.
I'm none the wiser. That couldn't have been just for the handball. They must have been looking at something else there, VAR, but I'm not exactly sure what it was.
Alexander Isak, with the ball under his right arm, spins it a couple of times in his hands and places it on the spot. 22 Premier League goals, the most by a Newcastle player since Alan Shearer in 03-04. This is to make it 23, the most since Shearer in 01-02. He's had some big moments, Alexander Isak. He's been anonymous in this game so far. Hands on hips. He's up against Verbruggen. Upsets Isak and scores! And the tsunami erupt behind the goal. And he immediately goes and runs and gets the ball. And now there's pushing and shoving in the goal with Verbruggen. They want the ball back, Newcastle. Strips it out of Verbruggen's hands. And Alexander Isak, 23 Premier League goals for the season, waves his arms up into the air to the tsunami, and they're level, Newcastle. Brighton 1, Newcastle 1.
Yeah, never in doubt. Had a fantastic season. Alexander Isak sends the keeper the wrong way, gives him the eyes and just whips it low into that bottom corner. Pressure penalty, but he's cool, calm, collected. Just seen a replay of the handball again. It's as blatant as you'll ever see. I don't know why VAR took so long. But you have to say it's probably been coming. Newcastle haven't played poorly in this game. They've just been poor really in the final third, been unlucky with a couple of penalty shouts, but on this occasion they get the rub of the green. It's a brilliant finish from Isak.
We're in the final minute of the game, and we've just learnt there's going to be 9 minutes of added time. And here goes Harvey Barnes into the penalty area, to the byline. He's got it on his left foot, back across. Good defending from the captain for Brighton, Lewis Dunk. Clears away, left-footed, high. Scrapping for the ball is Minter with Guimaraes. Now they free Lamptey, but he can't get there. Pope comes out of his goal, not moving very well. Nick Pope, the ball's up behind us and bounces 3 rows in front. You almost won that, Danny, with your bobble hat on.
It's going to go ahead, that.
See, your instincts are still there as Minter squares the ball. They're in possession now with Ayari. Brighton now the ones going looking for the winner. 9 minutes of added time confirmed for one of these two teams to find a winner. It would be Newcastle's first draw in 20, and they've got some space. And here goes Gordon over the halfway line. Left-hand side, midway inside the Brighton half now. Left-hand touchline, finds Tonali inside. Tonali, back out on the left is Livramento this time. Who is going to go for this, or do they both settle for the point? Gomez and Gruder are going to come on for Brighton. They're stripped and ready on the edge of the technical area, waiting to come on. Trippier is the momentum with Newcastle. Trippier goes back to Cher, halfway line, at both sides just thinking, wait a minute, let's not go crazy, let's not do anything silly. Would we take a point?
I think Newcastle feel now they can go on and win this. 9 minutes left.
Gordon goes down, free kick. Brighton fans on the far side don't like it. The fans stand up on the far side and make that gesture like they're throwing something when they're not. And it's going to be a free kick left-hand touchline to Brighton, and we're going to see this double change here. Gomez and Gruder coming on. And suddenly those Newcastle fans behind the goal to my right are full of it. Quick free kick. Isak dinks the ball to the far post. There's no one there. I don't know why he didn't have a go there, Isak. Byrne wins a challenge. Is that a corner? No, says the assistant, who's well placed. Cleared away by Brighton. Cher puts in a right foot cross, chested up in the air and chested back to the goalkeeper. Double chest from Brighton, sees it back to Verbruggen. You don't see that very often.
I'm not sure. Initially Lewis Dunk wanted to do that. Well, he was on with the first chest. He just chested it behind him into the path of Veltman, who chested it coolly back to his goalie.
Good challenge from Guimaraes in midfield. Finds Barnes. He goes back to Guimaraes. I'm not sure why in that case he'd go there, but Trippier with a good interception. It's good this now. 6.5 minutes left. And a yellow card for Danny Welbeck. That must be for something he said to Craig Pawson, I would have thought. Welbeck was complaining he was having his shirt pulled. Must have said something to Craig Pawson. Goes in the book.
Yeah, I think initially wanted to foul Danny Welbeck, wasn't given. And then just remonstrating a little bit too much with the referee there and gets the yellow card.
O'Reilly comes off, and the goal scorer Minter as well, who's shaking his head. He really has put in everything today, Minter. Very impressive against his former club.
He's been very good. You know, the one bit of quality for Brighton in this game, and it's the kind of player you just don't want to play against if you're a defender, because not everything he does kind of comes off, but he's always trying to make something happen for his team. Bundles of energy, he's really positive, direct.
Free kick for Brighton. In a really dangerous position to cross, you would think. It's on the left-hand side, a chance to deliver right-footed into the penalty area. Can Brighton have a say here at the end? They've barely threatened the Newcastle goal, you've got to say. They've had 4 efforts at goal, 1 blocked, 1 off target, 2 on target. One of those obviously was the goal.
Well, hasn't had much to do, Nick Pope, apart from pick the ball out of his net once. But Newcastle back in his game now, and it's going to be an interesting finish.
Free kick from the left end. It's going to be whipped in. Left hand in the air, in it comes. Good looking delivery, this! Oh, and they put the header wide. My goodness me, Gomez, how's he missed? He's got a free header 6 yards out, and he's put it past the post. He's head in hand, and would you believe it, we've had another goal at Brentford. Sahel Sahi.
And Manchester United could be back in it. Brentford 4, Manchester United 3. Ahmed with the goal. He's been sensational since he's come on at the start of the second half. We've got 3 minutes still to play here, John. Brentford 4, Manchester United 3.
It's not another comeback, is it, for Manchester United? Another one of those, like we saw in the Europa League. Sven Botman is coming on here. They're just getting some minutes back into his legs gradually after his long layoff, of course. And Emil Kraft is also going to come on, a right back. Here comes Barnes, got some space, got Callum Wilson with him, who hits it, and it's either tipped over or he's hit the bar. I think it might well have been tipped over. It's a terrific save by Verbruggen, and they've got a corner here, Newcastle.
Yeah, top save, really good save. I think maybe the shot takes a slight deflection, maybe off Dunk as well. Difficult to see, but they turn the ball over Brighton. They get inside the 18-yard box. Wilson with a first-time strike, catches the strike really well. Has to react quickly. Verbruggen does so, tips it over the bar.
In comes the right-footed corner from Guimaraes. Headed up in the air by Lamptey. Referee spotted an infringement in the penalty area off the ball, and it's going to be a free kick for Brighton. And we have got 3 minutes of added time remaining. Fabian Schär's coming off for Botman, and Trippier's coming off for Kraft, and it's 1-1, 3 minutes to go, and you feel like there could still be a winner. Let's go for full time though. West Ham Spurs, Aaron Paul.
West Ham 1, Spurs 1. Goals from Odegaard and Bowen see the points shared in what was otherwise a bland London derby, but a good run out for those Spurs players ahead of Thursday's game in the Europa League. West Ham 1, Spurs 1.
Brighton play the long ball forward. Really good header. One there by Diego Gomez, who probably is still wondering how he missed. That's the one he's going to think about tonight when he's going to sleep. How did I miss that header? How did I not put it on target across the goalkeeper? You're just waiting for from our angle, just waiting for the net to bulge, and it never happened. Diagonal ball to Estupiñán, who goes down clutching his face. Is he given what's he given here? He's just given the goal kick, Craig Pawson, and it's going to be a free kick. Sorry, a goal kick for Newcastle. He's going to check that Estupiñán's okay, and that'll just eat a few more seconds at the end of this game. Danny Gabidon.
Well, he definitely gets caught there with a stray arm, Estupiñán. But I was just looking at Diego Gomez, and he was just shaking his head, and rightly so, because he has to score that chance. It's as simple as that. The delivery from Guda's right on the money. He's probably 7 yards out, central area, no one's marking him, free header, he's got time to see the cross coming over, has to score. It's not even close in the end, the header, it's probably 3 or 4 yards wide.
Pope's goal kick, Van Hecke, towering header, slightly out of position though. Here's Wilson, brings it down, does he get hold of it? Can he get hold of the ball here? Newcastle bobbling around, they have got possession. Tonali swings the ball out to the right, looks offside, Barnes, yeah, flag goes up, and he is offside. And we've got 1 minute to go of added time, and it has finished at Brentford. They've beaten Manchester United by 4 goals to 3. And if you play fantasy football, nothing from Mbumo. A lot of captains out there today, a lot of captains for Isak as well, who scored the penalty to draw Newcastle level in this game. 45 seconds of added time remaining. Still to come, Chelsea-Liverpool with Pat Nevin and Alistair Bruce Ball. Long ball forward from Newcastle. Van Hecke is back there and nods the ball back to Verbruggen. And Hertzler wants him to get on with this and try and go and win it. There's Byrne with a Peter Kay-like Avett at the back on the volley. Forward. Lamptey just tips it round. Livramento goes down. Craig Pawson studying it, seeing there's a free kick. Scuff clearance. Ayari for Brighton. They've got good possession here. Last knockings here at the Amex. Poor ball in. Gordon, can he get hold of this? No, Brighton have possession. Both teams trying to go and win it. Lamptey on the right. Surely the last chance in the game. Level with the 18-yard box for Brentford. Goes down the outside. Tries a cross. Livramento blocks. Lamptey's still got possession. A hush. Chance to cross maybe from the right, but he just misses his kick. That's a free kick. And it's going to be... That's going to be it, I think. Newcastle with a free kick in their own penalty area. Looks like it's going to finish 1-1.
Yeah, there's a couple of opportunities there for Brighton to just service the box, and they're just trying to be a bit too cute, a bit too clever. And in the end, end up giving a silly foul away on Tonali inside the 6-yard box there. I have to say it's been a fantastic game in terms of the intensity and the energy that both teams have kind of put in. It's lacked a bit of quality at times. Both teams have struggled a bit in terms of their end product in the final third. Both teams going to have to settle for a draw, John.
There it is, the full-time whistle, entertaining towards the end. Newcastle's first draw in a long time in the Premier League. A point at Brighton, still no win here, and Brighton so close to getting 8th in the Premier League and going above Bournemouth, but they'll have to settle for a share of the spoils. I scared apparently a load of fantasy football players that Mbumo has been given one of the assists in the Brentford versus Manchester United game on the FPL website, but not on my app that I was checking. Decent game. Who do you think will be the happier, Danny Gavin, on at the end of that?
Oh, wow. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I think both teams will settle for the point. You know, it still leaves them in a very good position in terms of trying to qualify for Europe. I think Brighton probably needed the points more, I would say. And they'll be the more disappointed in terms of getting their nose in front and not being able to kind of see the result out. But you have to say, for me, Newcastle were the better team throughout the game. They looked the more dangerous team. They just lacked a bit of quality in that final third. Got in some great areas on a number of occasions, but just weren't able to find the quality on that final pass, the final cross. But they kept going. Obviously had a bit of bad luck, obviously, with a couple of the penalty shouts, but managed to get one in the end. And that man, Alexander Isak, who's had a fantastic season up until now, coming up with another big moment just to kind of keep that momentum going. So important games to go now for both teams. And as I said, leaves both teams still in a decent position, but Brighton probably needed the 3 points more today than Newcastle.
In the first half, 28th minute, the boozer for Craig Pawson, the referee, as he goes off. He awarded Newcastle 3 penalties in this game. The first 2 were chalked off. The third one was given, and it finished Brighton 1, Newcastle 1.
Danny, I can see the Newcastle players just going over to their fans there. Anthony Gordon with that number 10 on his back. We've been talking about their Champions League challenge. They're 4th in the Premier League. They're 3 points above Chelsea, having now played a game more. So Chelsea could drop Newcastle down to the 5th and final Champions League place. But having Gordon come back and look so sharp bodes well for them in the final 3 games.
Oh, it certainly does. You know, he's such an important player for Eddie Howe, for this Newcastle team. You know, we heard Eddie Howe kind of speaking in the week where he's so pleased to kind of get him back, and he's had a full week of training, and it's just about kind of getting him up to the levels that we know he can play at. So, you know, for him to kind of get on and get some minutes, and as you say, Steve, he did look really sharp when he came on. He had initially straight into the game, and you know, we thought initially maybe it was a penalty on Tariq Lamptey, but it was just outside the box, and he's had a couple of efforts on goal as well. Probably looked a little bit rusty in terms of his shooting, but what a player to kind of get back for the running. Not quite at it, I would say, Newcastle today. We've seen them play better in recent weeks. They've obviously been on a fantastic run, didn't quite have the quality in the final third today, but still a decent performance, and was still, for me, the better out of the 2 teams. So I think Eddie Howe, in the end, with the way the game went, and obviously not getting the 2 penalties, he'll be delighted to come away with a point, and it just kind of keeps that momentum going for them. They're still in a very good position, obviously, to finish in those Champions League places come end of the season.
Danny, John, thank you both very much indeed. A massive goal has just gone in that promotion decider in the Women's Championship. Birmingham were 2-0 down to London City Lionesses. Now, Emily Herbert.
Well, it's all level. It's a leveller for Birmingham City. Cho Sun-Hung with a side whack into the back of the net inside the 6-yard box, and that's a huge goal. As things stand, London City will still be promoted with a draw. Birmingham City need to win. They need to find one more goal. They've got less than 5 minutes to do it. It's 2-2.
Back to the Premier League. That draw for Brighton means that Brentford have gone above them into 9th. In the race for 8th, they're 1 point behind Bournemouth after a thrilling victory over Manchester United. Sahel Sahi.
It was nervy in the end though, Steve, but they beat Manchester United by 4 goals to 3. Trailing after a Mason Mount opening goal, they remained calm and took over with 2 goals in 6 minutes through a deflected own goal by Luke Shaw, and then Kevin Schade sending them into the break 2-1 up. It continued in the second half with another headed goal by Schade before Wissa joined in on the fun with his 18th of the season. Garnacho and Ahmad, they reduced the deficit, but it was a bit too late, and it's the first time since 1938 that Brentford will finish above Manchester United in the league pyramid. Full time here at the G-Tech, Brentford 4, Manchester United 3.
It's 1 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Rachel Sweeney. 14 children aged between 11 and 14 have been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter after a boy died in a fire in Gateshead. The incident happened on Friday evening, as Charlotte Simpson reports.
Northumbria police say they were called to reports of a fire near an industrial park at around 8 o'clock on Friday night. After it had been put out, officers issued an appeal for a missing boy, Leighton Carr, who was believed to be in the area at the time. A body, believed to be that of the 14-year-old, was later found inside the building. 11 boys and 3 girls aged between 14 and 11 years old have since been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter and are being held in police custody.
Police are questioning 8 men arrested in 2 separate counter-terrorism operations across England. 5 people, 4 Iranian, were detained yesterday on suspicion of preparing a terrorist act after a suspected plot against a single undisclosed location. Separately, 3 other Iranian men have been arrested by counter-terrorism police in London. Our correspondent Simon Jones says officers have asked the public to keep themselves on the lookout.
The police say news of these arrests, 8 in total, relating to these 2 incidents, these 2 investigations, will be of concern to the public, but they're advising the public to remain vigilant, to report anything suspicious.
In Gateshead, the iconic Dunstan Staithes cannot open to the public as planned because of decay and damage. The Grade 2 listed structure was supposed to open yesterday, but safety inspections found it just can't happen. Carrie Vickers is from the Tyne and Weir Building Preservation Trust.
Reaction's been very sympathetic. People get it. They know we've been working hard over this past decade to reopen the structure. It's been through a lot. There's a few times in the past when we could have lost the structure, and people want to see it open, but they want to see it cared for.
Men in Wearside are being encouraged to attend a support group to help blokes, they say, open up. Andy's Man Club are set to hold 2 more weekly sessions in Hauntley Spring and Gilesgate. Weekly sessions at the Beacon of Light in Sunderland can average 40 men. Michael Chaplow is from the charity.
I believe it was in 2017 that one opened, and a few years later we got our second one open up in here in Sunderland itself. And now there's 16 groups in the whole of the North East, and as of May 2025 there'll be 18 groups in the North East, and hopefully a lot more to come.
Sport now. Newcastle's quest for Champions League football continues when they face Brighton in the South Coast. Eddie Howe's team are 4th in the Premier League and must finish in the top 5 to qualify for European football's top competition. Their fate is in their hands.
That's absolutely where you want to be. You want to be in control of your destiny, and I think with 4 games to go we are, but we're very aware that it can change in one round of games, so there's no let up for us. I think keeping absolute focus. Tough fixtures to come, none more so than this first game, but we believe in the team.
Build-up starts in just a minute. First, though, cricket. It's day 3 of Durham's County Championship match against Hampshire. Martin Emerson can bring us the latest live. Martin.
Yeah, lunch here on day 3. Hampshire are currently 216 for 4, so they trailed Durham by 295. They lost 3 wickets this morning. Mark Stoneman caught behind of Maddie Potts for 57. Tom Press caught behind of Callum Parkinson for 1, and then Nick Gubbins caught behind of George Rizal for 77. So Durham taking wickets this morning. They need more this afternoon.
We've got some road closures due to the Newcastle Gateshead Marathon. Roads between Gateshead International Stadium to Pipwell Gate on the Gateshead side, and from the Swing Bridge along the waterfront near the arena on the Newcastle side. More than 3,000 people are taking part in the Newcastle Gateshead Marathon today. And that's your latest BBC Radio Newcastle news. For an update anytime, ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for the North East.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Newcastle with the pressure. Oh, surely a penalty. They want a penalty. Bruno's through ball. Murphy says he was pulled down. If that's not a penalty, why is he not booking him? The referee's going to go to the monitor. Penalty. We're ready now. Isak to the back of the box, hands on hips. Goalkeeper moving along his line. Isak comes forward and it's into the net. Low down from Isak to the goalkeeper's left. On to Murphy again, then Trippier. Here's the cross, hung up to the back post. Dan Burn heads in from Trippier's cross, and the second goal has arrived in the 56th minute. Lifts it in, Burn looking for it. Osula! Oh! William Osula! That's a great goal. Osula gets up to head in his first in the Premier League. Osula, to the delight of St James's Park, makes it Newcastle United 3, Ipswich Town 0. What a good header. A comfortable victory in response to the Villa defeat to keep them in a Champions League place. The run-in, though, looks tricky, and it starts at Brighton, where they've never won in the Premier League and against a team that's already beaten them twice this season.
I do think there can be sometimes strange results and reoccurring strange results within the club's fortunes. It happens where you come up against an opponent that you don't tend to go up against them very well, but I don't think that's necessarily the case here. I think the 2 games we've had against Brighton this season, I think it could easily have gone our way, especially the first game. Maybe not so much the FA Cup game. I don't think we were particularly great that day, but I think every game in isolation is a very different game, and this one will be. It'll be a very tough game for us. They're a very good team. They've got dangerous wide players, but we back ourselves against anybody, and we'll certainly go there full of confidence.
Well, Brighton may be their bogey team, but if they can get another 3 points this afternoon, Newcastle United, they will go back up to 3rd in the Premier League table. So there is a big reward for ending their long wait for a victory at the Amex Stadium. And not only would they be 3rd in the table with a win, they'd only be 2 points behind Arsenal, who are 2nd after their defeat yesterday. And actually, John Anderson, looking at the fixtures and the standings, Newcastle win all 4 matches between now and the end of the season, they'll finish 2nd. So
that's a little bit like before we played Villa. If they won all their games, they could have win the Premier League.
That didn't happen, obviously, and it was never going to happen.
Well,
it was just a mathematical possibility.
Let's take one game at a time and see where it ends up. But look at the Arsenal game, and the result yesterday most definitely helped. I thought Bournemouth were excellent. Obviously we've seen them this season. They played really well at St James's, and they played well at the Emirates yesterday. They deserved to win the game. But it's getting really tight at the top. It's getting nervy, isn't it? 4 big games starting here somewhere where we usually don't do well. A record here isn't great, but these records have got to come to an end at some stage. And Brighton have been a little bit up and down. I know they won here the last home game. They got 2 late goals to beat West Ham, but prior to that they've been in and out. So as we heard Eddie Howe just say, that back ourselves against anybody on the day.
It's an unchanged Newcastle United 11. There is an alteration to the squad in terms of substitutes. Teenage striker Sean Neve returns to the bench in place of John Ruddy, the goalkeeper, who was a substitute last weekend. Ruddy is with the squad as an extra player, an extra goalkeeper, taking part in the warm-up in front of us. But Newcastle: Pope, Trippier, Cher, Byrne, Livramento, Bruno, Tonali, Willock, Murphy, Isak and Barnes. And then the bench: Dubravka, Botman, Wilson, Gordon, Kraft, Osula, Longstaff, Miley and Neve. I think if there was going to be a change to the team based on selection decisions or form or something like that rather than an injury, it might have come in midfield. But Joe Willock continues in the Joe Linton position, in the role at the left side of central midfield, and it seems as though Willock is going to get a run in the team at the end of the season, with Joe Linton unlikely to play again before the summer.
He's been unlucky this season with injuries. He hasn't been able to get a sustained run in the side. We know what the midfield 3 is. It basically picks itself with the 2 Brazilians and Tonali in there. But Joe Willock came in last week. He needs a run of games. He hasn't had a run of games. He did okay last week, but I thought Miley might have got the shout, but Eddie Howe's gone with the more experienced Willock, and he keeps his place again today. But it's another opportunity for him. As I say, he needs to get games under his belt because he's an athletic type player. Pace, he gets you up, good carrier of the ball, carries you up the pitch, gets you up the pitch quick, and he gets another opportunity today. So as I say, he's been very unlucky and very unfortunate with injuries this season, and hasn't been able to get that sustained run of games that he really needed.
You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle live from Brighton's American Express Stadium, the Amex Stadium for short. coming to you from the south coast on what started off as a lovely morning with warm sunshine in Brighton on the seafront. Lots of people out early walking, some joggers, people on the beach, but we've come 4 miles up north away from the coast to the village of Falmer, where the stadium is. There's a train from Brighton, the central station, that takes about 10 minutes to bring you right outside the Amex Stadium, and it's well, it doesn't feel like an early summer's day, does it? The winds have picked up. It's cloudy above us. It's really chilly.
It is.
Actually.
It's gone really cold, yeah.
And a lot of supporters travelled, obviously, in t-shirts. Some of them in shorts. I hope they've brought a jacket because
The temperatures have definitely dropped.
But it was beautiful by the coast last night. Yesterday, glorious sunshine, and this morning. But inland, quite a bit cooler and cloudier. 2 o'clock kickoff, and we'll be live on BBC Radio Newcastle as usual. Lots of ways to listen to us, either on 95.4 FM, DAB, or through Freeview. You can listen to our radio commentary on Freeview channel 711, which is where you can listen to all BBC Radio Newcastle programmes. We're also today on the BBC Sounds app, so if you're going to be on the move, or you're just at home but you've got your phone on you, then go into the BBC Radio Newcastle page at the top of the BBC Sounds app. You might have to scroll along to find us, and you can listen to the Newcastle United angle on the game through BBC Sounds. And if you know someone who is outside of the northeast but would like to listen and get the Newcastle perspective today, then anywhere in the world, listen on BBC Sounds Live, or if you have a smart speaker, just ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle. So United are unchanged. Brighton have made 2 changes to their team. They are without a few key players today, including João Pedro, the striker, who is serving a suspension following a red card a couple of matches ago. There's also no Kaoru Mitoma, the Japanese winger, who is one of their star players. Actually, Mitoma and João Pedro are joint top scorers with 10, along with Danny Welbeck, who does play, and Solly March, the winger, is also absent for Brighton this afternoon. The 2 changes are Jan-Paul van Hekke, the centre-back who missed the last game with concussion. He returns, and Yankuba Minte is brought back into the starting 11 as well. Minte, who conceded a penalty and then scored the equaliser at St James's in the FA Cup tie 2 months ago against the club that he signed for but didn't play for, Newcastle United. It's had a decent season for Brighton, Yankuba Minte, and he starts today. Their team: Bart Verbruggen in goal, Mats Wiefer, who is a midfielder but is filling in at right back because they've had some injuries recently, though a lot of those defenders are now back in the squad and on the bench. Lewis Dunk, Jan-Paul van Hekke and Pervis Estupiñán at left back. That's the Brighton defence. In midfield, Carlos Baleba, who'd been playing at centre-back but moves back into midfield, and he will be alongside Jack Hinshelwood. Yankuba Minte on the right, Simon Adingra on the left, Matt O'Reilly, the Danish international that was signed from Celtic last summer, will play in the hole behind Danny Welbeck, who got the winner in the FA Cup tie and also the winner at St James's in the Premier League. He loves playing against Newcastle, doesn't he? 34-year-old Danny Welbeck.
Had a very good career, hasn't he? Good player. You know, he's used all his experience. He's showed his experience in the game at St James's as well. And he's one you got to keep an eye on, to be fair. You know, even though he's in the twilight of his career, he can still cause you problems.
Brighton's bench: Jason Steele, the goalkeeper formerly of Sunderland, but has gone on to have a very good career at Brighton, and no longer first choice. They'd changed the goalkeepers with some regularity over the last couple of years, but Verbruggen is the number 1 now for Fabian Hutzler's side. Tariq Lamptey, Igor Julio, Adam Webster, Brian Gruder, Diego Gomez, Yassin Ayari, who is one of the 2 that drops out of the team today, along with Solly March, who is not in the squad. Joel Veltman the Dutch defender, also on the bench. I mean, they've got defenders there, Ando, but they've gone with a midfielder at full-back, which is interesting. I suppose it's consistency.
They obviously feel that they're not up to match fitness at this moment in time. That's the reason they're on the bench. They want to make sure that players coming back from injuries, 1 or 2 of them on that bench have been out quite a while as well, so don't want to rush them back, want to make sure that they're 100% before they try and get 90 minutes into them.
And the other player on the bench for Brighton, 17-year-old midfielder Harry Howell. That's how the two teams look. Just the goalkeepers warming up at the moment in both Brighton blue and Newcastle black and white training kit. Newcastle have the end or the half to the right hand side, which is where the away end is. The two stands behind the goals are single tiered, but there is a wall at the back of them, so they don't go back like a normal stand would all the way to the top, to the roof. But above the Newcastle section there are a couple of hospitality boxes and a giant screen. They've got 3,000 away supporters here. Ground holds about 32,000. It is probably a good away section in that you are right behind the goal, low down, close to the action, and it feels quite compact, doesn't it? We sit low down. We are just a couple of metres away from the mouth of the players' tunnel behind the Newcastle bench. We'll hear a bit from Eddie Howe later on coming to Brighton. He likes it because the fans feel, especially the away fans, feel involved in the game because of the location of the away end and its proximity to the pitch.
Yeah, they get a good view, don't they? It's not as if you're up in the gods and everybody looks minute, all the players look minute. You get to see a real good vision of the game. There's about, I don't know what, 50 rows would it be, maybe, and that's it. So yeah, everybody's right on top of it. Nice stadium, I mean, compact stadium, good atmosphere in it as well. They make a little bit of noise, but it'd be interesting to see if it's full today as well, Mike, because the last few times I've seen Brighton on TV, when they've been here, this stadium hasn't been full.
Newcastle United with Pope, Trippier, Schär, Byrne, Livramento, Bruno, Tonali, Willock, Murphy, Isak and Barnes as an unchanged starting 11, and a bench of Dubravka, Botman, Wilson, Gordon, Kraft, Osula, Longstaff, Miley and Neve in that starting 11. Facing one of his former clubs today, Big Dan Byrne, who got his first Premier League goal of the campaign last weekend in the victory over Ipswich with a header from pretty much the goal line from Kieran Trippier cross.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing you can guarantee with Trippsy's assists that he provides and the crosses that he puts in are perfect. I sort of read it well. Didn't really have to do much, just had to get contact on it, so I was happy. I think it's been a long time coming, that sort of first Premier League goal of the season. I've always said I should score a lot more, but yeah, happy to get it.
And lastly, it's set up for a big game. You'll go back to your old club Brighton. Newcastle's record there is not great, but you know everything's in your hands at this stage.
Yeah, and I think that's the good thing. We're in a good position. I think all the teams are picking up results round with, but so are we. I feel like we've got good momentum, but it'd be nice to sort of go down there and put on a good performance and get a result, because I feel like they've sort of had one number the last few times we've been down there. Haven't really performed well, but it's the business end of the season, and I said good teams go there and pick up a result, so hopefully we do.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dan Byrne there, who obviously knows a lot about the way that Brighton play and have approached games, and he's played in some of them against Newcastle United. I'll come to that in a second, Ando, but Byrne and Schär at centre-back, Botman on the bench. Eddie Howe described last week Sven Botman's return at this stage following knee surgery as a bonus. I would have been surprised to see Botman come in and start, especially with a lot at stake for Newcastle, given his probably almost a year and a half of on and off knee injuries. Dan Byrne's had a terrific season, but probably long term, who plays in central defence with Newcastle, I'm sure they're going to at least attempt to sign somebody in the summer. We know that. It may well be
2 positions up for grabs next season, but at the minute Byrne and Share going to continue together.
Yeah, look, the two of them together, individually and collectively, have had exceptional seasons. You know, look, we know there's a lack of pace in there. It got shown up at Villa, but there hasn't been many games this season where sides have got the better of them. You know, and you're right. Look, it's a bonus to have Botman back. Do you need to rush him? No, not the way the two boys are playing at the moment, but it will be interesting come the start of the next season, because look, when this season finishes, everybody starts anew, everybody starts afresh. Depends on who performs in pre-season games and one thing and another, but to have Botman back is a bonus, because for me he's the best centre-back that we've got. And on Dan Byrne's point there about Brighton getting the better of Newcastle, particularly here at the Amex Stadium, where this is the 8th Premier League trip to this ground. Newcastle in the previous 7, 4 draws, 3 defeats, but the only win in 10 here was in the Championship, and it was a crucial one on the way to pipping Brighton to the title. They've had problems with Brighton home and away, but especially in the away fixtures. Players change, managers change, but Brighton have a way of playing that hasn't really shifted too much, and various Newcastle teams have really struggled, haven't they? Do you have any thoughts about why that is, why it's been a long-term problem? I think over the years there's always a side that, you know, is your nemesis, so to speak, a side that you struggle against on a regular basis. I think every side has that. Brighton, for one reason or another, seems to be ours. And you wonder why, because they're not over physical. You know, they don't go and they bully you and they kick you and one thing and another. They're a good footballing side. They play it through midfield. You know, so it's a difficult one to put your finger on, but these things, they've got a habit of, you know, they've got to change somewhere along the line. And I know our record here hasn't been great. We've only won that one game, as you said, in the Championship, but that's got to change at some time, and there's no reason in the world why it shouldn't be today. Newcastle's 11, same as it was last week for the win over Ipswich. Brighton have made 2 changes. Jan-Paul van Hecker at centre-back and Yankuba Minte on the right wing, replacing Yassin Ayari, who's on the bench, and Solly March, who misses out. But there's no Karu Mitoma, which will be a blow for Brighton, and still without a few players, including João Pedro, the Brazilian striker, someone Newcastle tried to sign, and it looked like they were going to get him at one point, but he ended up moving to Brighton from Watford in the end. On the position in the table that Newcastle find themselves in, looking to again really strengthen their hold on a Champions League place, and if they can move back up to 3rd, which only a win would do today for them, then that will be a huge boost going into Chelsea next weekend. Chelsea, one of the teams who are trying to finish in the top 5. But there's also a situation with Brighton, who are 9th as it stands. They're 9 points away from the top 5, and you'd think the Champions League is beyond them, but they could finish 8th. There's a very good chance that they will finish 8th, ahead of Bournemouth, who are there currently. In fact, Brighton down to 10th, after yesterday's results. Fulham in 9th and Brentford in 11th. It would suit Brighton for Newcastle to finish top 5, maybe top 6, because if Newcastle do that and qualify for Europe through their league position, the Conference League place that Newcastle have already acquired and collected through winning at Wembley in the League Cup, will be passed down the league to the next team that hasn't already reached Europe. So in a funny sort of way, Newcastle, I don't mean today, but it wouldn't be the worst thing for Brighton's European aspirations if Newcastle won this, because it would help ensure that Conference League place will go to somebody else, potentially Brighton. Yeah, they won't be looking at that though. All they'll be thinking about today is winning this football match, or trying to win this football match. You know, they won't be thinking, oh well, if if Newcastle win here today, obviously it helps us along the way towards Europe. They won't be thinking of that at all, but it's just about going out and trying to win games. Look at every game between now and the end of the season's cup final. The difficult ones as well, starting here today, and obviously got Chelsea, as we already mentioned, next week, then Arsenal and Everton on the final day. It's getting really, really tight. Villa won again yesterday. Obviously Arsenal came unstuck. Chelsea play Liverpool today. So Forest play tomorrow night. So it's all to play for. Forest obviously got beaten on Thursday night by Brentford, and deserved to be beaten by Brentford. They were really poor Forest. But all you can do, you can look at things and you can look at teams, but all you really want to do is just concentrate on yourself. Just win your games. You win your games, and if you win your games, obviously, of course you need somebody to do you a good turn along the way, but first and foremost, we win our games, and come the end of 38 games, see exactly where we are.
Newcastle's players have taken to the pitch now. They've started their warm-ups, jogging from one touchline on the near side to the far side, back across, and now they gather together in the penalty area for some stretches. The balls are out, and very soon they will be part of the pre-match preparations. We're live on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Brighton and Hove Albion against Newcastle United from 2. A little bit more from Eddie Howe now before we take a look at the rest of the day's sports news and sports fixtures in football, a bit of rugby league and some cricket as well, with Durham in action at Hampshire in the county championship, because while the team is unchanged, Anthony Gordon is again a substitute, and since coming back from a ban for the red card he picked up against Brighton 2 months ago in the FA Cup, and then an injury, he is continuing to wait for a start.
Anthony's a very, very strong character. Yes, every player needs support. Every player needs a good environment to work in and needs to feel confident in that environment. I'd say maybe some players need more communication and direct dialogue more than others. Anthony's one that maybe, because of his strength of character, because of his strong belief in himself, maybe needs slightly less. But I'm sure this has been a difficult period for him, because I think any time you're out and you're missing games, especially when you're fit and available to play, which he was initially, is a huge frustration. It's bittersweet because you're seeing the team do well without you, which is great, but of course you want to be there yourself contributing. I think all he can do is focus on himself and his game and make sure he's at the very, very best physical levels and technical and tactical levels. And then with his ability and his quality, he can make a difference for us.
Anthony Gordon on a bench with Callum Wilson and Sven Botman, so a couple of other big Newcastle players, and there are others on there who have been introduced and contributed as well. But Jacob Murphy on the right, Harvey Barnes on the left, both up for the Premier League Player of the Month award. They've been terrific recently and they deserve to keep playing, so Anthony Gordon may have to keep waiting, John Angus.
Yeah, he will. Look at, Barnes had to wait a long time to get his opportunity. It wasn't his fault. I've said this a couple of times, that Gordon went and got himself sent off, but it gave him the opportunity, and he hasn't had too many opportunities. He knew he was going to get a run of games. It was up to him to try and grab that spot, and that's exactly what he's done. He's come in, he's played well, he scored goals. Gordon came free of suspension, but it was difficult to get back in. He won't be happy, he won't be happy because he will want to be playing, but it's difficult at this moment in time to see where he's going to get back into that side. And the one thing, I think Barnes carries a bigger goal threat as well. I think you always feel Barnes has a goal in him, and he's a better finisher than Gordon. He's a little bit cooler in front of goal than Gordon is. But look, frustrating for Anthony Gordon, of course it is, because he wants to play, but he's just going to have to wait his turn.
Newcastle: Pope, Trippier, Schär, Byrne, Livramento, Bruno, Tonali, Willock, Murphy, Isak, Barnes. An unchanged team, and it's largely the same players that have taken them on this really good run just before Wembley and since the cup final that play again. Willock continues in midfield in the absence of Joelinton. More build-up from the Amex Stadium here on BBC Radio Newcastle, including some more thoughts from Magpies boss Eddie Howe ahead of kick-off and commentary at 2 on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. But now let's take a look at the rest of the day's sport. Here with all the details is Colin White.
Matthew Racebeck, thank you very much indeed. I'm actually going to start by telling you of the other Premier League scores from across the weekend, but a little bit of context into Newcastle United's game, because it's been a long Premier League weekend. Started on Friday night when Manchester City beat Wolves 1-0 thanks to Kevin De Bruyne. Yesterday Aston Villa beat Fulham 1-0 thanks to Yuri Tielemans, and then Arsenal lost 2-1 at home to Bournemouth. Evan Nielsen and defender Dean Howson getting Bournemouth back. They were 1-0 down at half-time through Declan Rice. Today, later on, Chelsea-Liverpool is at 4:30. And then tomorrow night, Nottingham Forest, who played on Thursday, are at Crystal Palace. Today, it is the final weekend of the Women's Championship as well. In terms of promotion and relegation, nothing riding on the 3 games involving our teams, but it could still dictate where they finish in the league. Durham at home to Bristol City, Sunderland at the Stadium of Light at home to Sheffield United, and Newcastle United on the road at Blackburn. It's their first season in the Championship. It's been a pretty successful one overall. Here are defender Deanna Cooper and midfielder Beth Lumsden.
Yeah, I think we've had a really good April. Obviously, we've been unbeaten in April, and we've played 3 teams that are above us and got 3 draws, which is fantastic results for us. And then obviously we have Blackburn as well. So it's been a really good run-in into this final game, and we're looking forward to, finishing the season on a high.
We're obviously there on Sunday to get the 3 points like we have been every other game. We've prepared the same, and we're there to go and win the game and hopefully finish on a high.
Hopefully finish on a high indeed. Birmingham against London City Lionesses is the title decider in the Championship today. Whoever wins that wins the league. It's as simple as that. And there's only one promotion place up to the Women's Super League. It's actually the penultimate day of the Women's Super League today as well. A couple of games that have started already. Everton, it's Derby Day as well. Everton 2-0 up at Liverpool, and Manchester City 2-1 up at Manchester United. Both of those roughly halfway through the second half. Chelsea already crowned champions there away at Spurs at 2:15. Sunderland's men have now lost 5 games in a row after yesterday's 1-0 defeat to Queen's Park Rangers at the Stadium of Light. They've also failed to score in any of the last 3 matches. It's 1 goal in their last 6 matches. Head coach Régis Lebris says they have to do better.
We have a good squad, able to react, to find powerful resources to be competitive in this game. So another chapter to open, and full week. Now we know our opponent, so just move forward, keep going.
Simple as that. Sunderland will now face Coventry City in the playoff semi-finals, a team they haven't beaten in the last 10 attempts, and they haven't beaten them away from home in 40 years. Friday night would be a good time to start. That's when the first leg of the playoff semi-final takes place. 8 o'clock kickoff live, of course, on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's been a heck of a non-league weekend as well. It hasn't finished yet. On Friday night in the Northern League First Division playoff final, Newcastle Blue Star against Blythe Town. One of them was guaranteed a second consecutive promotion. Blythe Town it was, who won it on penalties. A Dan Wilson penalty equaliser in the 89th minute is what took it to the shootout. Then he scored the winning penalty. Nick DeJesus, the goalkeeper, saved a couple as well, but Dan Wilson scored the winning penalty. So congratulations to Blythe Town, who will face a derby against Blythe Spartans in the NPL East Division next season. 7 years ago they were 6 divisions apart, Blythe Spartans and Blythe Town. There's 2 separate stories going on there. In the Northern League Second Division playoff final yesterday afternoon, that went to penalties as well. We were cheering on Jarrow, with all due respect to Thornaby. They're too far south for us. It was goalless after 90 minutes. Thornaby, though, winning that 4-2 on penalties. And then the third playoff final to go to penalties was at Dunstan. It went to extra time first, but even after 120 minutes, still no goals between them and Stocksbridge Park Steels. But Stocksbridge won it 5-3 on penalties. It's the second season in a row that Dunstan have lost the playoff final in a penalty shootout as well. Gutted for them, but there was a big crowd there. And they will rebuild over the summer. The weekend, non-league wise, finishes tomorrow afternoon. Bank holiday Monday, Gateshead against Southend at the International Stadium. This is the first time that Gateshead have not been in the top 7 in the playoff places all season long. Tomorrow is the last game of the season. They have to win. It is as simple as that. Here's their manager, Carl Magnay.
Our task is really clear, so it's about, from a psychological point of view, making sure the players park all that. It doesn't matter now. 3 points is the most important thing, and we know what that'll get us. So that's maybe to reflect after the season's finished, whenever that may be. Hopefully it's not Monday. But yeah, I think that's been a really important point, has been trying to leave all those sort of semantics to one side, where we were, what we could have achieved, this, that, the other. We've got to make sure that the players go into the game really clear-minded on the 3 points.
There will be live commentary. I will be joined by Paul Dixon at the International Stadium tomorrow afternoon. 3 o'clock kickoff. The commentary is live on the BBC Sport website and app. A reminder, there is a Total Sport as normal, even though it's a bank holiday, as normal for a Monday 6 o'clock tomorrow night. To cricket, where it's day 3 of Durham's County Championship match away to Hampshire. The hosts responding to Durham's first innings total of 511. Martin Emerson can tell us how they're getting on at lunch.
Well, it's been a decent morning from a Durham point of view. They managed to take 3 wickets. Mark Stoneman, the former Durham opener, was the first to go for 57, caught behind off the bowling of Matty Potts, and then Tom Prest was on just 1 when he tried to cut a ball from Callum Parkinson. He was caught behind as well. But then a partnership developed after that of 65 runs from Nick Gubbins and Ben Brown. Gubbins going just before lunch, going forward to a ball from George Drizzell, who'd switched ends, and he got an edge, and he was caught behind on 77. So at lunch, Hampshire are currently 216 for 4. They trail by 295. Ben Brown's got 33 and Liam Dawson 20. Their partnership is worth 22. And after the heat of the last few days, it's much cooler today, and we've got a stiff northerly breeze, so different conditions today, which may indeed help the bowlers.
Tell us about it, Martin. It's been raining up here, obviously not raining down there yet, thankfully, for the cricket. Commentary continues once they resume after lunch on the BBC Sport website and app, or on your smart speaker as well. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Durham day 3. In the basketball, it's playoff quarter-finals weekend for the men and the women. It's 2 legs for the men. Newcastle Eagles will take a 7-point lead into Monday evening because they were 78-71 winners over Manchester Giants in the first leg at home on Friday night. 5 o'clock tip-off in Manchester for the second leg tomorrow. Good news and bad news for our 2 teams in the Women's Super League playoff quarter-finals, which are only 1 leg. Durham Palatinate unsurprisingly beaten by a very, very strong Sheffield Hatters side last night by 94 points to 42. But much better news for the Newcastle Eagles. It's their best ever season so far, and it is getting even better. They beat Essex Rebels by 90 points to 82. They are into the semi-finals next weekend, hopefully to be joined by the men. Further afield, but not that much further afield, it's only Sheffield. In snooker, Mark Williams and Zhao Xintong have just begun the best of 35 frame final of the World Championships at 1 o'clock. Mark Williams bidding for his 4th title. He's the oldest man ever to reach a World Championship final. Zhao Xintong bidding to become the first Chinese player to win the World Championships. He's in his first final, and he has taken the opening frame. So Zhao Xintong leading Mark Williams by 1 frame to 0, but it is first to 18, so it's quite a long way to go. And finally in Formula 1, Red Bull's Max Verstappen beat McLaren's Lando Norris to pole position at the Miami Grand Prix, which takes place at 9 o'clock tonight. The Mercedes driver Kimi Antonelli, who was on pole for the sprint race, grabbed a terrific 3rd ahead of the 2nd McLaren of Oscar Piastri. That one is live on BBC Radio 5 Live this evening. But coming up in just under 25 minutes time, Newcastle United at Brighton. We will rejoin Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson very shortly once we have relived the 3-0 win over Ipswich.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
At breakfast.
Imagine coming to work one afternoon, all of a sudden you find 6 baby hedgehogs have been born in your care. That's what happened to one lady while she was volunteering at Pause for Thought.
I'd opened the box, I noticed this little thing roll out. I said, crikey, it's had babies.
Have you named the babies?
Well, they're called the Von Trapp family. And the mother's called Maria.
Oh, I love that. That is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. I'm so glad I asked. Have the most fantastic bank holiday weekend. Myself and the team will see you on Tuesday at 6 a.m.
Breakfast.
Weekdays from 6.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Hit it over to Fabian Schär, has a touch, plays it out wide to Trippier. Now the cross comes in, Isak rises, header from Ipswich towards the goal post. It's in off Bruno. It's in off Bruno, but it's going to be a free kick for Ipswich. Looked like he gave the goalkeeper a barge. VAR is checking. It's been disallowed for a foul. Not a lot of fanfare to greet the goal, but maybe because it seemed like a clear foul. But take a look, Ando.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. He's just stood there. Guimaraes has just stood there, and he's ran into the back of him.
No goal. That's the decision.
I think that should be given.
Johnson then makes a challenge and has it at the edge of the area. Johnson around Byrne. He hits the floor and the referee says no, and he's going to
give Newcastle a free kick, and a yellow card, the Ipswich player for a dive. Byrne challenges for the ball with Enciso, wins it, plays it up the line to Isak, who gets away from Johnson, who pulls him back. Now Johnson's going to go. He's going to have to go. Ben Johnson is off. Second yellow card, and despite all that's gone on, only 1 minute of additional time. Newcastle with the pressure. Oh, surely a penalty. They want a penalty. Bruno's through ball. Murphy says he was pulled down. Black and white shirts surround the referee.
Well, if that's not a penalty, why is he not booking him?
Well, VAR's got to look at this surely. The referee is closer than we are, but it looked like Murphy was pulled down.
He's been abysmal. He's been absolutely abysmal, the referee.
Michael Salisbury telling Newcastle to wait. The referee's going to go to the monitor.
Penalty.
Well, not yet.
Yeah, it will be.
Usually it means that the on-field decision is overturned, and the referee continuing to take a look and communicate with VAR. Now we get the decision. Penalty. We're ready now. Isak to the back of the box, hands on hips. Goalkeeper moving along his line. Isak comes forward, and it's into the net. Low down from Isak to the goalkeeper's left. He has his 26th of the season, and eventually the opener, it's Newcastle United 1, Ipswich 0.
Yeah, good penalty, wasn't it?
On to Murphy again, then Trippier. Here's the cross, hung up to the back post, Dan Byrne! Dan Byrne heads in from Trippier's cross, and the second goal has arrived in the 56th minute. It has been coming. Dan Byrne's second of the season, and it's Newcastle United 2, Ipswich Town 0. Lifts it in, Byrne looking for it, Osula! After coming on, Trippier's delivery, Osula to the delight of St James's Park, makes it Newcastle United 3, Ipswich Town 0.
What a good header.
Total Sport
North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And that was some of the action from the win over Ipswich last Saturday. Fairly eventful game, and a tough first half for the referee. John Anderson, you were not particularly impressed.
Thought the referee was awful. Not just for us, but for both sides. Started poorly and gradually got worse, but look, at the end of the day, it's the result that matters. It's not referees, is it? We ended up winning the game 3-0 and winning comfortably, to be fair. I mean, the second half was a little bit of a non-event, to be quite honest, because it was a little bit like attack v defence, and they couldn't get out of their half. They had no outlet, ball just kept coming back, and it was a very, very comfortable win.
Different referee, different officiating team today, by the way. In charge of this one will be Craig Pawson from South Yorkshire. He sent Fabian Scher off on the opening weekend against Southampton. Newcastle have had him 3 times this season, a win, a draw and a defeat in those matches. VAR today is Andy Madley. They are unchanged for this one against Brighton here at the Amex Stadium, and so the players continue their warm-up, and they're going to be wearing the maroon and blue hooped away kit with white shorts, Newcastle. So Pope, Trippier, Scher, Byrne, Livramento, Bruno, Tonali, Willock, Murphy, Isak, Barnes is the starting 11. And recapping on what we've been saying already, and no surprise that it's an unchanged team, given that they won. Most of those players have played regularly recently, and Eddie Howe seems set to give Joe Willock a run in midfield.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it's looking. When we heard last week that Joe Linton was possibly out for the rest of the season, and that's the way that it looks, we wondered who would get that midfield spot. I thought he might go with young Miley, but he's gone with Willock, and he sticks with Willock today. We've already spoke about him, saying it's been a tough old season for him because he's struggled with injuries. He hasn't been able to get a sustained run of games under his belt, but it looks like that he may well do that now between now and the end of the season. So
he did all right last week, but you know, it's really difficult when you've been out the length of time that he's been out, and you've come in for the odd game here and there. You need a sustained run of games to get up to the level of the Premier League.
A win for Newcastle takes them up to third, back above Manchester City in the Champions League race. A draw with other teams also playing, particularly Chelsea, would see them stay in fourth, but only if Chelsea fail to beat Liverpool later, or if Chelsea win by only a single goal. Newcastle 2 goals better off than Chelsea currently. Things could change again in not just today, but obviously in the final couple of weeks. But it's really important that they get something this afternoon, you feel, with tough fixtures, starting with Chelsea next week, and then a trip to Arsenal coming up, to ensure that they manage to get across the line and into the top 5. Nottingham Forest, who are 6th, 2 points behind Newcastle, are away to Crystal Palace on Monday night. Brighton are down in 10th in the table, 2 changes. Their team is Verbruggen, Vifa, Dunk, Van Hecke, Estupinian, Baliba, and then Hinchelwood in the middle of midfield with Minte, O'Reilly, Adingra, and then Welbeck in attack. Let's hear a little bit from the Brighton manager, Fabian Hürzeler, because although his team has won twice at St James's Park this season, Hürzeler's been talking about why he thinks going up against Newcastle isn't an easy task.
Physicality, then especially their speed in the front line with Isak, Gordon Barnes, Murphy, so they all have individual quality. They have a lot of players who create then the dynamic from the midfield. Livramento with his underlaps, overlaps, Tonali is there and arriving in the box, so they create a lot of dynamics, they create a lot of power in their attacks, and on the other side they're also very connected because they can play with the same starting 11 for every week, so they seem to be very resilient. So we have a challenge regarding the physicality demand, and we have a challenge how to stop their dynamic play.
So they know that Newcastle will be energetic, dynamic, as he said there. He's also talked about the threat from fullback, particularly Livramento at left back, and we've been discussing why Newcastle struggle against Brighton, and although they've had the better of it in this fixture, Brighton, Newcastle will hopefully pose them a threat the other way. If the good form, good performances can continue, then Brighton may need to worry about what Newcastle do.
Yeah, I don't think you can worry too much about them. I think you've got to concentrate on your own performance. Yes, they've turned us over twice this season, but you concentrate on the good things that you do. Make Brighton worry about you. You think if you bring your A game, you're going to ask questions of Brighton. There's no doubt about that. They've got 1 or 2 injury problems as well. They've got a midfielder playing at fullback, so you've got to look at these things and try to exploit that. So, but as I say, if you bring your A game here, we most definitely will ask questions of them.
Yeah, and that midfielder, Mats Vifa at right back. Tino Livramento has linked up well with Harvey Barnes, but what Livramento's done well is go on the outside on his weaker left foot, deliver crosses which have created goals or then led to goals. He can cut inside as well. That's why he talked about the underlapping runs. So particularly I think on this left-hand side, Livramento, Trippier joins in on the right, but it could be an interesting battle between the 2 sets of fullbacks. Estupinian will get forwards.
Yeah.
Vifa out of position, see how he plays it, but it could be under pressure the other way from Livramento.
Yeah, Barnes and Livramento build up a good understanding on that left-hand side. Livramento's been exceptional since moving left back. Obviously young Hall picked up that injury. Livramento's gone in at left back, and it looks like he's somebody that's played there all his career, doesn't he? He's naturally right-sided, but he looks very, very comfortable at left back. He joins in when he can.
He gets forward, he carries the ball well, and he's not afraid to take a cross out when he has to. So look, it's a combination that works well, and the boy could have his hands full, you know, but you've got to dominate the ball first, though. That's the thing, you know. In order to get your fullbacks and get your wide players into the game, you need to dominate the ball, and that's what we've looked to do first and foremost.
BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app live at the Amex Stadium. 10 minutes until kick-off. I don't know if whoever's choosing the music at Brighton has done it intentionally, but they were playing songs earlier that have been adapted for chants for Newcastle players, and now they're playing this, which has been turned into a chant for Osula, William Osula. Maybe it's intentional, maybe not, but the away fans enjoyed that one. All standing up behind the goal to our right hand side. Players in the changing rooms now. Sprinklers are on the pitch, which sure will be, it could be quite slick and greasy, couldn't it? They've been giving it quite a soaking. I don't know if because of the good weather it had dried out over the last few days, but we've seen it quite a few times at St James's. It was the Palace game when people kept falling over all Manchester
the time.
Manchester United as well,
slipping
everywhere.
I mean, everywhere you go they just water the pitch, don't they? They got plenty of water on it, make it nice and slick. It's all about getting the right footwear on.
Yeah. Unchanged Newcastle 11. A change on the bench though. Sean Neave is a substitute ahead of goalkeeper John Ruddy. Alexander Isak up front again. Only Mo Salah of Liverpool has scored more times in the Premier League than Isak this season. Salah's got 28 in the league, Isak 22, and 26 for Isak in all competitions. Now he's scored 3 in 6 since Wembley, but Eddie Howe accepts that Isak probably is not quite performing all round at his brilliant best at the moment.
Well, he's still scoring important goals for us, and that's never lost on me. None more so than the penalty. Yes, you always probably expect to score a penalty, but that was a key moment in the game at 0-0 against Ipswich, where we needed him to be really cool and do his job and score the goal, and he did. I'd say we probably haven't found a way to get him involved in the game as much. Certainly against Ipswich we didn't. Second half I thought he came alive to a degree. I think there's more to come from Alex than he's shown maybe in recent weeks, but I think we're working towards that. You've got to remember he's had a couple of little niggles within his groin that then limited his ability to train. I think he's trained fine this week. He's looked good, and he's a difference maker, and we need him at 100%.
And finally, looking ahead to Brighton on Sunday, this predates your arrival at the club, but since promotion 8 years ago, Newcastle teams have tended to struggle to play well and often get results against Brighton. Now I think at St James's this season you were unlucky not to get the results against them, but why do you think they are such a difficult team to play against?
Yeah, I think always have a tough game against Brighton. We've had some good results at St James's Park historically, not so much this year. The 2 games we lost I thought were both really tight games. They could have gone either way. We fell on the wrong side of them, unfortunately. But I think at Brighton they're a very good team. It's a good atmosphere for them. I also think it's good for the away team. It's a lovely pitch always. It's a good environment, so we would back ourselves against anybody, but certainly we know we're going to have to play at our very best, because it's never an easy game there. You know, congratulations to what they've done over recent seasons, because I think they've come a harder team to beat, and certainly their style of play is very attractive.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Eddie Howe on Brighton and Alexander Isak. Do you agree that there was a question put to him at his pre-match news conference on Friday morning about Isak's form and contribution? Obviously he has scored goals, 3 in 6 since Wembley, but that maybe he's not necessarily looking 100%. He has been carrying, as the manager referenced there, an issue with his groin on and off. What do you think about the way Isak has looked recently, playing with such high standards and therefore high expectations?
It always amazes me when players' form drops off. The first thing people go is, oh, he's injured, he must be injured, he's carrying an injury. There's going to be periods during the season where players' form drops off. The problem with Isak is that he set the standard so high. You know, his level of performance has been to such a high degree that if he drops below it, people think he's been poor. No, he hasn't really been poor. He's still been good, and he's still played to a high standard. But his levels have been that high earlier in the season, and it's, as I say, it's difficult for players to keep that level of performance up through a long season. You know, he's played an awful lot of football. Difficult to keep that level up, but he's still performing to a good level.
Well, players should be with us shortly here at the Amex Stadium. The away end just about full now to our right hand side. Still a smattering of empty blue seats. A lot of empty blue seats in the home sections. There are some late arrivals, particularly out of the hospitality boxes at Brighton. You mentioned earlier that the ground isn't always full. They've still got something to play for. A chance to get into Europe through their league position. So it's an important game and an important end to the season for Brighton, who were 11th last season. Also played in the last 16 of the Europa League, having qualified through finishing 6th 2 years ago. That's when Newcastle came 4th, and that 6th place was Brighton's highest finish in their history. Well, they look set for the top half again, and 8th is a possibility, and Europe for them. For Newcastle United, it's all about trying to get back up to 3rd today, which they will do if they win, but more generally making sure they finish in the top 5, which will bring back Champions League football, and that is still in their own hands.
That's absolutely where you want to be. You want to be in control of your destiny, and I think with 4 games to go we are, but we're very aware that it can change in one round of games, so there's no let up for us. I think our run of results has been very impressive, but what we don't want it to do is to tail off right at the end. So tough fixtures to come, none more so than this first game, but we believe in the team.
And the team led out by Bruno Guimaraes from the tunnel, just a couple of metres away to our left-hand side, with white training tops on, as Brighton emerge with their white and blue striped jerseys, blue shorts and white socks, but Bruggen, the goalkeeper, in a turquoise goalkeeping kit with yellow and white gloves. And now the handshakes with the referee and his assistants, who are wearing luminous yellow shirts, black shorts and socks. Craig Pawson, the referee, Timothy Wood and Wade Smith, the 2 assistants. And Newcastle Pope in the green and yellow, and then the outfield players underneath their white jackets is the maroon and blue hooped away kit, away shirt, white shorts and maroon and blue socks. And now as they break away from the halfway line, Nick Pope and Bruno Guimaraes run to the away end and applaud the Newcastle supporters. We've had the usual smoke and fire machines that most clubs seem to do now, and it rather leaves an aroma, a scent in the air that tends to linger.
It does.
Yeah, it gets right up your nose.
It's not pleasant, is it?
It's not. The Premier League board, the branding board, with the Newcastle and Brighton club crests on, are being dismantled and carried off the pitch on the far side. And a couple of young mascots posing for pictures next to the centre spot. Newcastle, Pope, Trippier, Cher, Byrne, Livramento, Bruno, Tonali, Willock, Murphy, Isak and Barnes on the bench. Dubravka, Botman, Wilson, Gordon, Kraft, Osula, Longstaff, Miley and Neve, and Brighton, Verbruggen, Vifa, Dunk, Van Hecke, Estupinian, Hinshelwood, Belieber, Minte, O'Reilly, Adingra and Welbeck. Danny Welbeck, joint top scorer with 10 goals for Brighton, along with João Pedro and Kaoru Mitoma, who are both missing today. Brighton's bench: Steele, the goalkeeper, Lamptey, Igor Julio, Webster, Gruder, Diego Gomez, Ayari, Veltman and Howell. Now time for the coin toss. Is Bruno going to win it? doesn't really matter when it's an away.
Doesn't matter because we don't know which way they's kicked, do we?
Yeah. Well, they're going to stay as they are, so Newcastle will kick towards the away fans in the second half. So they'll be shooting to the left from our position in this first half, and the players go together into a huddle. Brighton are ready. And referee Craig Pawson just coming over to the touchline to check on something. Before we get underway, we're on BBC Radio Newcastle and today on the BBC Sounds app. You can listen anywhere live on BBC Sounds through the BBC Radio Newcastle section, or if you have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle on a windy and surprisingly chilly day on the south coast. Alexander Isak about to kick off as Newcastle look for a first Premier League win at the Amex Stadium, and a win that would take them back up to third. A huge match in the European quest, the Champions League chase at the end of the season. And United have the ball on the far side. They played it back out to the right, and now it comes into the feet of Nick Pope. Dan Burn in the area, pushes it up to Livramento, closed down quickly by Dingra for Brighton. And it's up towards Willock on halfway. A Brighton header, Tonali forwards. Van Hecke volleys it into United territory. Header on. And then Minte challenged by Livramento. Wants a free kick, referee says get up. Tonali on the outside of Vifa. Strong run from Tonali. Baliba gets back into a challenge. Then Barnes takes over, heads for the goal line. Barnes clips up the cross and it's caught by Verbruggen in the 6-yard box. And that was a quick Newcastle attack. Good running from Tonali and then Barnes, but the cross claimed by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, good break down that left side. Tenacious Tonali, wasn't he? Played it down the line. Barnes got the better of Van Hecke and he's just dinked one up too close to the keeper, unfortunately.
A minute played. Competitive start, and Newcastle with a good attack, and now another one maybe through Bruno. Isak pulls out wide right, level with the penalty box, taking on Dunk out there. Isak turns and comes back, and it's with Trippier inside to Murphy. They've gone back towards halfway now, and Fabian Schär into the second minute. Bruno with the ball. Schär just behind the halfway line, scoops it across to Byrne, plays it up into central midfield to Willock, laid off to Tonali, bit of space for the Italian, looking for Bruno through a gap, it's intercepted, and this is Brighton through Matt O'Reilly onto Yankuba Minte, into the final third on this near side. Minte, Byrne gets a boot to the ball, and Dan Byrne prevents a corner at the expense of a throw, clearing the ball from the goal line.
Minte didn't want the 50-50 with Dan Byrne because he's knocked it too far. And he sees the huge frame of coming, he goes, no, I don't want any of that.
Back in play with Mats Vifa for Brighton, the curly-haired Dutch international, like we said earlier, central midfielder, filling in, continuing to fill in at right back. Here's the blonde, tall Van Hecke, the player involved in the incident with Anthony Gordon at St James's that saw Gordon sent off in the FA Cup tie. Almost a misplaced pass on the far side from Brighton. Murphy close to winning it, but it's back on halfway with Carlos Baliba. Did you see his goal against West Ham, the winner?
Yeah.
Injury time.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, was it?
Still Brighton possession. 0-0. Vifa infield away from Barnes, close to halfway. Newcastle, having had the ball for the first 2 minutes, can't get it back, but then they manage to get possession through a throw after Brighton's dependable Lewis Dunk at the back made a rare mistake.
Just lost it totally, took his eye off it.
Livramento up the near side, on for Willock, away from Baliba. Good recovery from Baliba, just inside the area to go shoulder to shoulder and then win possession. And then Newcastle with a good challenge. Willock, or it looked like a good challenge, but the referee spotted an infringement. Minte ended up on the floor as Willock tried to claim the ball back close to the Brighton box. Free kick awarded, 0-0.
It just looked like it coming together. Some you get, some you don't.
Van Hecker, from a short pass, walks towards the centre circle. Newcastle standing off, and he goes for the long diagonal. On the chase for that one for Brighton, Simon Adingra. Kieran Trippier hooks it out of play. It's a throw, level with the edge of Newcastle's box. Hinshelwood, the midfielder, deep cross to this near side. Livramento watching it. Minte has kept it in next to the corner. And a good battle for the ball. Minte using his strength, holding off Livramento, wriggles free, and a cross that trickles towards Nick Pope in the 6-yard box, and Newcastle's goalkeeper picks it up.
Did the hard bit, didn't he? Oh, he's gone down as well. He's struggling.
Wonder if it's from that earlier issue, from the challenge on him. He is on his back, Yankuba Minte. He's holding his
knee.
Yeah, his right leg, bent leg at the knee, and the Brighton medical team are called onto the pitch by referee Craig Pawson. No goals. We're now in the 6th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds, and not really a lot that we can learn from the opening period to the game, Ando.
No, it's not a great deal happened.
Just one attack from Newcastle.
Yeah, both sides feeling each other out. Not too sure the story with Minte. Just knocked that ball in, scuffed it along the ground, ran back, and then just fell to the floor.
He's been helped up to his feet. A couple of teammates have taken a water bottle out of the physio's bag. Minte bending his knee, trying to shake off whatever knock or problem it is. He's rubbing the back of the knee joint. Newcastle had the ball, and they will be given the ball. It will be returned to them by the referee. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Nick Pope rolls it out underarm to Fabian Schär on the right. Referee sprints back into the middle. Newcastle go up the right wing with Trippier. A ball for Murphy in the penalty area. Murphy's cross near post, caught low down by Verbruggen, with Isak lurking in the centre.
Just too close to the keeper, wasn't it? Good break. Again, Trippier giving you that width on that right side. Gets into that really good advanced position. Good ball played in behind. Murphy stretching. Just too close to the keeper.
Noise coming from the 3,000 travelling fans to the right-hand side as it's sent forwards by Brighton, then back to Van Hecker on halfway. Now in midfield with Hinshelwood. Left-hand side for the fullback Pervis Estupiñán, the Ecuadorian international. On the centre spot with Van Hecker again. A lot of the play seems to come through him, or it has so far today. Vifa's cross, flicked away by Tonali. Willock with a challenge. Welbeck into the area. Minte, who's back on and moving okay at the edge of the box, plays it back to Vifa. And further back now Brighton, but keeping possession. Van Hecker up to Welbeck.
Offside.
Flag goes up from Timothy Wood on the near side. 8 minutes on the clock. Nick Pope with the ball. Eddie Howe is crouching down at the corner of the technical area. Today he is without Jason Tindall in the dugout, because Tindall was shown his 3rd yellow card of the season against Ipswich last weekend, and as a consequence serves a touchline ban. He didn't take the warm-up either. We're not actually sure where he is, where he's observing this one from, but that was a punishment for a 3rd booking. And there is that rule, as the ball goes out on the far side, Brighton throw at left back. They don't like 2 coaches at the edge of the technical area, only 1 from each team. Newcastle get away with it a bit, but they didn't last week. Led to the Tindall booking. Forward ball by Brighton. Minte trying to run in behind Byrne. Dan Burns got there, gets his body between man and ball. Couple of step overs and then a pass out to the near side. Tried to pass it to Livramento. It's gone for a Brighton
you don't want
throw.
that happening too often, do you?
You don't want him to be isolated with Minte.
Brighton from the right wing from that throw, go back to the goalkeeper, long ball, that's better for Byrne, onto his head, then to Livramento, lifted inside, up and away from O'Reilly to Tonali, Trippier for Murphy, inside to Bruno, back to Murphy, takes it away from a couple of blue and white shirts, look for the return ball to Bruno, who'd gone to the right wing, possession won back by the home side, and then goalkeeper Verbruggen now with the ball at his feet. Isak goes to close down, Verbruggen shifts it to the right and hangs up a high ball towards Minte and Byrne. That's the sort of ball that Byrne wants and to play to Minte, not the one on the floor so he can run in behind the one in the air that he heads away like he just did.
I mean, the keeper has got to change sides. He doesn't want to keep sticking it on the head of Dan Bourne. He wants to try and hit Welbeck.
Bruno Guimaraes on the ball as the fans sing the Bruno in the middle song. Fabian Schär. 0-0. Dan Byrne 5 yards from halfway. Barnes drops in to get it. Vifa in front of him. Barnes chips it at the line for Livramento's run. Tried to return it. They get a throw. Eddie Howe applauds. About 30 yards out. Newcastle near side of the pitch. Tonali makes a run, but the throw goes back to Byrne. Nick Pope leaves his penalty area to receive the pass. Then Fabian Schär from Pope's ball back over to Dan Byrne. Takes a touch, he's under pressure here. It's clipped forwards, in behind. Oh, Vifa and Van Hecke. Barnes has got it, edge of the penalty area. Harvey Barnes into the box. Barnes with a low shot. Now, will it be a corner?
Communication at the back.
They're saying that he got a touch, but no goal. No, they've given the corner. The referee, in consultation with the assistant, has given the corner. They were looking at maybe Barnes might have been offside, and whether that was the case in the build-up. But a bit of confusion from the forward ball, and a shot across towards the far corner, low down. Bart Verbruggen must have got fingertips on it.
Doesn't look like it from here, does it? Yeah, but lack of communication at the back between centre-back and full-back. Got themselves in a right angle.
First set piece, first corner for either team. 12th minute, outswinger from Newcastle, looking for Dan Byrne. That's going to be a free kick for Brighton. So Riley
did well, actually, didn't he?
Byrne was behind him, about 10 yards out or so. Far side of the box from where the ball came in, and O'Reilly hit the deck under the challenge. They've played it out, then gone back to the goalkeeper.
He's done it again.
They've gone long to Minte. Dan Byrne leans over the top of him, heads it, but straight to O'Reilly. Brighton play it inside. Welbeck deep, carries the ball, and here's a Dingra and Estepinian involved. Back to Welbeck, edge of the area. Belieber shot, blocked by Willock. Obviously been watching Carlos Belieber, the midfielder, in his long-range shots, and they made sure he didn't really have the opportunity.
No, he didn't really get hold of it either, did he?
Didn't travel very far before Joe Willock made the block. Unchanged Newcastle team today. 0-0. Brighton behind halfway. Dunk in possession. Pressure from Isak. Back it goes to the goalkeeper. Verbruggen out to Vifa. Livramento closes down. Livramento blocks Vifa's pass and then wins it properly. Now Livramento on for Willock. They're in here, Newcastle. Joe Willock in the box, left side. Willock, challenge comes in. He's still got it though. Played back to Livramento on the 18-yard line. Tonali thinking about a shot. Goes square to Bruno, back to Schär. Trippier with a touch. Then rolled in Murphy. Jacob Murphy's cross. Blocked by the keeper at the near post. Bruno's got it. Still in the penalty area. Brighton can't get it clear. Newcastle keeping the pressure on. Murphy, chance to deliver. Caught by Verbruggen near post.
Yeah. Just hung it up, didn't he? Straight into the keeper's arms. Got themselves in a mess at the back, Brighton. Just recycled it again. He's just dinked it, hasn't he, Murphy? Straight into the keeper's hands. Oh,
now risky short passes from the back from Brighton. which then go back to the goalkeeper, then out to Dunk. Van Hecke with a burst over to the far side. They've worked that well, actually. Now Welbeck, who's dropped into midfield, links up the play, passing it up the left wing for Adingra, with Minte in the box, and Vifa, edge of the area, takes a touch, plays it back to Baliba. Joe Willock dispossesses him, does well. Barnes needs an outlet, it's Livramento on this near touchline. Willock goes ahead of him, gets it from Livramento, who carries on the run, overlapping. Willock comes inside, slows it down, back to Byrne. Newcastle keep possession, 0-0. I think now we've had 15 minutes, Ando. Say the start's been decent enough.
Yeah, it's end-to-end, isn't it?
Murphy up to Isak, helped it on. It's gone out of a Brighton player for a throw.
Brighton want to try and play out from the back. Got to get that high squeeze on, put the pressure on it. See if you can pinch it in that last third of the pitch.
When they're in the box there a couple of minutes ago, they were in some really good positions a couple of times, but couldn't get the cross to Isak or anybody else in the middle. They're playing a ball here. Bruno switching it for Willock. Nice first touch from Willock, but the second played against Vifa. Up the line. Away from Byrne. He's going to get maybe a talking to, possibly a yellow card. Brighton want him booked. Dan Byrne went into the challenge, sliding in.
How can he not see that?
Yankuba Minte went tumbling and is still down. Referee Craig Pawson being booed by the Brighton fans. Minte at speed away from Byrne, who caught him. Oof. When you're going at that speed, it doesn't take much to knock you off course. Dan Byrne, is he going to get away with this?
He's going to get away with it.
No, it's not even a free kick. No, it's a Newcastle throw. I thought he'd given a free kick, but no yellow card. Craig Pawson's given a throw.
Hey, dear, oh dear.
To be fair to Minte's not really appealed. Here's Willock, a ball in over the top. Willock trying to get their edge of the area, but Bruggen claims it.
And then you wonder why referees get stick.
It's not one where there's loads and loads of where he's clattered him, but I just thought that there was enough contact to knock him off balance.
But if he hasn't caught him, he's away from him.
Yeah. So he definitely caught him. Minte didn't jump out of the way, anticipating the challenge. A bit like Ben Johnson last week for Ipswich against Dan Byrne, who got a yellow card for diving.
Minte didn't dive though.
No. Ball inside from Trippier on halfway, but nobody anticipated it. Willock was nearby but didn't move. Don't think he was expecting Trippier to play the first time pass. Brighton have it back. Verbruggen just in front of the box. Isak now comes in from the right to close him down. Baliba, risky ball played to Dunk on the far side. Bruno was close to it in a Newcastle maroon and blue shirt, but Brighton still have possession. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Verbruggen with it again, walking forwards. Newcastle standing off, then someone breaks to rush him, and it's Barnes this time, and the keeper's kick goes out of play on the far side. In United's half of the pitch, Murphy with the ball, leaves it for Trippier to take the throw. Still cloudy here north of Brighton city centre, and the spotlights are on inside the Amex Stadium with the blue seats, but the rest of it is grey. The back walls and the inside of the roof. Other Premier League matches kicking off at 2. Brentford 0, Manchester United 1. Manchester United's goal from Mason Mount. Here Newcastle, Willock, good ball. Barnes, left corner of the penalty area. Livramento on the outside, gets it from Barnes. Livramento's cross blocked by Van Hecke in the middle, and they let it run for a throw, about in line with the penalty spot, taken there by Joe Willock. Here's Sandro Tonali, could go back to Willock, instead turns, and it's Byrne and now Cher on halfway. There's been another goal as well.
West Ham
Spurs
0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. 4:30 is Chelsea against Liverpool. Goalless here. Share to Murphy, up the line for Bruno. Kept in by Bruno, close to the line, back to Trippier, and now Share across the centre circle for Byrne. Barnes giving them width on the near side. Minte closes down. Barnes skips infield, does well. Barnes, Isak edge of the area, collects. Rolled it through, but Willock didn't make the run.
I think there was too much on it anyway. Just afraid of getting himself into an offside position. Willock
just broke down there with that ball from Isak after the Barnes run infield. It would have been a nice move if it had come off. 20 on the clock. Are you happy enough with how they're playing?
Yeah.
You remember the game here last season? It was September 2023. So a long time ago, and Brighton won 3-1. The Evan Ferguson hat-trick. He's now on loan at West Ham. Callum Wilson got a late consolation for Newcastle, but they were really well beaten.
They were well beaten on the day.
One of a few like that they've had here, but this one, I'd say they've probably shaded it so far. Barnes with a shot just wide that the referee and assistant said the goalkeeper pushed past the post. Brighton disputed that. It's their only real chance, despite getting into some good positions. Brighton yet to test Nick Pope. Lewis Dunk for Jack Hinshelwood. Hinshelwood, the 20-year-old midfielder, who's come through the Brighton Academy. Inside to Baliba and Vifa, some space. Good 40 yards out though. Back inside to Baliba. Willock. Must be Willock's job to get about Baliba, because every time he's on the ball, Willock is there, closing down, blocking his shots. Now they look for Vifa. Up the right side, he's got away in from Livramento, who's lost his boot, and Livramento's down and the referee's whistle has gone. So Livramento will need his boot back first, and then he pulls himself up, having been upended by Vifa. Close to the assistant referee. Free kick given to Newcastle, and still goalless. Eight away wins this season, one more for 9 would equal their Premier League record, which they last achieved in 2002, and they also did it in 95, 94-95, but there were more teams, there were 4 more matches in the Premier League in 94-95 than the 38 that they play now. Dan Byrne hooks the ball away, Isak rises, Van Hecke behind him, heads it forwards, Byrne onto it, it's lost out to Minte. Minte does very well with a bit of help from O'Reilly to switch the play. Adingra into the penalty area, then back outside the box. Here's Baliba. Oh, what on earth was that?
That was a shot.
What happened? It's gone for a throw on the far side.
I don't know what he was trying to do.
I don't know which part of his body that's come off, but it's gone out square to the left when it's definitely not what he intended. I don't know if he swung his leg and it hit the other one or...
No idea.
Throw's been taken. Trippier to Tonali. Then lifted across the penalty box. Byrne controls with his head. It's a nice cushioned touch. Then a pass forwards to Livramento. Away from Minte. Livramento fouled next to the halfway line. Brighton manager Fabian Hürzeler having a bit of a go. Minte shouts at the 4th official. And the referee, Craig Pawson, tells Yankuba Minte to stop shouting at the 4th official. Livramento's half on the pitch, half off it. And he's rolling around, holding his face and his leg. I don't know, there's no blood. I'm not sure quite where the contact was. He's now holding his right ankle.
The fact that he's still partly on the pitch means that the game can't continue. Where did Minte catch him?
Not sure. Sure.
Livramento back up and moving with a bit of a limp. Brighton 0, Newcastle 0 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Referee has got his hand on Livramento's back. Craig Pawson, having chatted to him, now jogs forwards. Free kick just ahead of halfway on the left. And the Brighton defenders put their line, what's that, about 10 to 15 yards ahead of the penalty box. Tonali's in field next to the centre circle. If Trippier plays it square, which he does, now the forward players move around across that line. Tonali into the box, but straight behind. Nobody read the pass, nobody made the move.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what that one was. Just a straight ball, isn't it? Straight over the top of everybody. Here we go, this is where they play out.
Big Lewis Dunk rolls the ball to the goalkeeper Barbara Bruggen and then gets it back. So passed, hit to the keeper and made his run, pass and move over to the left and receives it. Now they've gone backwards. Hinshelwood, the central midfielder, to Baliba and forwards, and it's Welbeck in that deeper position. So it's Adingra who's come in from the left wing into the centre. Welbeck's gone out to the left. Newcastle win it back and then clear it out for a throw on the near side. Vifa to Van Hecke. Hinshelwood given away straight to Joe Willock. They can attack here. Willock with lots of space to hit up the left hand side into the area. Willock still going. Willock, oh, he's gone for it himself. And he's cleared the crossbar. Might even have clipped the bar, Joe Willock. He went with the outside of the right boot at the near post, tried to whip it in and whip it around the goalkeeper, but it's off target and it remains 0-0, but it's a really good chance.
Has he shot, or has he tried to bend that with his right foot into an area?
It's the closest they've come. Definitely a better opportunity than the Barnes shot, that sighted goal they had earlier on. Brighton now with fullback Purvis Estupinian in an advanced position on the left, inside to Adingra, who's back out there. Murphy makes a challenge. Some home fans want a free kick. Referee says no. Tonali here, only Isak up ahead of him. Bruno out to the wide position. Bruno chips it forwards and Van Hecke chests down. Vifa now in Newcastle's half on the near side for Minte. Chance to run at Livramento. Got the ball on his left, cuts in off the right wing. Passes it to Baliba. Brighton still with possession, 0-0. Welbeck comes deep to lay it off. Then they play it forwards to Hinshelwood, who bursts into the box. It's out with Adingra on the left wing. Curling cross, Livramento heads away. Vifa retrieves it. Finds Minte in the penalty area. Cuts inside onto his left. Still Minte! And for the second time this season, Yankuba Minte scores against Newcastle United. We've got the equaliser in the FA Cup tie in March, and now he puts Brighton ahead at the Amex Stadium. A curling shot with his left from inside the penalty area. They showed him inside, and Yankuba Minte has beaten Nick Pope. And in a game of few chances so far, 29 on the clock, the hosts open the scoring. Brighton and Hove Albion 1, Newcastle United 0.
It's a good finish, isn't it? Just cuts inside, just tucks it in that far corner. Keeper's got no chance. They just recycle the clearance. Minte, he's cut inside Livramento and he's no chance of stopping that.
Minte celebrated in front of the away fans.
Yeah, don't like seeing that.
Gave him some back. Well, he was annoyed earlier that he didn't get a free kick when Dan Burn challenged him, and then that he conceded a free kick for fouling Livramento. His mood will have improved from that goal. Tonali fouled by O'Reilly next to the halfway line after Newcastle kick-off. Brighton's manager Fabian Hürzeler, who is one of the more talkative coaches, continuing to complain to the fourth official. He's been doing that a lot so far. I didn't really see that goal coming. I'm not saying I necessarily saw one at the other end. They had that Willock opportunity when he, well, it might have been a cross, it would have been an overhit cross, could have been a shot, but Brighton haven't really offered a lot. But now they're in front.
Yeah, good goal, took it well.
Trippier's free kick. Dan Burn trying to get something of it at the edge of the area. It's away by Brighton. West Ham have equalised against Spurs. That is now 1-1. Trippier has done very well to keep the ball in on the far side under pressure from O'Reilly, and he's scooped the ball away from him and been fouled. So gets a free kick. Great touch from Trippier, and then taken out by the trailing leg.
He made sure he was going down as well, didn't he?
Also 1-1, Brentford and Man United. Mason Mount for Man United, and an own goal from Luke Shaw for 1-1. Free kick to the edge of the box, Van Hecke's header away. Baliba takes it out to the far touchline for the home side. Blocked clearance, stopped by Tonali. Baliba then chases after it, pursued by Tonali, clears it. Minte on a run. Pope comes into the centre of Newcastle's half to lift it away. Bruno's brought it down, he's done well. Now Barnes bundled over by Vifa, clearly knocked to the floor. And there's going to be a yellow card for Vifa.
Dear, oh dear.
But that might be for delaying the restart because he grabbed the ball.
Nobody was around it, so it couldn't have been couldn't have restarted.
The home fans not impressed by the referees
in the middle of it all again.
1-0 Brighton lead here. West Ham 1, Spurs 1. Wilson Odobert for Spurs, Jared Bowen with the West Ham equaliser. Can Newcastle get the equaliser here? This is the free kick. Fabian Schär behind the ball, ahead of the centre circle. Chipped into the box towards Burn, who heads it back across, but straight to Baliba, who balloons his attempted clearance out on the near side for a throw. 33rd minute, and Barnes drops it at the feet of Livramento. It's gone inside to Tonali. For once at Brighton, they've actually played all right. They've not been too bad, but the home team through Yankuba Minte against his old club. 1-0 in front. Murphy and Bruno on the far side. As Bruno comes away from the right wing into a central position, then passes it out to Trippier. Then the infield now with Willock. Good ball to the left to Livramento, on to Barnes. Moving it well enough, Newcastle. Barnes to Willock. Now Tonali back through into the box towards Willock. Volleyed clear by Minte. Schär here just sees off the threat of a Dingra behind him, passes it to Pope, gets it back, and now Burn needing an option. It's Willock, left side of central midfield, up towards Barnes. Vifa clears, Newcastle throw. Livramento with the ball, back to Dan Burn. Switched it to the right boot of Kieran Trippier, up to Murphy. Not seen a lot of Murphy so far. He lost the ball, but now Murphy has it back. Isak drops in, again another who's been quiet. Takes a couple of touches, plays it back to Tonali, centre circle. Livramento with Barnes just ahead of him, and Harvey Barnes takes it on, starts to run. Livramento out there for support. Brighton get a throw. Minte made the challenge. 15 yards, 15-20 yards from the goal. Barnes expected to get the decision. It's gone the way of Brighton. And then the sarcastic cheers followed. Throw straight onto the head of Livramento. Isak then nods it down. Here's Bruno looking for Barnes. He's on the right this time.
Hit it.
Barnes a chance to go for goal, and he does. It's blocked. He's got another opportunity. Goes on the outside. Dinks up the cross. Van Hecke's header. Oh, caught by the keeper and then spilled onto the roof of the net. It'll be a corner. Harvey Barnes instrumental in that Newcastle attack with a blocked shot and then a decent cross hung up. Van Hecke got there, and Verbruggen looked like he caught it, but then it slipped out of his grasp and could have gone into the net, but it went on top of the net. But did the keeper even touch it, or was it just the header? We're about to see again on a replay.
Yeah,
he's just pushed it over.
Yeah.
Here's the corner to the back of the box. Byrne goes for it. Brighton get it away. Murphy's done well to win it. Now Livramento. Bruno slips from Livramento's pass. Brighton over the top, but Pope in a good position to sweep up and send it clear. Dan Byrne stayed up there. Dan Byrne on the right wing. A bit like Harry Maguire for Man United the other night. Byrne, he's done well there. Brought it down, and it's now with Isak, and inside to Tonali. Byrne again in a central position. Livramento for Joe Willock. Waits for the challenge to come in. Plays it back to Livramento, who hammers it across to Cher. Right side of the centre circle, up to Murphy. Newcastle again with good possession in the Brighton half. Tonali, nice run. Angled ball from Murphy to find him. Out wide to Trippier. Here's the cross. Too high for Isak and Willock. And Minte overhead kick and clearance.
Just keeps coming back at them.
I'll have a look for the possession stats. What matters is that Newcastle are 1-0 down, but it's been a different type of game, different type of performance here. Ball up the line towards Murphy. He's won a throw off Dunk. As of a couple of minutes ago, Newcastle 52% of the ball. Byrne. Livramento on the touchline, inside to Barnes, lets it run. Finding space, and Isak, and now Bruno in the penalty area. Bruno shot straight into the hands of Verbruggen, who just
one of them
to his right.
Scooped ones, isn't it?
Makes a comfortable save.
Gets nothing on it, he just scoops it. Gets himself in there. Just scoop. No power in it.
You want him to put his foot through it, don't you?
Doesn't though, does he?
38th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. They look for an equaliser. Murphy back to Byrne. He had to rush to get it away, and he's done so and found Livramento, and on to Barnes. They're playing well, Newcastle, but they need an equaliser. Barnes drops his shoulder, beats one but not the second, got away from Baliba but not Vifa. Up the line now for Minte. Byrne is there, plays it back to the goalkeeper. Fabian Cher here goes for that trademark diagonal. Barnes miscontrols, couldn't bring it onto his left boot. It's going to be a Brighton ball from the throw. They'd gone 6 without a win before beating West Ham last Saturday with 2 late goals. Newcastle 7 wins from 8 in all competitions since losing to Brighton in the FA Cup 2 months ago. They're in possession again with Byrne. Tonali comes deep, he's got a man on. Tonali drops his shoulder, gets away, forward pass. Brought back by the referee because that was a foul by O'Reilly, and there have been a few from him so far. Only Vifa in the book. Anthony Gordon warming up. Comes back to the bench in his luminous orange bib. Bruno by halfway to Byrne, forwards to Livramento, straight back to Byrne, takes it forwards, big touch from Byrne, looking for Barnes. It's gone off a Brighton player, and then Belieber has to come across to stick it out. Willock now about in line with the penalty box, throws it back to Bruno. Brighton standing off, that's why some of the home fans are groaning. Newcastle time to pick out the pass, and Bruno from this shaded part of the pitch to the part of the field which is basking in glorious sunshine again. It's nice over there, it's warmer over there.
Yeah, probably is.
Throw for Newcastle after it went out, and now they come back to this left hand side, which is where they've had most of their joy, you would say, most of their purposeful attacking play. Here's some more of it. Byrne gives it to Livramento and goes into the attack. Byrne, as Livramento comes from the left into the centre, cuts back inside. Did well. They didn't know what he was doing, where he was going. Here in Newcastle with Murphy and Bruno, back through to Murphy. Murphy's pull back away, cleared. Chance to cross now. Trippier. It's gone back to Bruno, still in the area. Bruno, challenge comes in. The free kick goes Brighton's way after the referee blows his whistle.
Yeah, he went looking for it, didn't he?
Bruno, great 1-2 with Murphy. Murphy could have taken a touch, couldn't he? Played it first time straight to a defender in blue and white.
Just jumped into him, didn't he? Right, I'll leave me leg there and jump at it.
Bruno on Adingra. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Into the final 5 minutes of the first half. Header from Cher from the free kick, and Bruno's got the ball now. United have lost the ball, but then they've regained possession. Trippier out to the far touchline towards Murphy, back inside. Brighton recover it, and Hinshelwood's one of those players, see it a lot now with the socks pulled right down, must have very short shin pads on. Fabian Cher, good win. Barnes inside for Tonali, bit of space. Willock, Livramento, he's attacked so much in this first half, played in by Willock's ball. Livramento, the challenge has come in from Belieber, but
there's no challenge at all.
Neither of them touched the ball, and it's just gone behind from Willock's pass. I think Livramento was waiting for the contact.
He was waiting for the...
It's a goal kick. On the balance of play, it's a disappointing scoreline, and it's the player they sold last summer, Yankuba Minte, who scored against them again. We called him a former Newcastle player. It's probably slightly misleading because he didn't wear the shirt, not in a game anyway. He was on the books and then sold last summer for 30 million. Adingra on the other side, well defended by Trippier. Away to Murphy. High long ball from Murphy. Van Hecke backpedaling, heads away, had to get there because Isak was right beside him. Belieber now to Dunk, and Van Hecke brings it into the centre circle with a pass for Carlos Belieber. Estepinian under pressure, gives it to Dunk. They go back to the keeper. Newcastle are pushed up towards halfway, and Barnes and Isak are on the edge of the penalty area as Verbruggen pings it up towards Welbeck. Foul by Cher.
Rugby tackling him.
It's near the centre circle. Referee's telling them to bring it back and take it from the correct position. They've gone for a quick one out to Minte, who was in. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. If you want to send us your messages about the first half, try to get through some of them at half time. On X, we are at BBC Newcastle, or WhatsApp, put BBC at the start, and the WhatsApp number 08000 321 333. There's another attack from the home side. Albion through Adingra, twisting and turning, then a back heel to Estepinian, who has a touch. goes on the outside. It's a good ball in.
Yeah, it's too close to keeper. Far too close to the keeper.
Got height on it towards the near post, but Nick Pope claimed it. Bruno deep in midfield. It's the fourth official, Stephen Martin, gets ready with the numbers board. There's going to be 2 additional minutes by the looks of things. Livramento to Tonali, still 30 seconds of the 45 to play. Brighton on 1-0 up. Yankuba Minte the goal scorer. I can tell you there's been another goal in the Premier League. Brentford 2-1 up on Manchester United. Kevin Schade. Willock to Byrne. Tonali's dropped in between the centre backs. Minte on his shoulder. Tonali almost lost it and then recovered. Edge of the penalty area. That would have been disastrous for Newcastle. Tonali's got it again. Here's the numbers board to show a minimum of 2 additional minutes. Isak on halfway receives the ball, plays it straight back to Tonali. They've just not had him in the game. Livramento central position, looks for Bruno, who's challenged, and Brighton have it back. Then Trippier stops their progress up the pitch. Estepinian,
good feet,
in a central position as well. Then Bruno fouls Hinchelwood just behind the halfway line. And the whistle goes. Ending the first half with just over a minute of the added time. Defending this free kick, Van Hecke. Accurate ball onto the left boot of Minte, pushed away by Livramento, but Minte gets it back. Baliba now, close to the halfway line, to Dunk. And Van Hecke, foot on the ball, over to Dunk again. Forwards from Van Hecke, a burst from O'Reilly. They're in the final third now. Brighton. Minte assessing his options. Inside it comes to Baliba, and then to the left wing for Adingra. There's 3 Newcastle shirts with him. Murphy stopping him from crossing. Ball played backwards to Estepinian. Bruno getting close to Baliba. Van Hecke now looking for Estepinian. Volleyed cross, stopped by Trippier. Away by Murphy and Bruno. There's 10 seconds left. Bruno on the move.
Went looking for it.
Referee says no foul. And the 2 minutes are up. So now it's about Craig Pawson and when he decides to blow for half time. He's having a look and now puts the whistle to his lips. Newcastle, despite doing pretty well, all things considered, not one of their best performances, but better than they usually serve up at the Amex Stadium. Go win it.
I don't think we played that badly, to be quite honest. Just need a bit more intensity about what we do. Need to do it a little bit quicker. And as I said to you just before half time there, Ray, you know, it's a big 45 minutes for us coming up, but we're not out of this game by a long way.
They need to turn it around. Second half has started. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. They're shooting towards the away end to the right hand side in the second period. In the away kit, maroon and blue. Brighton blue stripes on a white home jersey. Long ball forwards from the hosts, gathered by Nick Pope at the edge of the area. Big overarm throw. It's good distribution that from Pope. Livramento, positive run up to Barnes in a good position. Barnes breaks into the area. Oh, the cut back when you had Isak and Murphy who went in towards goal.
It's a great cut.
Willock chasing in, couldn't quite get there.
It's a great cut back into a great area. You expect somebody arriving in that area. Everybody had gone in flat.
Well, they've got the ball again after Brighton put it out for a throw. That was a good attack at the start of this second half. Livramento to Barnes again. Sends the defender to the floor, lifts in a deep cross. Estepinian
Good
Sees
defending.
it behind at the back post.
Good communication. He could have played at the full-back, but got a shout, left it. Ball's flown behind, goal kick.
As with the first half, they've attacked down or up the left. Barnes, I think, has been pretty good today, as likely as anybody to give them a goal or a moment. Livramento involved from full-back. Still Brighton have the lead. The home side with Verbruggen in goal, Vifa, Dunk, Van Hecke, Estupinian in defence, middle of midfield, Baliba and Hinshelwood. Minte on the right, Adingra on the left, O'Reilly in a central role playing off Welbeck. No Mitoma, no João Pedro today for Brighton. The ball with Estupinian, back to Van Hecke, edge of the box. Dunk, left corner of the penalty area, back to Verbruggen. Barnes goes to close down, as does Livramento. It's moved out to Vifa on the far side, and they've worked their way up to halfway. Minte cuts in, Livramento gets his boot to the ball. It's gone to Welbeck on halfway, holds it up, back to Van Hecke. Brighton's bench: Steele, the goalkeeper, Lamptey, Igor Julio, Webster, Gruder, Diego Gomez, Ayari, Veltman and Howell. Here's a Brighton attack. And it's a challenge from Newcastle on Hinshelwood at the edge of the area, far side, to stop them getting in. Murphy then lays it off to Tonali, and Newcastle lose the ball in the middle of midfield. Adingra to Estupinian, back out to Simon Adingra, threatening to take on Trippier. He doesn't, he passes it inside to Hinshelwood. Baliba with it now, and Adingra 20 yards out, in off the left. Estupinian out wide, free near the corner, deep cross, volleyed away by Livramento. Newcastle push up a few yards, but still penned in. It's at the feet of Lewis Dunk. Starts to drive Brighton forwards, comes to the edge of the box, turns and passes it back to halfway to Van Hecke. Still with the Dutch defender, and now Dunk again. Every Newcastle player behind the ball. 4 minutes gone in the second half. Adingra for Brighton, who still lead by a goal to nil. Hinshelwood, they're knocking it around confidently now. This is more like the Brighton that Newcastle are used to playing against. But Eddie Howe's players happy enough to let them have it. It's got good shape, Newcastle, at the minute.
Yeah.
Now Baliba gets away from a couple in midfield, edge of the area. Baliba still going, flicks it out wide right. Minte, low cross. It's cleared by Trippier, and then a foul potentially, nothing given on Bruno in the middle of the box. Pope picks it up anyway.
Patient, weren't they? Patient, worked it wide. Minte whips one in.
Tonali here, Hinshelwood at his back. Tonali holds him off, does really well. There were two on him in the end. Share, that's behind Trippier, so they have to slow it down. Trippier's giving it away, looking for Bruno, and Brighton, they abandon the idea of a quick break and go backwards and pick their passes, and then they lose it through O'Reilly. Willock back to Byrne. Dan Byrne through the centre, on towards Joe Willock, who's been dispossessed by Baliba. And then there's a challenge in midfield. Now Tonali is down, and the referee is going across to Sandro Tonali, who's rolling over. Bruno's having a word with Craig Pawson. Now if it's Mats Vifa, he's already been yellow carded, but I'm not quite sure who it was who called Tonali. There was a crowd of players. He's gone in. Ball bounces in between them, and he wins the ball first and catches Tonali out on the follow through.
Nothing he can do there.
Tonali is still down, lying on his side. The Newcastle physio hasn't been called on. It's like right ankle for Tonali. But he got the ball, and it was just a case of catching Tonali after he'd played the ball, and it wasn't a malicious challenge based on the replay we've seen. caught the ball with his other foot and then got a bit of Tonali. Just take a look at another angle just to see if there's any different perspective on it. Okay. Vifa pointed straight at the ball when he got up. Tonali is tying his bootlace. It's going to be okay. It's a Newcastle free kick. They've given it as a foul. I'm sure he got the ball first, but there was the follow through. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. And Kieran Trippier next to the ball. Harvey Barnes has dropped back to halfway, potentially to receive it. He does get it. 52 minutes played inside to Tonali. Drives it forwards. That's a good one. Header inside by Cher. Willock back to goal. Now Bruno trying to take it on. Brighton clear it. That was a clever move, something they'd rehearsed, but it just broke down in the box from the knockdown from Willock towards Bruno. Now Trippier makes a block on Minte to stop the Brighton counter-attack, and away go Newcastle up to the other end. Joe Willock, driving run from Willock, great pace. Willock overruns it though as he gets towards the goal line. Did the hard stuff to find himself a yard or two, and then a heavy touch, one too many, goal kick.
Yeah, it's one thing running with it and getting past people, but then you've got to know when to release it. He just runs out of room.
Vifa was never catching him,
and Willock was never catching the ball.
They're going to bring on Tariq Lamptey, possibly for Mats Vifa, and they're doing that now. A right back, a full back, Lamptey. It's probably a bit quicker. And midfielder Vifa has been out of position, is coming off on a yellow card. Fabian Hurzler, the Brighton manager, just managing that situation. And at some point he might be up against Anthony Gordon, who was warming up alongside Callum Wilson and Sven Botman.
Lamptey's quick.
First change of the afternoon in the 54th minute, with the home side still leading. Newcastle behind to Yankuba Minte's first half goal. Long from Verbruggen onto the head of Byrne. Cher helps it on. Estepinian slips on halfway. Hinchelwood's got it. Then Willock wins it back for Isak, and now Bruno. Barnes runs in behind. Bruno keeps carrying it out to the left. Livramento in the attack now. They're 15 yards out. Livramento to Willock. Drags it back. Looking to create, Joe Willock. Bruno, what can he conjure up? Murphy in the D. Murphy! Oh dear. It's a bit of a wild swing at the ball from Murphy, and it ends up in with the fans behind the goal.
Always rising, wasn't it? Always leaning back.
Here comes Anthony Gordon. Eddie Howe's called him back to the bench. Might well be for Murphy, because Barnes has been, I think, probably their most impressive attacking player. Welbeck wants a free kick for Cher's challenge, but doesn't get it. Newcastle on the attack again. They look for Willock in the box, and it's Minte who cuts it out and then puts it out for a throw near the corner flag. Gordon getting ready. Fourth official has been handed the numbers board. Newcastle free kick on the far side, a trip by Minte on Willock. When do they want Gordon on? Is it now or is it after the free kick? I think it's now. Stephen Martin puts Jacob Murphy's number up, 23, and Gordon's number 10, and that's Newcastle's first change at 1-0 down, 56 minutes.
Yeah, you would think Barnes will come to this right side. That's what usually happens, isn't it?
Gordon sprints up towards the Brighton penalty area as Murphy puts a jacket on, takes his place on the bench. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app looking for the equaliser. Out on the far left hand side, Trippier curling free kick, Brighton header away, then a clearance that goes for a throw far side. Isak's been quiet again.
Yeah.
Can they get him into the game more, or is this a Is there a bigger problem here? Him maybe with his fitness or something? He's not had a chance, and when they've got into crossing positions, they've not found him, have they? Gordon on the left wing, down on his chest, good take, running at Lamptey. Anthony Gordon beats him, down, and the referee's given the penalty. Anthony Gordon straight into the action after coming on, ran at Tariq Lamptey, cut back inside onto his right, and was taken down. And Craig Pawson, the referee, has pointed to the penalty spot.
Nailed on, isn't it? Just dangles a leg.
Was it outside the box though?
No, it's on the line.
VAR will obviously check as a matter of course. Gordon's fall takes him into the area. This could be downgraded in that sense to a free kick. Referee's got his hands on hips in the box. He appears to be communicating with VAR, and I think this might become a free kick rather than a penalty. Andy Madley is the VAR. Lamptey catches Gordon. Gordon's boot is the front of his boot is about on the line of the penalty box, but there's no offside. They're looking at an offside here, but he's level. I think this is going to be changed to a free kick, but
how long does it take them?
Yeah. Well, we're still waiting. They're checking the penalty. I think it's outside, but the referee went to put his whistle to his lips. Isak's got the ball under his arm. It's Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. Yeah, they've taken it back a frame, but that looks like it's clearly outside. But they're still checking. Yeah, and now it's not going to be a penalty, it's going to be a free kick. And it is the correct decision, as disappointing as it is. But, it
took an eternity though, didn't it?
There's inches in it. That's all.
It took an absolute eternity.
So, no penalty, and the giant screens show incident outside the penalty area. That's the message that's displayed just outside the box. Lamptey on Gordon, Brighton fans cheering because they've just seen it again. But it's a clear foul, and it's going to be a free kick.
Yeah.
And listen, if they score from this, and with an hour gone, they need an equaliser, it won't matter at all. VAR overturning the referee's decision to give the penalty. Free kick, probably in line with the penalty spot, down the left-hand side of the area. Tanali behind the ball. Trippier sprints over to this near side. Everybody back and deep for Brighton. Tanali blocked. Cher deflected. Corner. Tanali blocked at the near side. Cher on the follow-up behind.
He went for the strike, didn't he? Just whipped it near post.
Keeping the pressure on. Trippier's in swinging corner. Header from Estupinian. Back out to Trippier. Heads it down the line. Gordon inside to Livramento. Tanali back to Livramento. And then Gordon, who's the furthest outfield player back. Hung up by Gordon into the box. Burns got hands on his man. Heads it on. And it's
free kick.
Caught by Verbruggen.
No, he didn't give a free kick.
Rolled out to Lamptey. That was quite the introduction for Gordon. It's still 1-0 to Brighton. Here's Fabian Cher. Oh, he's played the ball against O'Reilly at the edge of the area. Brighton in the box. And Newcastle through a recovery challenge from Cher, making amends.
O'Reilly wanted all day, didn't he?
It's a corner. Might even have beaten. No, it was Tanali actually. Cher slid in on O'Reilly, who got the cross in, but then it deflected behind off Tanali. Got lucky there.
Yeah, just put your foot behind it, just clear your lines.
Corner on the far side, the Brighton right, goal to the left. Come in left-footed. Referee keeping a close eye at the edge of the box. It's high towards the back of the penalty area. Dan Burn flicks away. Yankuba Minte keeps it in. Bruno closes down, and Minte makes a challenge, hits the deck. Newcastle, oh dear. They won it back. Bruno tried to chip it up the line for Gordon and put it straight out. And they had a decent position there with Gordon making that run, but it's going to be a Brighton throw. Frustrating start to the second half in many respects. Header on by Brighton from the throw, picked up by Pope. He runs to the edge of the penalty area and sees that his quick options have all gone. Everyone's closed down. It's dropped at the feet of Byrne. Livramento drops in, brings it infield 10 yards and then back to Cher, and then Trippier again. Yankuba Minte with the game's only goal so far here on BBC Radio Newcastle, and Minte's got it back for Brighton. Centre of Newcastle's half. Welbeck intercepted by Trippier, now inside to Tonali. Tonali caught by Welbeck after he played it. Both players are down. Brighton still attacking, and then Lamptey, the cross stopped by Byrne, and here United go. Willock has got a man at his back, moves it to the left to Isak. Alexander Isak's first real run at the Brighton defence, just outside the area, gives it to Barnes. Harvey Barnes in the box, onto his left, still Barnes, caught by Verbruggen. Went high Barnes, but the goalkeeper read it and made the save.
Yeah, straight at him, wasn't it? Just dinked inside on that left foot. Decent height for the keeper as well.
64th minute. Verbruggen long, straight onto the head of Byrne. Tonali then helps it forwards first time, but it's gone, almost went out. Lamptey decided to keep it in, and that was a good decision because Dan Burns then conceded a throw 25 yards from Newcastle's goal. BBC Radio Newcastle, and we're on the BBC Sounds app. You have a smart speaker, ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle, and you can hear the commentary that way. Gordon comes chasing after Van Hecke from the throw, which is back to halfway. Now Estepinian closed down by Barnes, given away to Trippier. Good run by Trippier, wins a throw. A few yards into the Brighton half, applauded by Eddie Howe and Graham Jones in the technical area. Taken to Bruno. Bruno brought under control and then fouled by Adingra. Bruno about to take it from the wrong position, then has to move it back a couple of yards. It's just over 30 yards out from the goal. Wilson and Miley warming up, Osula as well. They're on the touchline to our left. To the right, Newcastle with a Kieran Trippier free kick. Anthony Gordon coming over to the near side for a word, maybe to do something clever. Gordon standing behind Trippier, again the furthest player back. Brighton on the edge of their box with their defensive line. Trippier flicks it to Gordon, deep cross into the box. Dan Byrne chasing after it, keeps it in near the corner flag. Byrne, good wing play, then a cross from Byrne. Livramento makes a challenge, and Gordon plays it back to Trippier, and now Tonali away from Minte. Fabian Cher on the near side, good first time ball up the line for Harvey Barnes, chance to deliver. Barnes with the cross, header from Van Hecke just before it would reach Isak. Tonali's header wide to Barnes again, now playing on the right with Gordon on the left. 1-0 to Brighton. Bruno, right wing. This is Tonali, shifts it, and the cross is blocked by Estepinian, out for a throw. Taken by Tonali to Trippier, who chests it down, gives it back to Sandro Tonali. Inside for Bruno. Got Welbeck at his back. Bruno still going. Livramento there. Bruno. Referee says play on, advantage. Newcastle have the ball. Livramento to Gordon on the far touchline. Minte, that's a foul. And And they have a free kick about 40 yards out. Still trying to get the equaliser, trying to get back into this game. Estepinian intercepts and slips. It's a bit lucky because Hinshelwood was there and able to clear. Now Willock on his chest, away from Van Hecke. Willock and onto Gordon. Bit of space, edge of the area. Gordon then gets the ball caught under his feet. He's still got it now, Gordon. And Barnes right side in the box. Chips up the cross. Deflection from a Brighton defender, and then they head clear.
Can't get out.
But Newcastle can't get that one moment, that one chance. Here's Barnes on the outside of Adingra, still Barnes, low cross, Isak, a back heel, and it deflects and then bobbles up into the hands of Verbruggen.
Yeah, it was hopeful more than anything, wasn't it? Back heel, a crowd of players.
I think it hit Willock from Isak's back heel. It's going to be another Brighton change, in fact 2 of them. They still have the 1-0 lead given to them by Yankuba Minte, and that goal from Minte is in the 28th minute. We're now in the 68th minute. Van Hecke chased by Gordon. Trippier makes a challenge on Adingra. It's a Brighton throw. Their substitutions are going to come now. Jack Hinshelwood replaced by Yassin Ayari. Straight swap in central midfield. And Joel Veltman is coming on for Simon Adingra. They're going to put Minte on the left wing. Maybe Lamptey will go right wing if they stay with the 4. That's what appears to be happening, unless they play with a 5 with Veltman as a
doesn't look like it, does
centre back.
Looks like he's gone to right back.
Brighton 2 more changes. Newcastle still with Wilson, Miley and Osula warming up. Gordon closing down Verbruggen, almost pinched it off him and has at least forced the goalkeeper to send it out of play. Trippier with a throw, back to Cher in front of his penalty box. Pope just inside. Tonali to Cher, long ball forwards in behind for Barnes, but Estepinian watched it. Makes the header, finds Ayari, and now Dunk forwards to Baliba, chested down by Trippier, out off Minte. Newcastle throw, halfway, 1-0 down. Are they doing the right things to get level?
Yeah, they're pressing the game, yeah. They're pressing Brighton back. Brighton finding it difficult to get out. Just need that one ball to break, don't they? Just need it to fall.
They've had a lot of possession and been in good attacking positions. Gordon, great ball. Bruno, edge of the area, through towards Isak. Willock coming in. He goes down. What's the referee going to give this time? Penalty for the second time. Craig Pawson has pointed to the penalty spot for Newcastle United. The first was overturned because it was outside the box. This one was definitely in, and it was Bruno's through ball that Isak didn't go for, but Willock coming in. Van Hecke with the challenge. Willock got to the ball first. Did Van Hecke take him down though? VAR will be taking a look. Willock might have been on the way down anyway. I think there was a bit of contact. If this stands, Newcastle do have a penalty, but VAR will have to advise Craig Pawson, and we wait for the final decision.
He'll be sent to look at this.
Well, we are still waiting. Yeah, VAR now showing. Not sure there's much contact. That's the issue. Willock definitely got to the ball before Van Hecke didn't get any of the ball. It's whether he got any of Willock. Bruno and Gordon linked up well.
Told you. He sent that.
Referee is coming to the screen. Eddie Howe looks at the floor and shakes his head. For the second time today, Newcastle might well have a penalty taken away from them. The first one was outside the box. This one, it might just be a lack of contact. Did he even touch Willock? It's not a dive. He's got to the ball. The challenge has come in. I think that'll be overturned. If there is contact, it's probably minimal. What do you think, Ando, having seen it a couple of times?
It's a tough one, isn't it? It's down to individual interpretation.
Craig Pawson, with his hands on his knees, leans over, looks at the screen, still talking to VAR Andy Madley. Here we go, VAR.
Oh, he's got the yellow card.
Oh, Joe Willock is going to be booked for diving. He cannot believe it. He puts his hands on his head. Well, he got to the ball first and the challenge came in.
Yeah, but if he didn't touch him, he must have dived.
Well,
he's no other excuse.
He's moving at speed and he's seeing that the contact is from Van Hecke there.
Oh, he doesn't go anywhere near him.
Yeah, is there any contact shin on shin as Willock is falling?
There's nothing there at all. Just throws himself.
The second time this afternoon Craig Pawson has given Newcastle a penalty, and the second time this afternoon that the VAR Andy Madley has either advised or has simply overturned it, but neither have stood. Nick Pope's down now and Callum Wilson's about to be brought on. It's BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Newcastle's physio. Newcastle's physio
for 20 minutes.
The physio's about to come on because the referee has called him over. But what Eddie Howe is doing is getting everybody else, the outfield players, to come across. So it's clearly one of those
tasted dark arts again because he hasn't seen the ball for 20 minutes.
The physio hasn't seen the referee's call. Wilson's got to come on. Don't know who for just yet. Eddie Howe's got all of his players together, the outfield boys, in a huddle. One of them will be going off. I mean, if they'd had two penalties, they could have been 2-1 in front. Neither ended up being penalties. They've had a lot of the ball, they've been in good positions, but they still haven't found an equaliser, Endo.
No. I mean, I thought the first one was a penalty, but it was outside. The second one, you can see he doesn't touch him.
Joe Willock replaced by Callum Wilson. It'll be another frustrating day for Willock, chosen again ahead of Lewis Miley and Sean Longstaff for midfield. He's had a couple of good moments, couple of big moments, like the shot that he had in the first half outside of the right boot that flew just over the bar. Then that penalty incident. Nick Pope receiving treatment.
For what? What's he? Has he got frostbite?
Looks like he's getting a massage on his thigh.
He's all right. He's okay.
Outfield players have to go off if they receive treatment.
Do you believe that he's okay? Do you believe he's okay?
I sincerely hope so. But goalkeepers don't. Obviously, you can't then play for 30 seconds without a goalkeeper. They've made two changes, Newcastle, but they're still 1-0 down.
Even the physio's laughing, walking up.
Just seen a picture of Jason Tyndall, the assistant manager, watching from the stands. It's a Brighton free kick. Because things haven't restarted since the penalty overturn from VAR. They've had some bad days here. This has been not a particularly bad performance. Parts of it have been pretty good. However, throw for Brighton at left back after Newcastle sent the ball forwards again. They just haven't been able to score. Fell behind to what we later realised, having seen replays, was a deflected goal from Minte.
Yeah, and then big deflection off Dan Bourne's head, wasn't it?
Then they've had the frustration of those two VAR calls, but both ended up being the correct decision. It's just frustrating when you think you're getting a penalty and then you don't get one. Here's Isak. Now it looks like Isak's come in to play behind Wilson in a number 10 role with Bruno and Tonali as a 2, like a 4-2-3-1. That's how I'm reading it in a minute.
Gone like for like with Brighton, haven't they?
Trippier with a throw all the way back to Cher from inside the Brighton half. Then Trippier again gives it to Cher once more. First time pass. Cher then takes a touch. Nick Pope's out of his box and to the left of Fabian Cher. Goalkeeper Pope receives it. Burn on the touchline. Long ball forwards. Wilson backing in. and backing into Van Hecke in an illegal manner. And a free kick for Brighton.
Just cleaned them out, didn't he?
And here on BBC Radio Newcastle, Simon Logan's 80s versus 90s will follow at 4. Normally on between 2 and 6. But live commentary, Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. And then Simon Logan on from 4 o'clock this afternoon. Van Hecke, long ball behind Newcastle goal kick. Didn't give his teammates a chance with that one. 13 minutes of normal time remaining in a crucial match. Draw keeps them in 4th, assuming Chelsea don't beat Liverpool or win by only a single goal margin. If a bigger Chelsea win, then they'll be down to 5th, and Forest 2 points behind. They're in 6th. They play tomorrow away to Crystal Palace. So having started the weekend's games 3rd, they could finish them 6th, Newcastle. But it's still in their hands in terms of this game and then what follows. But they really need to get something out of it. They need to turn it around. Brighton go back to the goalkeeper. Things haven't gone for them particularly today, but it's only 1-0. Minte now to Estepinian. A Brighton attack. Minte on the left wing, low cross. O'Reilly back to goal, trying to turn. Oh, it's eventually a cross shot that Dan Burn takes a touch on and then scoops clear to halfway. Dunk inside, Belieber. It's a foul by Bruno. Next to the centre circle, middle of the pitch. They've got Wilson up top, Isak playing just off him. He had one run, Isak, on the left, got cut inside, played the ball across. We've seen little else from him, haven't we, today?
Yeah, he's been quiet, hasn't he?
Header from Trippier, Estepinian on, Welbeck, then Minte breaks into the area, Yankuba Minte, Pope with a save with his knees at the near post. They haven't got it clear, Tonali down under a challenge, Brighton still hacking away at it. Referee gives, what's he given?
Goal kick.
Goal kick. Well, I thought Tonali was fouled. Oh, is that O'Reilly in the box complaining, thinking maybe he should have had it. Firstly, Pope saved from Minte. Lamptey down towards Estepinian, and then Tonali collided with O'Reilly. Newcastle, I think, are going to be allowed to restart the match.
Of course they are.
Oh, hang on, the referee's looking at Nick Pope.
Of course they are. There's nothing
and
in
says
that.
Get on with the game. No VAR check.
Honestly.
Beyond a quick look at it. I mean, that would have just rubbed salt into the wound, wouldn't it, after 2 penalties overturned. Correctly, though, for Brighton to get one from VAR. Trippier up to Bruno, near side, up the line, good ball, Barnes, Wilson on the move in the middle, Isak hanging back, Gordon left side, Barnes to Isak just outside the penalty area, plays it on to Anthony Gordon on the 18-yard line, Gordon over the top. Oh, that's such a disappointment, having worked it well and got into a good position.
Doesn't do that as well as Barnes. When he drifts off that left side, Barnes whips it. It's just skied it way up in the air over the top.
It's a 16th Premier League meeting with Brighton. Newcastle have won 2 of the previous 15, home and away. Scored just 10 times. One of them was a 4-1 victory. It's not a good fixture wherever it's played, and they've got 9 minutes of normal time, in fact, to save this one. Brighton playing it out from the back, and Van Hecke so cool on the ball, comfortable, does really well, and Veltman galloping forwards up the right hand side. Minte in the middle, ball deflects into his path, and then he gets the better of Cher, And then a recovery challenge from Cher. Trippier hammers the ball against Minte's shins. Newcastle throw on this near side. Right in line with their penalty box. Trippier in the wrong position, has to get back, throws it to Cher, who takes a touch, gives it straight back to Trippier. Inside to Tonali, under pressure immediately, back to Cher on the goal line. And it goes long. Wilson looking for it. Dunk behind him. Dunk heads it onto Wilson. Brighton forward, straight to Bruno. Livramento onto Isak. Here they go. Barnes through the middle. Isak to the left to Gordon. They've got 5 in this attack. Now 6. Livramento joining in. Gordon tries the cross. It's blocked by the boot of the defender. Lamptey's header straight to Gordon, who nods it on, looking for Barnes. Brighton get it away. Ayari with the header. Newcastle have got them penned in now. 8 minutes to play, 1-0 down. Livramento high up on the left. Oh, overhit ball from Livramento for Gordon, and that's unlike him. Osula and Botman sent along the touchline by Eddie Howe. Could make further changes. Starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't created a great deal for all the ball that we've had. I know we've had the 2 penalties overruled, but the keeper's never been called upon to make a real save in the game.
Fabian Cher comes and wins a good header. Brighton nod it forwards. Dan Burn stooping, heads it back to Nick Pope. 7 minutes of normal time to play on BBC Radio Newcastle. Brighton lead 1-0. Isak on halfway, left side. He's playing off Wilson, but might have a free roll, and that just could allow him to pick up space where he wouldn't normally be. Cher with that diagonal switch. Livramento, good take. 25 yards out. Isak gets it from him. Fronts up the defender. Starts to take on his man. Back to Gordon, then Isak again. Stayed onside. Rolls it back to Tonali, 30 yards out. Trippier makes a run into the box. They've given it to Cher. Disguised pass. Cher towards Barnes, down at the edge of the area. Free kick for Newcastle in the D, just to the left of centre. Great position. And Barnes won it after spinning and getting away from his man. Found by Fabian Cher. Van Hecke took him down.
Yeah, no complaints about that one. Great bit of skill, wasn't it? Just dragged back.
Now who takes it? Trippier, Cher, Isak. They're all near the ball. Barnes is around it. Tonali's gone into the box. Brighton will put a big wall, and they're a big side with 6'4" Dunk. Van Hecke 6'2". O'Reilly, a big lad as well. He's
Cher stood over
middle,
but Trippier's there.
Would appear to be Cher or Trippier from the way the players have arranged themselves. Who do you fancy? Barnes has just pulled out to the right of the main group in the middle. The Brighton wall, then some other Newcastle players. Minte's gone to stand next to him. Barnes moves in, so that one appears to be off. Livramento's round the back. Bruno is square to the ball. Trippier pulls his socks up. He's next to it. Fabian Cher just to his left. So as Trippier walks away, this would appear to be Fabian Cher's free kick. Huge moment. Cher into the wall. Oh, they say handball. They get it. Penalty. The referee's given them a penalty for the 3rd time. Brighton cannot believe it. Craig Pawson, the referee. Newcastle players appealed immediately as Cher hit it into the wall. It's clear.
Oh yeah.
It's a clear handball.
Yeah.
It's a clear handball. Well, the notes just blow away. And then it was a good save, but a clear handball. And this one, surely he's not going to get overturned.
No, this won't get overturned.
Now, who was
You just wonder what the boy was doing.
VAR is talking to the referee again. I wonder if this has ever happened 3 times in a game where it's been overturned.
It was a Yari, wasn't it? His handball, the 26.
Down by, it was out away from his body, and it hit the hand rather than the arm. Well, VAR is looking, but is it at an offside maybe? But no, handball. They're checking handball, not an offside. Yeah, his arm is out.
It's a handball.
Well, we still wait. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous for it to be a third time in the game. I can't remember them ever being given 3 penalties in one match. I know 2's happened before, but they've been given 3 in the same half. The first 2 were overturned correctly, but this one, surely. It's hit Ayari on the hand from the angle that we've seen. Now they're looking at a different angle, which is it's a slightly blurry image. It's not as clear. Well, we just wait for the decision. Brighton 1, Newcastle 0. We're now in the 88th minute. Cher's free kick. It hit the hand of Ayari. The players for Newcastle knew straight away and appealed. Craig Pawson, the referee, good position, gave the penalty. They're still looking at handball, nothing else. They're still looking. It makes you feel like they're looking for reasons to overturn the decision.
No, because they just do it all the time.
Penalty.
It takes forever. It's ridiculous the amount of time that it takes.
Finally, a penalty, and at the third time of asking in the second half, the penalty that was awarded stands for Newcastle and is about to be taken. Kieran Trippier pushing Brighton players out of the way. Yasin Ayari, who conceded the penalty. Callum Wilson's on the field, but it's Alexander Isak's ball. It's Alexander Isak's penalty kick, and it is huge. 1-0 down for most of the match. Big decisions in the second half going against them. This one has gone their way, and Alexander Isak up against Bart Verbruggen to bring Newcastle level. Isak scores! Sends the keeper the wrong way. He went low down to Verbruggen's right, and the away end celebrates behind the goal as there's now a scrap in the net because Newcastle want the ball back quickly and Verbruggen wouldn't release it, but they can celebrate a late equaliser, a monumental goal from Isak in a game that they really need something from in this Champions League chase. Brighton and Hove Albion 1, Newcastle United 1.
Kept his cool really well, didn't he? Waited for the keeper to go and just took the other side. Still enough time. There'll be plenty of added on time because it's taken forever over these penalty decisions.
I don't know how you can look at that from the angle we've just seen again, behind Cher, behind the ball, and have any doubt that that's a handball. And why would it take 2 or 3 minutes?
Because it always does.
But if it's clear from one angle, why is it not? Why do you need to look at 4 or 5 others?
How many times have we seen where it's always been clear and they still don't do it?
They're on the attack here. Bruno Barnes trying to run in behind and gets there before Estepinian. Wilson back post. Barnes still got it. Harvey Barnes in the Brighton box, crosses it straight at Dunk's chest, and it's cleared. Wilson was waiting for the ball into the middle. Now Minte, Bruno and Trippier challenging for it. Minte's come away with it. Welbeck plays it back to Ayari. 9 minutes added, a minimum of 9 minutes as Nick Pope puts it out for a throw. We're into the first of those 9 minutes. Isak's 27th of the season, 23rd in the Premier League. Brighton take the throw. Cher stabs it away. Ayari back to Dunk. Van Hecke now for Dunk again, left side in the Newcastle half. Heavy touch there from O'Reilly. Bruno wins the ball and clears. Wilson's chest down to Isak. Can they go away? Left hand side. Anthony Gordon in the Brighton half from Isak's pass. They're looking to win it, Newcastle. Looking to come from behind. Tonali slows down. Brighton get players into good defensive positions. Newcastle keep the ball. Back to Byrne. Fabian Cher waving Kieran Trippier up the pitch, plays it square to him. Barnes facing his own goal, back to Trippier, inside, back to Cher, just inside Newcastle half, goes to the goalkeeper. Nothing risky. Brighton are going to make another substitution. and bring on midfielder Diego Gomez shortly. Here's Anthony Gordon taking on Joel Veltman, goes on the outside. Gordon brought down, free kick, 25 yards out, right on the left touchline. Forwards goes Dan Burn, licking his lips, I'm sure. Want to get on the end of this, needs to be a good ball in. Double change for Brighton. Brian Gruder also about to come on. 1-1, Isak's penalty, the third that Newcastle were given today. They've taken the free kick quickly. Isak scoops it into the 6-yard box. Brighton half a clearance. Burn wins it back. Estepinian then clears as far as Cher. Fabian Cher with a cross, looking for Wilson, and chested back by Veltman.
What was Dunk doing?
To his goalkeeper.
How lucky did he get?
Well, this is tense. Good win by Fabian Cher on Welbeck on halfway. Bruno towards Tonali, they've lost it. Bruno's pass was misplaced, and now Brighton trying to break on Newcastle. They've got a throw. Well, in the Championship, when they won 2-1 here in a crucial game, they scored twice in the final 10 minutes. Today they've got one to level it up. And if they can repeat the feat from 8 years ago and turn it around to win 2-1, it will be up there with the most important results this season. The changes for Brighton: Matt O'Reilly off, Yankuba Minte off, Diego Gomez and Brian Gruder on. Two of Brighton's newer players signed within the last year, both midfielders. Back to the goalkeeper, Callum Wilson up front. It's a year to the day since his last Premier League goal, which came in the win at Burnley. I wonder if he could be the man to do it for them, but they're going to have to defend a free kick here because Harvey Barnes has been penalised for pulling it. Pervis Estepinian out on the Brighton left, and everybody's got to get back. 9 minutes added, 1-1 in the 94th minute.
It's been a really strange game. Referee, big talking point again today. He's given 3 penalties, he's taken 2 of them away.
Here comes the free kick. Ayari and Gruder, and it's the substitute. Good one. Brighton head it just wide.
Oh, how did he miss?
That is a massive chance. It's the other substitute, one to the other. Gruder's free kick, left-footed curler into the box. Diego Gomez heads it wide from 6 or 7 yards.
Headed it a mile wide as well.
It's not even close.
No.
Newcastle will go to 63 points if this stays as a draw. Chelsea 3 points behind, playing at 4:30 at home to champions Liverpool. So the draw could keep them ahead of Chelsea on goal difference even if they win. Forest 3 points behind, play tomorrow. Sven Botman and Emil Kraft are coming on. Oh, they might be in. Harvey Barnes attacking the goal. Callum Wilson. Here's Wilson. Oh, what a save! What a save, Verbruggen. Wilson put his boot behind the ball, and Verbruggen one-handed save, top of the goal, to claw it over.
Good hit, wasn't it? Fortunately, it was straight at the goalkeeper. Got a strong right hand up.
It's a massive save, but they have a corner. Bruno about to take it. The 96th minute. Right-footed outswinger from Bruno. It's a Brighton header, and the referee spotted a foul, so it's a free kick for the home team. Sven Botman and Emil Kraft are coming on for Fabian Cher and Trippier also coming off. Late changes from Eddie Howe. That could have been their moment to win it, but there's still 3 minutes remaining. 1-1.
Good hit. decent height as well. There wasn't a goalkeeper just got a strong hand.
He's had to leap and push it over. Wilson could have won it for them. Exactly 12 months since his last Premier League goal. Botman heads away once and then twice from the edge of the penalty area. Ayari back in. Welbeck brings it down. And Gruder for Brighton. Now Diego Gomez. It's deflected away off Bruno. Baliba back to Van Hecke. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Header on there by Estupinian. It's a goal kick. He's hurt himself colliding with Emil Kraft. Brighton may need to give treatment to the left back. No, he's going to be all right. 1-1. BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Tomorrow, it's Bank Holiday Monday, but Total Sport will be on between 6 and 8 as normal to go over the weekend's games. And we'd love to hear from you. You can phone in tomorrow from 6. Have reaction from Eddie Howe to this match, which is not over. There's still a minute and a half. 9 were added. 1-1. Wilson tries to head on, away by Van Hecke, forwards for Newcastle. Wilson then into a challenge, no foul. Brighton wants a free kick. Here go United with Bruno and Tonali. Barnes could be played in. Tonali's ball. Barnes on the chase. Flag's gone up. Flag's gone up against Barnes on the near side. An incredible game in London, which is full time. Brentford 4, Manchester United 3. It was 4-2 though before Man United got a late one back. But that was a topsy-turvy match. The other game, 1-1 between West Ham and Spurs. 1-1 here, final minute. Definitely don't lose, even if you can't win. Van Hecke heading it back to his goalkeeper. After Dan Burn sent it forwards. Verbruggen on the floor. That goes long. Burn and Gruder. Burn volleys it clear. Veltman header into midfield. Tonali goes backwards. Lamptey trying to get around Livramento. Great challenge. Superb from Livramento. Botman away. Only as far as Ayari. Now Lamptey. Low cross. Stopped by Tonali. Livramento up the pitch towards Gordon. And Newcastle can't quite make anything of it. Brighton going forwards. The 9 minutes have been played. 1-1. Lamptey on the outside. Cross blocked. You'll get another try. It's out on the far touchline. Plays a little through ball. Tonali gets in between man and ball and wins a free kick. Important defending late on from Sandro Tonali. That might be it. Unless the referee's in a charitable mood and wants to let them play on. It's a late penalty from Isak that has surely prevented defeat, and it could still be a very important point as the away fans sing away to our right and acknowledge a result that takes them a little bit closer to the Champions League.
Let's go to the Amex Stadium, full live commentary with the dynamic duo, the former Albion striker Warren Aspinall, your match commentator as ever, Johnny Cantor.
Thanks very much indeed, Adrian. I'm not quite sure who's Batman and who's Robin, but yes, we are both here, as always, myself and the former Seagull striker, Warren Aspinall, in a rather chilly Amex Stadium ahead of this crucial game for both sides, both eyeing up European competitions next season. They may well be different competitions, but still plenty at stake, and that's probably reflected in the attendance here today. Some good numbers from the Newcastle fans who've probably decided to spend the weekend down on the south coast, enjoy the sunshine and get behind their team. They've already got one trophy this season, Warren. They're eyeing up a top 6 place. They're obviously going places. They're well backed by their owners as well. But Albion have already beaten them twice this season. They need to make it 3 in a row now, don't they, in order to keep their hopes of Conference League alive.
Yeah, we're chasing that 8th position, aren't we? You were mentioning earlier about Bournemouth beating Arsenal. We didn't see that coming, but Arsenal got one eye on the Champions League, so you could see that. So yes, it's an important game for us. Danny Welbeck's come up trumps twice. Can he make it an hat-trick of goals against Newcastle this season? Big ifs and buts in that these lot are on a great vein of form, aren't they? Winning 7 out of 8 and scoring all them goals. And so it's going to be, I think, first goal the winner for me, Johnny. But there will to do with lots of goals. I think who scores the first one will win the game.
Yeah, I can't necessarily see a 0-0 here today, but we shall see. Here come the two teams. Albion led out by Lewis Dunk, who marks 15 years at the football club, involved with the first team squad this weekend. And of course it was back in 1997, yesterday, 27 years ago, or 28 years ago I should say, that Albion of course were battling to stay in the Football League. So much has changed in that time. Can they go one step further and get into Europe for the second time in their history? They're in their home strip of blue and white stripes, blue shorts and white socks. The visitors in their change strip of maroon and blue stripes, white shorts and maroon socks with blue trim. Albion making two changes. Van Hecke back after concussion. He comes in the centre of defence. Believer moves to midfield. Yankuba Minte replaces Solly March. Yassin Ayari, the unlucky one, who has to settle for a place on the bench after his wonderful goal last weekend. So it's Verbruggen in goal, Weaver, Van Hecke, Dunk and Estupinian across the back. Minte on one side, Adingra on the other, Hinshelwood, Belieber and O'Reilly in the middle, Danny Welbeck on up top. No March and no Mitoma either, so the subs are Jason Steele, Tarek Lamptey, Brian Gruder, Yassin Ayari, Diego Gomez, Joel Veltman, Igor, Adam Webster, both those two back. Igor hasn't played since January, Webster since March, and Harry Howell, the youngster from the under-21s, included for the first time. As for Newcastle, they're unchanged after their 3-0 win against Ipswich. Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Byrne and Livramento at the back. The three middle central midfielders, Willock, Tonali and Guimaraes, with Barnes, Isak and Murphy up front. The subs for Newcastle United, Dubravka the keeper, Neve, that's Sean Neve, the 17-year-old striker, Botman, Kraft, Miley, Longstaff, Gordon, Wilson and Osula. Our referee today is Craig Pawson. On VAR it is Andy Madley. And we mentioned about some key battles, not just out wide but in that central area. But Albion will be positive. I think we know that, don't we, for sure. It's whether they can try and blow Newcastle away in the first 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think that's what the attitude for me would be. Get after this Newcastle side, don't let them settle, get into the passing rhythm, because like you said, the attacking three, they've got up there probably the best in the Premier League at the moment, aren't they? So we need to push these lot back and hopefully we can get a few early goals and take the pressure off them. I think there'll be chances at both ends in this game, and I think it's about both boxes, Johnny, today. I think if we can score more than them, we win the game, that's the thing. But we create more chances than them. We need to limit these lads. We need to stop Livramento and Trippier getting forward. And so if we can do that, we've got a great chance. So we need to get after this defence, Johnny. Shaw's not the best, Dan Burn's not the best. They've had good seasons, but they're not the best. We saw that in the FA Cup.
Well, absolutely, and hopefully Albion can replicate that result as well. Rousing rendition of Sussex by the Sea. Here we go then. Albion looking for a third victory over Newcastle this season, but it's going to be the visitors who kick us off, attacking the North Stand in the first half, playing from right to left. Newcastle in their change strip, with Kieran Trippier, the England international, on that far side, slotting in on right back and just working the ball back across the line and back to Nick Pope, the keeper, on the penalty spot. Way to the left, and the former Seagulls defender Dan Byrne couldn't be more pleased for him in what he's achieved, getting his England cap as well. But Albion will be feeling no sentiment this afternoon as they take on big Dan Byrne today. Ball into the middle, Adingra gets the flick on, it won't find Welbeck, away there by Cher. Minte trying to get onto it, but tackled by Livramento. Tonali breezes past Weaver, covering across his Believer, then Van Hecke, pushed wide, Barnes has it, didn't cross in there, Verbruggen comes to claim. Lively start, both teams being positive in the first minute.
It's a lively start, and you need to be stronger in challenges there. 50-50 challenge there, Minte. He fell on the floor and he wants a free kick. It's not been given.
Especially at the beginning of games, you certainly want to be positive.
Getting some parcels today, Johnny, aren't we?
Oh, we are. No, we've just had Mars bars delivered. We had chocolate earlier. I don't know what we've done to deserve that. But here come Newcastle on that far side with Guimaraes, putting the ball out to the far side to Isak. Isak now looking to try and weave a way through, but calmly plays it back onto the right there. Coming through the middle. Now back to the halfway line. Albion sitting quite deep. Hinshaw goes towards the ball, but now it's worked back across to the halfway line, and Dan Burn into the feet there of Joe Willock. Now Tonali, lively character, but he can't squeeze that ball through. It's cut out by the Albion, and O'Reilly has a chance to get forward. Up to the right side, Minte down the right side. Barn did well to just push him wide and put the ball out. Big applause for the Newcastle defender there as he dealt with the issue.
See the gap there, Johnny, being behind Livramento. Minte should do better there.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Weaver now. Going to go through the middle, using his midfield skills there. Now Van Hecke returning after his concussion. Crossed there by Lewis Dunk. Sold Adingra a little bit short, but he recovered well. Now Hinshelwood to halfway. Flipping it back there. Well, hopefully you can hear us loud and clear. We'll just check with the studio that everything's clear. Yep, so that's good. We've got a few gremlins on the line. A lot of people have had technical problems today. Don't know why that is, but here's Lewis Dunk to the left wing. Adingra, 10 yards inside the Newcastle half. Back there to Dunk again, which has made a bit of a meal of that. Wasn't the greatest of passes, but he took his half the ball and it goes out for a Newcastle throw. Albion conceding a bit of ground unnecessarily there. Incredible, isn't it? The Lewis Dunk story. We'll probably make a short film about that, the club, that's for sure. Starting with that game at MK Dons, and he'll have to do some defending here, but Belieber coming to help out, scampering across his own penalty area. Now using Minte. Minte doesn't get clear though, dispossessed by Willock, but it's judged to be a free kick. Well, I think Belieber's few games at centre-back helped him there, because he was helping his defence out like an extra centre-back, wasn't he?
Johnny, I think his stock's going higher and higher, Johnny.
Yeah.
He's naturally instantly playing.
There's going to be suitors over the summer, Warren, isn't there? I know he's only young, but...
Well, that's when you need to get them, when they're young.
Well, we just want anyone else to have him, that's the thing. You've got, obviously, Pedro Mitoma. We know about interest for Bruggen. His name seems to be always in the articles and reports of transfer activity, but Carlos Belieber, I'm sure, will be attracting interest. Hooked away by Trippier as he tries to deny Simon Adingra.
It's a great ball, that, from Van Hecke. He made Adingra's mind up for him. You're going over the top. I'm going to play it over the top and you chase with...
Here's Hinshelwood trying to float a long ball to the back post, but Minte well in field of that. He chases to the corner flag and he does well to keep it in there. Never actually made an appearance for Newcastle, but he's working hard here to try and get the cross in, and he's a little bit unlucky. Tried to cross with his right foot, just snuffed out, and the ball just dribbles along the line there to Nick Pope. Eddie Howe out into the area. Good to see him well again. Oh, and Minte's gone down, holding his right knee. That is a worry. Oh, he will get some attention. Eddie Howe had to have plenty of attention, went into hospital with pneumonia, but back well. No Jason Tyndall on the sidelines today, usually perched on his shoulder, but he's been banned. And actually, Fabian Herzler, if he were to receive a yellow card today, he would have 5 yellows, so he would receive a 2-match touchline ban if he is booked today. So it needs to be a little bit careful at the end of the season too.
Yeah, just going on to the Minter situation, Johnny. He's trying to shield the ball, and
he tried to was it when he crossed it, maybe?
I think he's kicked the floor, hasn't he? With the cross, he bubbled about 4 times, didn't he? So he's got a good contact on the ball. And I think he's just jarred his knee.
Hopefully, there's nothing at the back of his knee. Already Mitoma and March out today with heel and knee issues respectively.
He should be alright, doesn't he? Just making sure.
Yeah. Just as we head into these final 4 games of the season, you don't want anybody having any long-term issues. You want everyone to be able to hit the ground running next season as well. It's very important. I think certainly Solly March needs a pre-season. Mitoma probably needs a rest actually, but he will be coming back on soon. But Newcastle are attacking through Trippier on the right. Ball down the line towards the goal line, in at the near post, but taken there by Verbruggen. But once again, they got in quite easily there. Jacob Murphy making the run on that byline.
It's just simple, isn't it? One pass from Shaw to Trippier to Willock, and Willock crosses it. 3 passes, that shouldn't be happening.
Better delivery, and Albion are in trouble. We know what Trippier's like. His distribution is excellent. Forward there by Verbruggen. We'll keep you posted on what's happening in the other games at 2 o'clock this afternoon, of course, as Van Hecke goes into the feet of Welbeck. In the centre circle is Hinchelwood, clipping it there to Estupiñán, who makes his first foray forward of the game.
I think you have to look behind these fullbacks, John, as well as Newcastle. Trippier, there's no point standing in front and trying to get the ball to the feet.
Here's Weaver out wide on the right, drags it in along the ground, doesn't find Welbeck, but in there goes Belieber. He does find Welbeck, he pushes it on there to Minte. Weaver again, squares it to Hinchelwood, 10 yards outside the box. Nearly opened up for the Albion there, thought someone might be able to gamble. Welbeck offside. It's a shame really, but that's a little bit better, starting to move the ball a little bit quicker with 7 minutes gone.
It's still sideways, John, isn't it, and back, taking care of it. The Drinker has to make his mind up, go in behind. If he gets it in front of Trippier, Trippier's thinking, okay, you got a long way to run to knock it past me and beat me, and that's when Sharp can come across and cover as well. But if he goes in behind, you've got a problem then. Trippier's running back to his own goal, but everything's in front of Trippier at the moment. It's too easy for Trippier to mark.
But Minte in Adingra's starting position is quite narrow, which is a bit of a worry. Nice header there by Estupiñán to find Simon Adingra, young player of the tournament in the Africa Cup of Nations. What a season he had for the Seagulls. That'll be an Albion throw. With Lieber again playing against his opponent to get the throw. And we've kept Alexander Isak relatively quiet so far. Despite all his goals, never actually scored against the Albion. Let's hope it stays that way. Nice early ball there by O'Reilly. Byrne has to turn and chase back. Minte trying to put pressure on him. Byrne does well initially and then sends it out wide. Livramento can't get there.
But he knew O'Reilly only could knock it down. He didn't go quick enough. 5 yards late he went.
Yeah, start the run a little bit earlier. You're on his shoulder and you've probably got the pace to get ahead of him, but it was a good ball by Matt O'Reilly. 9 minutes gone, 0-0. Cushioned header there by Byrne to Livramento. Back there to Tonali. Tonali now working it across.
I don't think Minte's fit, Johnny.
What, since the injury or just...
Well, I don't think he's looking to the bench. I don't know if he's looking for the bench for. It's not a good sign.
Well, I don't want a long-term injury, but they probably need him without March and Mitoma. Gruder is an option, of course, out wide, or O'Reilly could come out to the near side and put someone else in the middle. But since that injury, it's a little bit scrappy from both sides. His Believer trying to slice that ball across the pitch towards Adingra, but stooping low there is Jacob Murphy to head the ball back into the right-back position. Albion will certainly miss Kaoru Mitoma. He's created 35 goal-scoring opportunities this season, more than any other Albion player this season in the Premier League. So we know how important he is. Also, he's got 9 Premier League goals as well. Minte's got back there to put the ball out. Maybe just needs to just settle for 5 or 10 minutes to try and work his way back and hopefully not aggravate the situation. Byrne, who's been busy in the early stages, now poke the keeper.
Just watching Minte following Livramento back. Should be the other way around for me, Johnny.
Byrne trying to get it forward, and Weaver and Van Hecker get in a tangle, and Barnes picks it up for Newcastle. Dangerous player on that left side, drills it low. Maybe Bart Verbruggen got a touch, I don't know. The referee waiting for a decision, and he's given the corner.
He's waiting for VAR there, Johnny. VAR told him it's a corner.
Yeah, it must have been.
Waited and waited and waited.
To be fair, Verbruggen doesn't look surprised. It's Lewis Dunk who looks surprised, but it will be a corner for Newcastle. But again, a little bit of indecision and miscommunication between Van Hecker and Weaver, putting themselves under a little bit of trouble. It is a good save.
He's touched it, but he had to wait for the VAR to tell him. That's why he waited. Waited.
Well, he's got the right decision. So the corner is over on the Newcastle right. So Trippier it will be to take. Byrne trying to manoeuvre himself into a good position and attack the ball, but Matt O'Reilly did really, really well there, and it's a foul. Well, it's good work that by Matt O'Reilly. I've been so impressed by him since he's come into the side, Warren.
Yeah, he's a class player.
Classy, yeah, absolutely.
One scene in the final third.
First thought is go forward, isn't it? And he's so aware of what's around him as well. Here's Verbruggen trying to find Minte. It's headed away, but only as far as O'Reilly. He goes square to find Welbeck. Welbeck looking to the left, shifts it out there to Adingra. Can he provide a decent cross or shot? Pulls it back for Welbeck again. Now Belieber to hit one left-footed. Full of confidence, of course, after that winner against West Ham here last weekend, but that time it's blocked and deflected out to the far side.
Yeah, it was a good play again, wasn't it? O'Reilly bringing it down, good vision. Fine Welbeck.
Absolutely. I think a good defensive performance is required today, not just because of the Newcastle attack, but the sheer fact that they've conceded 24 goals in 11 games. Of course, that does include the 7-0 defeat against Forest, but Weaver loses out. Livramento with the reverse ball down the left-hand side. Willock with the chase down to the byline. Trot on the ball, but he's still got a chance to get back up. Puts it to the edge of the box. Livramento trying to tee it up. Tonali doesn't shoot, squares it. Guimaraes keeps it moving. Now to the far right. Trippier to the byline. Chance for a low cross. Harried away there. Someone needs to close down Guimaraes, who has it. Trying to tee it up for Tonali. Very congested inside the Albion box. Another cross from the byline, teased in, but this time it's straight at Verbruggen.
The difference between the two sides at the moment, in the final third, they're making things happen. Brighton, it's sideways back. They're forward thinking, passing, trying to get 1-2s, overlapping players. You can't see that from Brighton at the moment.
Nearly quarter of an hour gone, goalless here at the Amex on a sports special this bank holiday weekend. The former Albion striker Warren Aspinall and myself, Johnny Cantor, and no real meaningful saves had to be made so far by either keeper. Here's Welbeck on halfway, out to the left. Adingra, two options in the middle. One is O'Reilly, the other is Minte. More coming forward now. Adingra to the edge of the box, squares it. Chance for Weaver to take a touch. Will he have a shot? No. Belieber, edge of the D, turns into trouble. A little bit greedy there, I think. Could have hit it with his left foot, overcomplicated the situation, and here come Newcastle on the break, something they do really, really well. Really good countering side. Willock holds up there, and back it goes to Byrne.
Adringa's got the ball on the left-hand side, he's looking for a cross, and he's got everybody running towards him, even Minte. Just have to hang out at the back post. There are no options at all, Adringa. He kept it and give it square to Weaver, and Weaver just wants to pass it back into Belieber, and when product get taken off us and straight at us. To make things work, be positive in the final third.
Yeah, I think they just need to be, as you say, a little bit more positive. Spot on in your analysis there. There has been a goal at Brentford. Manchester United lead by a goal to nil. Mason Mount, the lesser spotted Mason Mount, has scored for Manchester United. That's good news for the Seagulls. Exactly what they want. Brentford in the mix as well after their win last weekend. Weaver blocks off the attack on this near side, then sends it up the line to Minte. Caught there by Byrne. He's fallen awkwardly on his back there, Yankuba Minte.
No, touched him, is saying.
Well, it will be checked, of course, but it was Dan Byrne who came across a little bit belatedly.
Intent there, though, Johnny?
Well, it's so difficult to decide on the intent. Well, at full pace, you couldn't really see.
It's gone for him.
He has gone for him, and as you say, intent. I'm not sure there's much contact, but certainly wanted to take him out of the game. No, nothing given at all. Well, if nothing's given, really, it should be simulation then, shouldn't it? You know, if you think about it. Maybe he just thought he was going to get out of the way. Goal at the London Stadium. More pressure on Graham Potter as Wilson Odobert has scored for Tottenham. Long ball forward there by Newcastle, and that's taken by Bart Verbruggen towards the edge of his box. So a couple of the games at 2 are at 1-0 to the away side. Thankfully here it's still 0-0, but you'd probably say Newcastle have been the better team in the first quarter of an hour.
Yeah, they have. And it's only because of the positive mindset probably from the players. They're on a roll, Johnny. Winning 7 out of the last 8. They fancy everything when they go forward, don't they? Make chances.
Yeah.
We're not our form. 1 out of the last 6, so there's a comparison, isn't it?
Well, a couple of months ago, Warren, Albion were above Newcastle in the table, weren't they? It has changed somewhat, frustratingly for the Seagulls. 0-0 at the moment. Albion can probably step it up again. Let's hope that they can.
It's too slow, Johnny, for me. Static up front. That's in the goalkeeper to ping it to Belieber, not Belieber, Minte. Dan Burns marking him.
Also, Minte's so narrow. He's got 25 yards in from the touchline. It's definitely a ploy, isn't it, in recent weeks?
Yeah, but he been employed from when Matoma played because he's a clever player. I don't think Minte's that clever, Johnny, if I'm honest.
Well, look there. Hertz has just said, "Come on, get near to me on this touchline," and maybe he will listen to that one. But that ball out there to the left wing to Adingra goes straight out of play. Fabian Hertz is saying, "I want it in behind the right back, not straight out of play." Like a rugby kick. But goalless it remains. So many people saying that there'll be goals in this one, and I probably had to agree with everybody, I have to say. But as it stands at the moment, no side has managed to break the deadlock. So from deep, Fabian Schär playing it up to the middle of the pitch, helped on there by Isak. Now forward to the left. Barnes makes the run down the left channel. Weaver goes towards him. Barnes with the reverse ball. Livramento with the cross, away by Van Hecker. That's good teamwork there by the two on this near side. Just looks so easy, doesn't it, for them to get in behind the Albion fullbacks.
The centre forward comes off Isak, he receives it at his feet, lays it off to midfield player, he pings it behind our fullback to Barnes. 3 passes, it carved us open, John. It's so easy when you move the ball quick. We sideways, back. Get Newcastle to get set. You're not going to break anybody down, Johnny.
They can improve on that, but to see what happens as the game develops. Guimaraes working into a wide position for a change, level with the Albion edge of the Albion box. Now to Trippier. Across the pitch it comes to the left side. Byrne along the ground to Barnes. Barnes keeping Anthony Gordon out the side at the moment. Plays it into Isak. He flips it forward, but a check run by Willock. So 0-0 here. Don't forget Eastbourne Borough against Maidstone will be available online from 3 o'clock this afternoon, courtesy of Kevin Anderson and Andrew Rayburn, giving you online commentary of that National League South playoff semi-final. Has to be decided today. Worthing missed out. He lost to Maidstone in the eliminator. Here comes Lewis Dunk making some good ground on the left. Into the feet of Welbeck. Maybe he's going to do that role of just dropping deep, laying it off and then get back into the middle, but Albion not moving the ball quick enough to really cut Newcastle open at the moment.
Everything's in front though, Johnny, isn't it?
Chip ball by Van Hecker, easily headed away, but O'Reilly manages to pick up the pieces, then lays it off there to Estupinian. I've seen too much of him as an attacking force. I know he likes to get forward and can cause damage. Not a bad free kick in him either, has he? But he's been forced back there to his captain on halfway, Lewis Dunk.
No width. It's too congested in the midfield area, Johnny. And they're happy because everything's in front of them. It's just how you want a team we play against us like that. Like how we're playing. Because you're never going to break them down.
No. Literally, I can't think of an opportunity that Albion have created in the game at all. Or I think certainly I had a shot.
There's no movement, static up front, no width. I expected you're going to get in behind them.
Well, Belieber maybe now from a central position. No, he's pushed back there by Willock. Industrious midfielder. Eddie Howe says most of the profile like Joel Linton, but maybe not quite the quality, as Weaver does well there, got in behind, and Livramento loses a boot, holding onto his right shin, as is the way for just about every player injured in the Premier League. And
the manager, Crofty, is saying stay wide. When's it going to stick to his head and say, Luke, stay wide?
Yeah. Andrew Cross has finally got the message there. Fabian Hertzler encroaching slightly across the fourth official into the opposition technical area there. I think Jason Tyndall would have had something to say about that if that had been the case. He's not here up in the stands. So, just approaching the midway point of this first half. Still Albion 0, Newcastle United 0. Nothing of any major note has happened in the game so far. Just the subs warming up. Good to see Adam Webster back and big old Igor back as well. So may get some game time as the game and the games go on. As we've got another 3 to go, of course. Wolves away next weekend. Here's Minto battling hard against Byrne. Floating a ball quickly across there to Adingra. That's better. Can they move it swiftly from that side? Adingra left side of the box. Onto his right foot. Pulls it back there for Belieber. Belieber caught in about 3 different minds and just balloons the ball out of play. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking there. Wasted opportunity. Out for a Newcastle throw.
Well, it's poor from Belieber, isn't it? First of all, you should take a touch there because he's got plenty of time.
Do you feel like he had too many options? I don't know whether he was just... Yeah, it's just a strange one. Very strange indeed. I thought he was going to shoot based on his attempt late last time out, but Newcastle have it and they work it forward. Byrne to Livramento, now Barnes. Livramento gone down there under pressure from Yankuba Minte. He may well get a card there. Bellowing at the fourth official and his manager telling him to just calm down. Right from the word go, Yankuba Minte has not been comfortable today.
Yeah. There's a few of them not been comfortable, John. Belieber.
Yeah. Well, he's right on the white line, on the touch line here, Tino Livramento, so...
I'll just let him all off, John. That's what I think the fans are getting frustrated about.
They want the game to continue, but... referee has stopped play and is waiting. He'd already lost a boot and then he got shoved to the ground. I don't know whether he fell awkwardly perhaps, but no real pattern to the game or to Albion's performance so far, Warren.
No, it's sloppy in possession at times. Brighton, no width. Everything's in front of Newcastle's defenders, midfield players.
Well, they usually do this when they're 1-0 up, Newcastle, don't they? They have a tendency to adopt the dark arts, but I think Livramento is absolutely fine. I'm sure he may well have fallen awkwardly, but it does disrupt the flow of the game. Adam Webster continuing quite a vigorous warm-up. Here's the free kick, right on halfway, down this near touchline in front of the West Stand. Trippier takes it, goes square to Tonali. Byrne has stayed forward, drills straight down the middle of the pitch, and Tonali has sent that one behind into the North Stand. So a goal kick. After that lively first 2 minutes, it's all gone a little bit subdued, really. It's quite a subdued atmosphere as well. The manager was asked about people leaving at the end of games. It wasn't him who brought it up, but he did answer and said, I've noticed it, but obviously we've got to give reasons for people to stay. They certainly did that last weekend. Hopefully they'll do again the same this afternoon. O'Reilly working well with Belieber. Now Adingra takes over, coming into a central position. Tries to brush off the first challenge from Guimaraes, who's helped out by Tino Livramento. So work very, very hard indeed. It's put out a play there by the former Southampton defender. So Albion with a chance to take the throw quickly. Weaver it is who has it. Back to his international colleague Van Hecker. Oh, that's given away by Hinshelwood. Didn't see the run of Willock. Willock intercepts down the left side, loads of space. Believer trying to get back into position. Willock outside of the right boot, floats it over the bar. But he was put under a bit of pressure there by Carlos Believer. He did brilliantly to get back. He made up a lot of ground after Hinshelwood gave it away. And I think Newcastle will be hoping that Joe Willock would have done something better with it, but thankfully it's gone behind for a goal kick.
Isak's back ball's free, Johnny, isn't it? Gets his head up, Willock. But again, they set it a trap. They're setting us traps, Johnny, all over the pitch, and we're falling for them, aren't they? And that's how they're again attacking us very quickly.
Yeah, you see the game plan, Eddie Howe, very tactically astute. Scratching his head at the moment. Now Albion try and get him behind, and it's Estupiñán who makes the run down the left side. 3 in the middle. Little short pass to Adingra. Tries to spin and turn his man. Just nudged off the ball there, right in front of the referee, who says no foul.
That's what I mean, Johnny. He needs to be stronger, isn't it? They're going down for trying to win it a free kick. I understand that, but you have to be stronger up there.
There was a period, really, wasn't there, where Albion used to do it quite a lot. We used to get quite frustrated by certain players in particular, but when it's creeping back in, here's Weaver.
Just keep to him. Now get after him.
Minte has it, up against Livramento. Coming in field, away from 2, but doesn't really find any space, and just goes back across the pitch, whether it's a pass or a run. Now Estupiñán trying to find Welbeck. Little touch off to O'Reilly. Hinshelwood's made a forward run into the box, away from the first challenge. Gets it out to the left-hand side. Curled in by Adingra, headed away by Livramento. It was a good late run by O'Reilly, but Albion have won it back. Here's Minte, wanting to get it onto his left foot. Will he get the shot away? Yes, he will, and it's deflected in. Yankuba Minte. He's had an eventful game so far, and now he's got Albion the first goal of the game. Albion 1, Newcastle 0.
That's brilliant play from Minte. I've been critical of him lately, Johnny, but there you should. And that's brilliant. Just don't keep kissing the badge in front of the Newcastle fans. Minte, please. Sort of wonderful goal, but don't irate the fans. But yes, absolutely brilliant there. Cuts inside, little dummy. Second dummy, then whips it in. Great bit of finish.
Well, I wonder whether he'd been having a little bit of jip from the fans when he'd been playing the game, and he was told, but I think, don't do that. Turn away to the Albion fans and celebrate with them. But he jinxed, he got onto his left foot, thought that the chance had gone, but it brushes off Dan Burn, past Nick Pope. First blood to the Seagulls.
Dan Burn's dead, yeah. That might give him more confidence now, Johnny.
Yeah. Well, now you just got to keep going at him, being positive.
Like I said, he needs to stay wide, get one-on-one situations against him.
Well, you literally said it, Warren. Now have a go at him. He did, and he scored. Getting a bit scrappy. Trippier trying to rip the ball off Jack Hinshelwood. They're playing on, but Craig Paulson's going to bring it back. Tonali feeling that he was hurt there, but it will be a Newcastle free kick on halfway. Unfortunately, though, Brentford have equalised against Manchester United. An own goal there at the G-Tech Community Stadium. Luke Shaw scoring an own goal. Meanwhile, West Ham have equalised. Jared Bowen has scored. One apiece there, but Albion leading by a goal to 0 here. Welbeck back defending. Volleyed clearance there by Jack Hinshelwood to get it back into the Newcastle half. Trippier, caught by O'Reilly. Skips out of the challenge. Don't think it'll be a card for Matt O'Reilly.
I don't think you saw where O'Reilly keeping down on him, Johnny, when he's trying to keep into play.
It was one of those ones you're trying to keep it in play, and if you're not aware, he's straight through on goal, isn't he? A fair way to go, 40 yards to goal, but good anticipation again by Matt O'Reilly. Here's the free kick though from Trippier. Trying to find Byrne. Good header away by Van Hecker. Did brilliantly there. That's more about the physical battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just being strong. Believer blasting that against Tonali. Comes back down the touchline. Believer comes away with it, trying to send it long. Minte could give it chase, but Pope's come out of his area and thumps the ball high into the air. That nearly worked that. Weaver bundling in there to Barnes, bit harsh, but they'll get a yellow card here, I think, Matt Weaver.
He's only got a card for the foul, John.
He's holding on to the ball,
diving at the ball. Well, that's when you see Believer at his best, Johnny. First of all, he made a mistake, and he gets his body in between Turner, comes away from Turner, then fires it over the top. Unlucky with a pass. Seminte.
So Albion 1, Newcastle 0, but a free kick now coming, and their right back is now on a caution. So it's dead centre, about 20 yards inside the Albion half, so not much of an angle here. Fabian Schär is ready to take it. Byrne is forward. It's a high line from the Albion outside the box. Byrne tries to twist and spin, then he wins the header, nodding it to the edge of the box. Believer on his chest and then slices it clear. It's just focus sometimes just seems to lapse, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like
you can't switch on like a light switch, Johnny.
Yeah. Well,
I think sometimes he thinks he's playing with his mates in the park.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to boot this anywhere. The next week, shows strength, determination, comes away with the ball, and it's a wonderful pass. It's just
blocked by a stupid. He had to put that out for a Newcastle throw. Level with the edge of the Albion box. Play to Guimaraes, tries to bump off Jack Hinchwood. Just gone about his business quietly as he does, working in the engine room for the Seagulls.
Well, when you think Guaramash's name calls so much today, John Elway, and that's because of Hinchwood's probably doing a good job on him.
Yeah, very much so. Tonali pinging it in there, away by Minte. He doesn't seem to be struggling with his leg anymore, does he? And he made a good clearance. But I also think with Belieber, I just think it all just comes so simply to him that he's got so much time that sometimes he just overthinks things. Can often be the way with the most prominent players, but that's Weaver in quickly there on Harvey Barnes, keeping Anthony Gordon out the side. Gordon, who of course was sent off against Albion in the FA Cup. That was his last start, and he's been missing ever since, and it's given the likes of Murphy and Barnes opportunities which they've gladly taken. Brentford now in the lead against Manchester United. Kevin Schade has got the goal there for the Bees. Here's Isak dropping onto halfway, back to Tonali. Tonali left-footed across to Livramento, touches it onto Barnes, who's hovering on the near touchline. In there with the tackle is Minte. Plays it against the Newcastle player, and that's a big cheer there.
I think it is that our ball, Johnny. I think Minte did well there.
Yeah, got in quickly. So 11 minutes remaining of the first half here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. We'll be 1-0 up courtesy of that Yankuba Minte strike after half an hour. Isak winning the header against Hinchwood. Guimaraes using Barnes. Barnes getting to the edge of the box, shooting, but it's blocked there by Lewis Dunk. Comes back to Barnes. Chance now for the cross. Floats it back post. Great header there by Van Hekke. Back towards his own goal, and it had to be tipped behind by Van Verbruggen in the end, but he got it away from Alexander Isak, and that was the most important thing.
Oh, he tried to head it away, Johnny, but I think it came off Isak's head, didn't it?
Was there a little bit of a ricochet? It was good play by Barnes. He kept going, sent in the cross. Here's the resulting corner from the Newcastle left. Kieran Trippier to take it. Left arm up in the air, steps forward, launches it high. Back post is Byrne. Two Albion players go in there. Stopped by Weaver, cleared by Belieber. Murphy tidying up though for Newcastle. A little mistake there, and Albion might be able to break as Hinchwood flies it long. Idingra won't get to it. Nick Pope again out of his area. Probably more of a shot stopper than a player who likes to use his feet, Nick Pope, but a couple of times he's got them out of trouble. Rolled up the line there to Isak. Isak now looking infield. Tonali midway through the Albion half, short pass to Byrne. Stayed quite far forward. Now they switch it to the left hand side and Willock. Good disciplined defending and structure there from the Albion players.
at the moment, Johnny, we're all over the place, defence-wise, positional-wise.
Dragged here and there, aren't they?
You've got Stupian playing right back.
Hoisted into the box. Overhead kick by Minte, gets a ripple of applause. But they've lost a little bit of grip on possession here.
To get the shape back, get organised. Especially with 10 minutes to go to half time.
Said there would be goals. Not too many clear-cut opportunities so far in the game. Igor and Lamptey going to sit back down again, and Harry Howell there. So nice to see Harry involved in the matchday squad. A real good young up-and-coming talent. To the left side, Harvey Barnes into the edge of the box. Isak helps it on its way. Left-footed strike, but it's well covered there by Verbruggen. Saw it early, moved across to his right and held on to it as well.
It's a danger, isn't it? Harvey Barnes coming inside, Johnny. Playing little 1-2s with Isak.
Yeah, a couple of times that Barnes has done that, come off the wing to quite good effect. But
you're playing into his strength there though, Johnny, because he's a right-footed player playing on the left-hand side. He wants to come inside. So that was we've had show him on the line. If you don't show him inside, see Isak's time, he comes off his two defenders very well, Dunkey and Van Heck, so just be aware of that. Whereas Weaver's been booked as well, so
yeah, he's going to have to be quite careful. Byrne clears and gets it to the left hand side to Livramento. He helps it on his way along the ground to Barnes. Barnes coming in on the angle, still outside the box, past Believer but not past Weaver. Well, credit to him for making a timely challenge, especially when he's on a yellow card. Minte and Byrne having a really good ding dong on this near side, but it's back there to the keeper Pope. Newcastle flip it to the left hand side, missed. Harvey Barnes taking his eye off the ball, that goes out of play for a throw. Yankuba Minte, the player who was signed for around £33 million from Newcastle in the summer, has made the difference so far in this game. It's his goal that separates the two sides. I talked about the defensive record. It really is something that they can improve late on in the season and frustrate teams. Really will help in their quest for a place in the Conference League. We went through the permutations earlier with Adrian. We'll be back at half time with all the details from elsewhere, and of course we will be looking ahead to that 3 o'clock game between Eastbourne Borough and Maidstone United at half time with Kevin Anderson. But here there's 7 minutes left. Guimaraes, captain for Newcastle, says he feels really at home up in the northeast. Big player for them. May have to sell someone in the summer, as we were hearing from Sam Dalling on the podcast this week. Believer covering, stopping Willett getting forward on the near side.
Yeah, you'll be looking at, depends where they finish in the league, Johnny, don't you? You want to get into the Champions League.
Yeah.
Because Isak will be looking to move if they're not in the Champions League.
That's right, so it is so important for so many different reasons that they finish in the top 5 positions, which is where they would be as it stands at the moment. Certainly the ball is in their court after winning 6 out of the last 7 in the Premier League. An impressive run from Eddie's Howe's side, especially in his absence while he was in hospital. Here's Byrne using Livramento. He comes square, taking the ball with him and looking for options. Gets away from Adingra there a little bit too easily. Now Willock steering the ball across to the far right. No cross from Murphy just yet, but he wants to return from Guimaraes. Gets to the byline, low along the ground. Well watched there by Lewis Dunk. Cleared, but only to that far side. Guimaraes might fancy a pot shot from there. Runs straight into Adingra, and a free kick for the Albion. Craig Paulson getting some ironic cheers.
Again though, you see the wingers player there, Johnny. He stayed wide, Murphy. He's not been in the game too much today. He stays wide. Gets the ball, he drives at the fullback and plays a little quick 1-2. He's down his byline, isn't it? Better final ball from Murphy. Then it's a chance.
So not long to go, 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Albion leading by a goal to, as it stands, Brentford are winning as well, but it would take Albion above Bournemouth, who beat Arsenal last night, and That's what you want. You want it to be in your hands. I think that's the key towards the end of the season.
Brentford have got the easiest running, Johnny, after this. They play Ipswich away, Fulham at home, and Wolves away.
Yeah, Wolves are in good form though, as Albion may well find out next weekend. We're live from 2 o'clock. 3. Myself and Warren will be at Molineux. O'Reilly just trying to turn it around the corner there, but it's blocked. Hinchelwood goes for the return though to help the Albion out. Just do some good tidying up work in the central midfield area. Yeah, and of course Liverpool, we don't know how they'll be. Tottenham on the last day. Of course, every game live on BBC Radio Sussex, of course. Welbeck lost possession there in a bit of an unnecessary position, and Newcastle have got numbers forward here. Willett playing it on there to Livramento. He tries to get in the cross, but the lever slid along the ground, never made a touch. Livramento wanted a free kick, but it goes out for a goal kick.
Again, hard running from Believer, isn't it, Johnny? There, tracking back. He's got him behind, hasn't he? Livramento's better 1-2, got him behind.
I think Livramento's thinking, I don't really want to cross it with my left foot, so I want to get the free kick. Well, we talked about how he used to sprint between those huge tyres at home in Cameroon when he used to just work on his sprint training, then he'd go down to the beach to work on his gymnastics.
I was going to say, down the beach for the beer. But it's too young.
You know those ones you get? I know a lot of people used to get hammers and smack them to try and increase strength as well. Here's Adingra trying to use his strength up against Kieran Trippier. Don't forget, Albion Unlimited back on the Tuesday, live at 6 o'clock and available as a podcast on BBC Sounds thereafter. There's always features in it as well, some of them are timeless, so sometimes it's good to flip back and look through the previous episodes to see if there's something that takes your fancy. You can take it with you wherever you go with the BBC Sounds app. You can also subscribe as well, one click away from us telling you when new content is delivered. Of course, we'll have post-match reaction and analysis with Warren and Adrian after the full-time whistle. But with 2 minutes left of the first half, Albion still leading by a goal to nil. Shea was holding on to Welbeck and Craig Pawson agreeing.
That's the first time he's done that, Johnny. The goalkeeper drilled it into our striker. What they're doing, Newcastle, they're leaving 3 against 3. So Livramento's playing like as a left wing back more or less, and it's Trippier, Shaw and Byrne marking Minte, Adingra and Welbeck. And there, the first time he's pinged it in to Welbeck. Usually it's trying to hit Minte on the right wing here, and Dan Burns is winning every header, so I think he's changed it a little bit and drilled it. Now we get a free kick. It's a good ball in.
Here's Hinchelwood dragging it across to Adingra on that left side. Doesn't cross initially. Back heels it there to Estupinian. He thought about whipping it in. Now he curls it in dangerously, but taken there by Pope. Just ahead of Danny Welbeck. And comes across to try and hold Pope up and delay proceedings.
I think you have to whip it in the first time it rings, doesn't he? They're not set then, are they, the defenders?
I never understand it, why it takes so long for people to cross, Warren. It's
strange, isn't it?
It is strange, but things go in fads, don't they? 2 more minutes to be added on at the end of the game, I think. Seen that flushing on the fourth official's board just as he prepares it. 2 more minutes for Albion to hang on to this lead till the break and just regroup again.
Well, I'm sure the manager will be telling Minte, when we're attacking you need to get touchline wide. Cause problems.
Yeah, well, that direction from Andrew Cross worked very, very well indeed. Andrew Cross, of course, involved with the Welsh setup as well as the Albion, learning all the time as everybody is. Tonali nearly got trod on the ball under pressure from Minte. Well, I say I wanted a shout there, but
if Minte would have gone for the ball instead of running past him, Johnny, he would have got it, wouldn't he? But he's trying to stop the back pass.
Well, Weaver was up there with him as well. 2 minutes confirmed. Yeah, it's been a half of minimal opportunities, but we may get one late on here. Livramento trying to thread it through the middle, cut out by Estupinian. Shouts of man on for Simon Adingra, now for Purvis Estupinian. Lovely quick feet from him. Brilliant work there. Hinchelwood fouled. Guimaraes this time at fault. Just starting to notch up the numbers in terms of the tally of free kicks and fouls. Well, it's by no means been a classic. Limited opportunities in the goal mouth of either side. But it's Albion who have a vital 1-goal lead here as we wait for the half-time whistle. As Albion spread it to the near side. Minte showed a lot of that to Livramento, but he recovers to get it infield to Belieber. Hinchelwood made a nice run there to the edge of the D in the middle, but ignored.
I think just a bit too casual there in his control, wasn't he? Minte.
Yeah. Just thought, I'm going to kill it dead. It spun away from him, and that allowed Livramento to push him back. But here's Van Hecker finding O'Reilly. O'Reilly's first thought, get positive, go forward, lays it off. Minte now. Took a long time to get it into the middle of Belieber. He rolls it on there to Simon Adingra. Maybe he can get across in this time. 2 defenders in front of him. Shapes to cross, but then feeds it back to Estupinian. Ran out of space, really. Came too far in field. And Hecker joining the attack, trying to clip it there to the far side. Estupinian hits the volley first time. Would have been a good cross that, but it was blocked and hooked away. And now Guimaraes looks to get it forward. Runs into Belieber. No foul, says the referee. I think that's the right decision, really. I don't think it was a free kick.
I don't know, Johnny. It was the other way around. I'll be screaming a free kick.
Half-time. Limited opportunities for both teams in the first 45 minutes, but the Seagulls took their chance. Yankuba Minte's goal after half an hour, a deflected left foot shot that came off the former Seagulls defender Dan Byrne to get past Nick Pope and give the Seagulls the lead. Previous to that, Willock had a chance that went over the bar. Barnes had a shot saved late on in the first half, but I have to say, Albion not at their best, but a valuable lead at the break.
Yeah, like I say, at times they outplayed us in the final third, and it's about positivity, didn't it? And I said we need to be more positive in the final third, and when we did, we create chance, don't we? We got the chance, and he took it well, Minte. I keep saying he needs to stay wide, touchline wide. If he takes touchline wide in one-on-one situation, he's got the beating of Dan Byrne. That's who he's up against more or less. Livramento pushing further forward as like a left winger, and trying to double up, push us that way. Minte has to push him back. So we're going to get wide in one-on-one situations, get after them. It's just so simple, Johnny, if you can do it.
Newcastle probably started the more positively the sides were, and they did cause Albion a few issues. They did get behind, which is something that they seemed to stop as the half went on. But that is a little bit of a concern going forward into the second half, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but Johnny, you have to be positive all over the pitch, don't you? Really, and it's not just about the strikers being positive, midfield players, and it's like a domino effect. If you're saying to the full-backs, get forward, get wide and get forward, and let's double up on them, make 2 against 1 situations against them, because at the moment we're not doing. Weaver's trying to get forward, but they're too far apart, Weaver and Minte, as attacking. What Minte is doing very well, he's helping Weaver out defending, and that's what we don't want. Yes, we don't help them out, we want to push them back, and at the moment they're pushing us back.
Well, the whole of the second half to come, and I think there might well be some more goals in this game, but just the one in the first half, and it went Albion's way. Yankuba Minte, the former Newcastle player, scoring against the Magpies. Half-time here at the Amex then, Brighton Hove Albion 1, Newcastle 0.
It's not easy being a parent. 1 minute you're making dinner, and the next, you're being asked about the product of Prime Factors. And you're thinking, what's a Prime Factor? If you've got a child revising for exams, find out what they need on BBC Bite Size. We've got everything all in one place, with subject guides, podcasts, videos, example questions and tips to help get them over the line. For getting them in the best place for exam time, just search BBC Bite Size.
Yes, very good afternoon. Welcome to a sports special here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. I'm Adrian Harms. Our feature game this afternoon is the Albion against Newcastle in the Premier League, and the Albion leading by a 1-0 at half-time, courtesy of Yankuba Minte.
Here's Minte, wanting to get it onto his left foot. Will he get the shot away? Yes, he will, and it's deflected in. Yankuba Minte has had an eventful game so far, and now he's got Albion the first goal of the game. Albion 1, Newcastle 0.
That's brilliant play from Minte. I've been critical of him lately, Johnny, but there you should. And that's brilliant. Just don't keep kissing the badge in front of the Newcastle fans, Minte. Please. It's sort of wonderful goal, but don't I rate the fans.
Well, there we are. Irate or not, the Albion lead by a goal to nil at half-time. 3 other games in the Premier League today. The 4:30 kick-off at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea against Liverpool, but 2 games already in progress. Brentford leading Manchester United by 2-1 at half-time. That's not great news for the Albion. Brentford, one of the sides challenging for those European places, and West Ham 1, Tottenham Hotspur 1 at the London Stadium. So let's look ahead now to drop into National League South, and then there was just one. Worthing, Dorking Wanderers and Eastbourne Borough all went into the final day of the regular season looking for either automatic promotion in the one spot available or a playoff place. Well, Wanderers finished 6th. They lost a dramatic eliminator 4-3 at Boreham Wood, you believe, in the 96th minute. Worthing finished 4th, so they had to settle for a place in the playoffs. That's for the 3rd season in a row. Sadly, they lost their home eliminator to Maidstone United by 2-0, both penalties, and that left Eastbourne Borough, who actually ended up 3rd. That meant they avoided the dreaded eliminators, and they now have a home semi-final against Worthing vanquishers Maidstone. Let's begin with the manager Adam Murray, who's been speaking to Kevin Anderson ahead of their big day.
Well, Adam Murray, you've had the privilege of a week off. I'm assuming that that's a blessing rather than a frustration.
Yeah, it's been good. I think at this point of the season, you obviously go 46 games. It's a long graft physically and mentally, and you do all that to try and win a league. And if you can't do that, you want to be in a position where you can kind of sit back and relax before the playoffs and get everything together. And we earned that right. I think not having to go through the eliminator was a blessing, and it gave me the opportunity to go and watch both games, which I really enjoyed. So yeah, we've had some good preparation time, and we're ready for action.
You did go over to Worthing and watch that one. I'm not wanting secrets from the manager's dossier, but what did you make of Maidstone?
I think they're both games, to be fair. I think we're both a picture of how the league's been this season. Both very tight, both anything can literally happen. One game decided by 2 penalties, one game decided by sending off, and unfortunately when you get into the playoffs it doesn't matter what's happened in the season. It's one-off games, and we know what we're getting with Maidstone, like we knew what we would get with Worthing. So as always, Kev, just because it's a playoff game, nothing will change. We'll focus on ourselves. We know what we're about. We know what we need to do, and we'll hand it over to the players like we have done for the other 46 games to carry it out.
On balance, do you prefer a high-tempo game? Are you expecting more of a high-tempo game or a cagey cat and mouse?
No, we can't play any other way. So we have a style of play, especially at home. We'll go 200 miles an hour. The interesting thing is Maidstone play exactly the same with their intensity. So we've seen it here in the home game especially, that there's nothing in the game, and these big games all season, it's been the same. It'll be about moments, it'll be about big decisions. We'll need a strong referee, but it's going to be about the small margins that make the difference, and whoever does that the best will win.
That's Adam Murray talking there to Kevin Anderson. Let's take you straight to Priory Lane and speak to our commentary team this afternoon, Andrew Rayburn and Kevin Anderson. Good afternoon to you, fellas.
Good afternoon, Adrian.
Andrew, just before, I know you're going to speak to Kevin in a moment, just tell us, if Eastbourne Borough do win today, what happens next?
Well, it's next. It will be a playoff final at Priory Lane at the Reach TV Stadium, because the format is that the team finished highest in the league in the playoff final out of the 2 finalists will get the honour of playing it on their home ground, and that will be the case for Eastbourne Borough after second place Torquay United lost at home to Boreham Wood in their semi-final yesterday. So Eastbourne Borough looking to try to avoid that happening on home turf themselves this afternoon against a Maidstone team who only sneaked into the playoffs at the not at the back door, but on the last knockings, if you like, but they certainly proved their mettle at Worthing, as you said.
And I may have missed it there, Andrew. If they do get through, when would that final be played?
Well, as it stands, it's either Saturday or Sunday, the 17th or 18th of April, so May. Sorry, so 2 weeks' time. That'll obviously give all the practical side to be sorted out, and for both sides to prepare equally. But they've got a couple of weeks for all this to be decided. Of course, a lot of media attention was on the finish to the National League South season, with 6 teams, as you said, fighting it out for promotion on the last day, and there's still going to be a couple of weeks of drama to come.
Well, Andrew, I know you've got Kevin with you. I guess you've got some questions for Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin the Bard of Sussex here with me, a man who has followed Sussex football for many, many years now, and of course has been heard on the airways following the likes of Eastbourne, Borough and Worthing. Kevin, a big day again for Borough. We've seen so many of them over the years for this club, but this one feels a little bit different under the new era.
Well, indeed, yeah, you and I remember it, and lots of the supporters do, of course, at their certain age. But for the players, it's new. It's a completely different squad, and interestingly, the Eastbourne squad is really very young. Haven't probably encountered a cauldron like this very often in their careers. They tend to be young professionals, perhaps come through league clubs, but they're going to have to rise to this. Interestingly, Adam Murray said they only play 200 miles an hour, and they do. But Maidstone, very canny, very strong. Spent a long time of the season telling people they didn't really want promotion, but we know better, and they are full of experience, Andrew, and they will look to manage the game where Eastbourne will look to take the game.
Give us an idea of the Eastbourne Borough team news then, because they're boosted by the return of one player from suspension and one player from injury.
Yeah, particularly the Courtney Clark, who's had a 4-match suspension completed. He is back, and he is lightning on the right side. We think he'll play equally as fast as Yaya Bamba on the left, and they really go for pace, so that's very welcome. There are a couple of players also back from injury, including the skipper Brad Barry, who they've had to manage fairly carefully in terms of his playing, but he's going to hold that midfield, and the Borough are effectively at full strength, and Adam Murray has got options on the bench as well, Andrew.
Including, of course, their leading goal scorer this season, George Alexander.
Yeah, George Alexander, we won't go into the gruesome details, but he really suffered after the incident with Aaron Racine in the Worthing match on Good Friday, and he's taken a time to recover. He himself told me yesterday that he reckons he's good for 20 to 30 minutes, and he's on the bench, and he adds something different. He's not a big, burly, bustling striker, but he's got fantastic touch, fantastic finish, and he, Andrew, scored the winner on a cold February night when Borough entertained Maidstone just those few weeks ago.
And of course, Borough also suffered defeat at Maidstone prior to Christmas. That was a very tricky experience for them on that occasion. And Maidstone, though, interestingly, the last team to beat Eastbourne Borough on this ground, because that was March last season.
14 months ago, that's right. So they've got something to live up to, and Adrian, the cauldron of noise rises around us because the teams are out and we're all set for an absolute cracker.
Kevin, thanks very much indeed. So, good luck to Eastbourne Borough this afternoon. Andrew Raeburn and Kevin Anderson will give you full match commentary on that game this afternoon, and we'll keep abreast with the scorelines through the afternoon here during the game between Brighton Hove Albion and Newcastle United. A very good afternoon wherever you're listening this afternoon. I'm Adrian Harms. Welcome to a sports special here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. Our featured football this afternoon is from the Amex Stadium. It's the Albion against Newcastle. Back there in just a couple of moments' time.
Following the Albion in the Premier League.
BBC Radio Sussex Sport.
Yes, indeed. Back to Johnny and Warren in just a couple of moments' time. But, of course, the Albion leading by a 1-0. And this is how it happened.
Here's Minte. Wanting to get it onto his left foot. Will he get the shot away? Yes, he will. And it's deflected in. Yankuba Minte. He's had an eventful game so far. And now he's got Albion the first goal of the game. Albion 1, Newcastle 0.
That's brilliant play from Minte. I've been critical of him lately, Johnny, but there you should. And that's brilliant. Just don't keep kissing the badge in front of the Newcastle fans, Minte. Please. It's sort of wonderful goal, but don't irate the fans.
So there we are, Yankuba Minte on target for the Albion. Elsewhere in the Premier League, it's Brentford 2, Manchester United 1. That's a half-time score. Also half-time at the London Stadium, West Ham 1, Tottenham 1. That game of no relevance really to the Albion. The Brentford game is in that Brentford are still one of the sides who are challenging around for those European places. There's a 4:30 kick-off today where Chelsea entertain the Premier League champions Liverpool. Let's go back to the Amex Stadium. Stadium in a couple of moments' time and rejoin our commentary team, Johnny Cantor and Warren Aspel, back there in just a few moments' time to speak to the guys there. And as I say, we'll keep you abreast of that game involving Eastbourne Borough and Maidstone United in National League South. As Andrew and Kevin were saying, they will play Boreham Wood in the final, but that final won't take place for another couple of weeks. And then we'll find out who they are going to. Who that's going to be. You're listening to a sports special here, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Surrey. Our featured football this afternoon, as I say, is the game at the Amex Stadium. It's Brighton Hove Albion against Newcastle United. The Albion leading by 1-0. Let's rejoin our commentary team down at the Amex this afternoon. Johnny Cantor and Warren Aspinall.
Thanks very much indeed, Adrian. Yeah, things players just coming out. Newcastle first out the traps. Just looking to see whether there's going to be any changes from either side as we approach the second half. I don't think so. Just a little bit of people trying to clarify, I think, in terms of what was going on with Yankuba Minte in that goal celebration, and sort of brushing off the badge. I think maybe he might have been getting a little bit of grief from the Newcastle fans, according to somebody who was sitting just behind one of the benches at half-time, but we don't know for sure. But it's his goal that separates the two sides. Can't see any changes, Warren, can you, going into this second half, not from the Albion?
No. Probably 60 minutes that we're looking at.
They haven't really been helped by. I've just been looking at the Manchester United team, Warren. Dorgu, Mainu, Mount, Garnacho, Obi. So they've made changes on Thursday. That hasn't helped the Seagulls because Brentford are leading by 2-1, and Tottenham probably got one eye on their second leg on Thursday as well. No Mickey van der Ven, Romero, Porro, Udogi all on the bench as well. And here come the Albion.
Look after your own house.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If they win today, it's still in their own hands, isn't it? And that's what you want to do with 3 games to go. Just get to that final day and you're in the box seat.
That's for sure. You never know what's around the corner, Johnny, do you?
But you get funny results at the end of seasons. I don't know why that is. I guess people are motivated for different reasons, or not, as the case may be. But hopefully Albion will be motivated right to the end of the season. Still lots to play for, and still an opportunity to get into the Conference Seas. Look, John Lee's here, who's singing along to good old Sussex by the Sea. Always as passionate as ever, Leesy.
Leesy, good
rendition there.
Good rendition, Leesy.
Yeah, he's getting behind it. And of course, enjoying the football as well. Known for his cricket coverage in the past with the station. And that coverage continues from Friday. Adrian Harms back with ball-by-ball commentary of Sussex's Division 1 County Championship game from 11 o'clock. That's available on the BBC Sport website, as is this game, as we resume players. Van Hecker tries to get it forward to Minte. Through it goes there to Nick Pope. So I've been leading by 1-0 into this second half. Desperately trying to snuff out any early energy from Newcastle, but it's a good run by Barnes. Pulls it back on the angle, and luckily for the Seagulls, it was Hinchelwood there first to deny Willock. Well, they started lively in the first half, and they've done the same in the second.
Barnes' pace there, wasn't it? Got it out wide to him. He just drove at Weaver, went past Weaver quite easily. He has got lots of pace, hasn't he, Barnes? Gets to the byline, and no midfield players running onto him. Looking over Riley's just tracked back in there.
Once again to Barnes on that far touchline, swings it in back post. Estupinian lets it go past him. Out of play for a goal kick. So Albion having made 2 changes coming into this one. Van Hecker and Minte coming in for March, who's not involved today, and Yassin Ayari, who's on the bench. No, Kaoru Mitoma, so not quite the reinforcements from the bench, Warren, as they have had in previous weeks.
Not as an attacking player, John, is it? More or less.
No, but if you need to defend a lead, there's a few in there, isn't there?
Yeah. Have to put them all on.
Joel Veltman, Igor, Adam Webster, Tarek Lamptey. That's the way it goes sometimes. Hinchelwood, a little shove on Willock there, but got away with it. And Belieber tidying up and playing it back to his keeper, Bart Verbrugge. Can't pick it up from there, so goes to the left to find Lewis Dunk. Dunk back inside to Stupinen, who's quietly gone about his business today. Picking up even more at the Amex this afternoon. Sort of weather actually a bit more accustomed to being in the northeast, really, and we've been up there I remember going up one year between Christmas and New Year, Warren. It was freezing, wasn't it? Of course, Albion have already beaten Newcastle twice this season. They want to do it again here.
Just watching there, Danny Welbeck could have laid it off there to Reef on his right back spot. So it's not.
Reef getting forward now, and he's found Inchwood to the edge of the box. Took it too far. Too many bodies, including Cher, to get it away for Newcastle. Albion get it back, then Weaver's ball deflects off a player, but Welbeck helping it on its way to the left side to Simon Adingra. 2 defenders in front of him, so he just shifts it back 5 yards to Pervis Estupiñán. Now Hinshelwood, more central. Belieber onto his left foot, calmly plays it across. Adingra once more. Estupiñán out to the left. Chance for him to size up a cross. Floats it this time. It's left by Welbeck. Thought someone maybe was going to attack it from behind, but it's cleared, but only as far as Carlos Belieber. Albion now seeing a little bit of possession early in this second half. Dunk approaching the left side. And then comes back to Van Hecker. Seamlessly got back together, those two. Van Hecker, who had that concussion against Brentford, but hopefully nothing too serious, but they had to play it very carefully indeed.
It's like, you know, Johnny, it's sideways back, but we have to bide our time. Then once we get that final third, it's like an explosion. Quick.
Yeah. Trying to find runners darting from left and right. Fabian Hertz are applauding his side as they work the ball back to halfway. So the clean sheet will be crucial today if they can hold on to it. We talked about the goals that they've conceded, and he's conceded 2 or more goals in each of their last 6 Premier League games, and that's got to end. Here's Belieber on a great run to the edge of the box, skipping free, lays it off. Minte low in there. Oh, it's cleared away from Welbeck. Thought he'd arrived at the perfect time, but it's picked up by Pope. Lovely weaving run from Carlos Belieber. Got it out there to the far side. Minte's cross. It was scooped up in the air and away from Danny Welbeck.
Just backed off, didn't it? Backed off. Gets it out to Minte, puts a quick ball in. I think if he attacks it, Danny, instead of waiting for it.
He was sort of going backwards, wasn't he, rather than going towards the ball. If he had, it would have been quite a simple tap-in. Good work by Estupiñán to find Adingra. Inchwood working it back to Belieber. Van Hecker coming forward now, playing it into the feet of O'Reilly. Never got the right touch, and it's picked up by Willem. Now Byrne for Newcastle, trying to get it into the middle. Weaver with another important interception, sliding in there, and he may have caught him a little bit late there, and he has been booked already, Mats Weaver.
He could be off here.
Well, I think it's Sandro Tonali who's gone down injured.
He's waiting for he's asking probably his mates at back at Stockley Park, isn't it?
He's probably thinking, I don't have to make an early decision, but of course really he should make a decision. He took a little bit of the ball and then he kind of goes into the player.
I think he'll be okay.
I think it's a reasonable amount of contact, isn't there?
I think he'll be okay, Johnny. Just about.
With the ball, that is, or I should say.
Yeah, I think he'll be looking though to bring him off, if I'm honest now. The slightest next one, Johnny.
Yeah. I'm just seeing he's pointing towards either Lamptey or Veltman. Who's coming towards him now? Is it going to be Lamptey or is it going to be Veltman?
And you need to get Lamptey on now.
Well, they made the quick decision, and Fabian Hertz has pointed down the line and told his substitute Tariq Lamptey to get himself ready. Veltman is the other option, but I think it's Lamptey's pace that they'll want to use. Coffee cups flying off the tables here, the wind's picking up so much. Sheets disappearing left, right and centre.
Come on, JC.
Sorry about it.
All your script here.
I know.
Coffee all over my bag.
Apologies, I'll clean it up later. Really weren't expecting to screw it up in a ball, mate. We're not missing any action, we're waiting for the free kick to be taken. But
think you'll get a job as a cleaner here, Johnny?
It's too complex for me. Here's Tonali, floated ball to the left, headed into the Albion box, leaning in is Van Hecker, away by Weaver. Did well actually, didn't want to commit to the challenge. Played over to the far side. Off goes Minte, using his pace again. Booed by the Newcastle fans, trying to slide it into the middle, and it's a tackle there by Trippier.
It's unlucky that Minte
did it all right, didn't he? See what he was trying to do. Willock using his pace now, but he takes it across the byline and out of play for a goal kick. Into some good positions, Joe Willock, but he really has struggled, I think, with his final delivery. Inigo Calderon here today, having been sacked earlier this morning by Bristol Rovers after their relegation.
Seems in a happy mood, doesn't it?
He gave it a good go in terms of survival, and here comes the change. So Reef on a caution, a sensible decision, Warren.
Yeah, I mean, straight to where I said you need to get him off. Well, the next slightest little obstruction who's coming sent off. So great decision by the manager. Lamptey's more attacking as well. It's another plus thing.
Well, I don't know how often we're going to see Tariq Lamptey in an Albion shirt going forward, but he's got an important role today. Well, hey, I think I was quite unlucky with the first with the booking. We've done well today. It's a bit of a shame that he's gone off because he has been quite combative. But Lamptey can provide something different maybe. Here's Hinshelwood overrunning it and picked up by Newcastle. Guimaraes taking it to the left, waiting for people to get forward into attacking positions. Out wide to Livramento. Now Willock takes over just inside the box on that left hand side. Guimaraes squares it. Chance for a shot. And that is sent so wide by Murphy, nowhere near the target, and that has made Eddie Howe's mind up, and he's going to make a change, and he's going to bring Anthony Gordon on.
Yeah, that was it. I think it's only about his third touch in the game, isn't it? So I think that's what bring Anthony Gordon on. He's been waiting in the wings, Johnny. It's only because of this good form he can't get back inside, but I think once he gets into this team, I think it'll be there to stay.
Yeah. Well, Welbeck felt he was fouled there, but the referee says no.
Soft.
Into the far side again, into the box. Minte getting back. Good work there defending. Well, I said it'd been in the commentary for the goal. It's been eventful for him. All sorts of things happened. He thought he'd been injured. Then he was getting a bit of grief, and he scored the goal. Then he's been made some really important tackles. There's a tackle which is judged to be a foul there by Craig Pawson.
He done it well. I'm going to run over to have a little word with Craig in his ear. So why was mine not a foul?
Yeah, it's going to go one way. It should go the other. But here is the change confirmed. Gordon on, Murphy off. Ryder elsewhere. Brentford leading Manchester United by 2-1. West Ham 1, Spurs 1. It's Chelsea Liverpool at 4:30 a little bit later on. Well, by no means has this been the most entertaining of games, but you feel it's finely balanced.
I think as the game goes on, there will be a lot more gaps open for Brighton to explore, that's for sure. Here's
the free kick into the box, headed away by Lewis Dunk, and then volleyed clear and out for a throw. Albion standing firm there. Geordie's fans are certainly trying to back their team and get themselves back into it here and get themselves an equaliser. With Albion leading, they would go 8th in the table. Newcastle, Albion's record against them has been very, very good indeed. Haven't lost in the last 7. And here's Gordon, first contribution from him, skipping past Lamptey, and Lamptey's brought him down, and I think he's awarded a penalty. Lamptey's first touch is to clip Anthony Gordon, and no hesitation from Craig Pawson there. Made his decision swiftly and has pointed to the spot. So Gordon could well be outside the box. There is a slight contact, not much, but we'll have to wait and see here, because it will be checked by the 4th official Andy Madley and his assistant Scott Ledger.
outside, so I think that's not his.
Well, Guimaraes has picked up the ball and strided very quickly towards the penalty spot, but Craig Pawson now being told to wait.
First touch.
He goes with the outside of the right boot. It's outside, so we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to go through a bit of a rigmarole, I imagine. Here we get told that we're checking for a penalty, for a foul. Alexander Isak has now picked up the ball, but he'll have to wait, and I think he'll have to give it back in a minute.
Well, has to be.
We go back to the time it takes, and obviously wanted to speed the game up.
The touch is outside, and he falls in the box. So what we're waiting for? You saw it. I seen it. 10 seconds it took. It's not even 10 seconds.
Well, it is a bit of a shame, but here is confirmation of a free kick on the left-hand side of the box. Well, I'm quite relieved for Tariq Lamptey, really. I'm sure you want to be dangling your foot out there, but the decision has been made.
Well, okay, this is a dangerous service still, Johnny.
It is. Well, maybe that's the wake-up call that they require.
Yeah, they're going to show it now on the big screen. I don't want to show it earlier.
Yeah, he does fall into the box, but contact is outside. Check is complete. They need to stay focused here and keep their concentration, because as we approach quarter of an hour played of this second half, it is in a dangerous position, this free kick.
You've got a few options here, Johnny. He toss it, whips it in.
Two on the edge of the box as well.
Anthony Gordon there to strike. Isak's hanging out. That's a strange one. Isak hanging out the box here.
Well, it's going to be, I think, Tonali to take it. It's about 8 yards from the byline, just outside the box left side. He goes for goal, in at the near post, hook back off, deflected. Another good block.
Good block by Lamptey there.
Sher it was who tried to hook it back, but Lamptey was aware. Got past the wall, didn't it? But those two good friends, Welbeck and Lamptey, combining to deny Newcastle. It is a corner though, in at the near post. Estupiñán goes to meet it, heads it clear, goes back out to the far side, nodded back along the line to Gordon, and returns it to Livramento. So I've got to say, they've got to be disciplined. Launched high this time. Byrne has stayed forward, gets the header in there towards Isak, but it dribbles past him and goes through to Verbruggen. Albion fans certainly felt that Dan Byrne was holding in the box there. Play continues. Launched high by Lamptey. Tracking back there is Trippier. A short pass to Fabian Schär. Blocked there by O'Reilly. He gets it back from Welbeck. O'Reilly with a chance. Deflected. Oh, it's just gone behind for a corner. Well, you've got to credit Matt O'Reilly. Countless times in this game he's put pressure on the final man in possession, and it's caused errors.
Yeah, he's done it well, but again, he was just trying to square it, didn't he? He only was squaring it too because there's nobody there, Johnny. I think he had to let it back to Welbeck to strike at goal. That's good response now. The pressure's on Newcastle. We'll take the pressure off us at the back. Can we get his goal?
So it's going to be O'Reilly to take the corner from the right. Dunks in there. Burns trying to stick with him. Maybe someone can pop round the back unmarked. Needs good delivery though from Matt O'Reilly. From the right with his left foot. Swinging it high. Byrne up against Dunk. And wins the header. Minte picks it up though for the Seagulls. He runs straight into traffic. Three defenders in front of me, took all the space up and just launched himself towards the play. Put out a play there.
Danny Welbeck's having a go in. So to get at your feet and whip it in.
He took all the space up himself and then just runs into the defender. Decision making so key. I know he's learning, but he's learn a little bit quicker. Riley again heading forward, this time towards Adingra, but picked up there by Nick Pope. Still 1-0 to the Seagulls. And more changes may be being considered by both sides, really. One change made apiece so far in the game as Go back there to Fabian Schär as the final man, by Livramento, who's drifting into midfield a little bit more from his full-back position. Albion trying to get it through Minte. Minte takes it away from Tonali, uses Welbeck in the middle. Millwall, just didn't underhit the pass, and Adingra was on his back foot anyway, but then Welbeck goes in there for a challenge. Both players go down, play continues with Lamptey. He drags it to the edge of the box, cut out by Dan Burn. Things starting to open up, as you were saying, Warren. Space appearing on both sides of the pitch. This time Willock breaks, finding Isak. Isak from the left-hand side, trying to get away from Belieber. Rolls it across there to Barnes. Barnes inside the box, onto his left foot. Swings at it. Comfortable for Verbruggen. High at that height, taking it in front of his face. Low down, would have been maybe a different kettle of fish, but it remains Albion 1, Newcastle 0.
One end that were attacking, 10 seconds later, Johnny were defending. We can't allow that. I said that would happen, but we can't allow that to happen. Terry Lamptey going forward, the wasteful pass in the final third. We have to be careful when we get in there.
It's happened a lot, hasn't it, Warren, this season, when Albion have looked like kidding off games 1-0 up, and suddenly a team breaks, having had a good chance to make it 2-0, and the team goes up the other end and equalises, but not on that occasion, and they still have a slender 1-goal lead. It would be important if they can keep the points tally going. Of course, they've already surpassed last season. Only one other season they've got more points in the Premier League. That was the 72 that they picked up in 2022-2023. Oh, that's a mistake. Oh, and Estupiñán slid in. Trippier stays on his feet and get it away there to the right-hand side. Takes a throw quickly into the middle. Up here, handball against Guimaraes, and Adingra fouls him. It's been quite a scrappy game all over from start to finish, really. No one's real
quality.
No. I don't know whether it's just a bit hell for leather, a little bit over eager perhaps. Of course, the stakes are high for both these sides.
I think that's what it is, Johnny, the pressure.
Yeah.
Trying to get the 3 points.
Absolutely. And it's Nkuba Minte's goal separates them at the moment. Danny Welbeck with this excellent record against Newcastle, still out there on the pitch, still going to have to do a lot towards the end of this season. So the free kick, 20 yards in from the right. Gordon and Trippier are there. The line is on the edge of the box, touch off to Gordon, he swings it back post, and that's beyond Dan Bird, who gives chase to try and keep it in. I think he's managed to do it as well in familiar territory here at the Amex. Burn on that far side, onto his right foot, tries to cross, headed away by Belieber at the near post. Livramento just nudged Minte away from the ball, and Newcastle pick it up again through Tonali. Gets it out to the right, Schär, down the line to Barnes. Barnes in behind on the right, sends a whipped cross in, headed away there by Van Hecke. Pressure building here from Newcastle. Barnes again, told to get it out wide. That's exactly what he does. Guimaraes helped there by Tonali now. Tonali, he tries to drive it in. That's blocked by Estupiñán. With more good defending from him. Such a consistent performer for the Seagulls. Now Tonali, recycling it back into the midfield. Danny Welbeck doing really well there, getting close, a little bit too close. There would have been a free kick, but advantage played there by the referee Craig Paulson. Now Gordon. Stop there because he's fouled by Nkuba Minte. Now across to Trippier, trying to keep the ball moving. Again, too close to Estupiñán, and then away by Hinshelwood. Trying to get it clear. They just can't quite get out of their own half at the moment, the Albion. So Van Hecke comes forward but makes a mistake. Willock onto Gordon on the edge of the box. Jinks away from Van Hecke, drills it low. Barnes takes a touch, stabs it high, took a deflection. The header away by Matt O'Reilly. Still not much distance though to get it clear, and Newcastle come again. Back down this right hand flank. Barnes trying to create the space for himself, low along the ground. Isak with the back heel, deflected and easy. The sting had been taken out of it, and Bruggen will be able to take that comfortably. Yassin Ayari is going to come on for the Seagulls in a short while.
Yeah, I think fresh legs, Johnny, in there. Inchwood.
Or O'Reilly, perhaps?
O'Reilly, maybe,
yeah, one of those two. He's done so well recently, Yasin Ayar. It looks like Joel Veltman's going to come on as well. Which won't quite work that one out, actually. Maybe they push Lamptey further up the pitch and Veltman goes in at right back.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do, Johnny. Minte's worked his socks off. And to be fair as well, he's quick. Lamptey, but he's not over 5 yards. He's not the quickest over 30, 40 yards, is he? He can't get up and down like Minte can.
So it is Hinshelwood to make way. You were right, as always. Done well though. Jack Hinshelwood just gone about his business. And it's going to be a Dingra to make way. With Veltman coming on. Of course, no March, no Mitoma if you missed the team news earlier. As we suspected. Veltman goes in at right back, Lamptey pushes up to right midfield. Minte now on the left hand side. And it's the switch from Dingra coming off as Verbruggen kicks that ball straight out of play.
Just taking it too long there. Verbruggen straight out of play.
Yeah.
I think you can see how the Memento's pushing so high up the pitch, Johnny. Dan Barnes saying, look, go.
Yeah. Here's Ayari.
I'll cover this, and so Lamptey has to get him stretching wide.
Belieber trying to curl it in there to Minte. Took it away from Kieran Trippier, out for a throw. Fabian Herzler trying to marshal his troops there and crouching with his arm, pushing them back inside their own half. Now telling them to push forward. And his former Cubs St. Pauli looking like they're going to stay in the Bundesliga this season. Impressive effort from them. Here's Gordon flipping it into the middle. The run by Guimaraes, snipping it through there to Willett. Willett goes down, and Hecker came across. Goal kick. No, he's changed his mind. Well, he's pointing. As he pointed to the spot or a goal kick?
Spot.
It looks like a penalty. It was Van Hecker this time who was stretching. Oh, we've already had one shout, and that was changed because it was outside the box. Van Hecker. Do you know what? He checks out the challenge, I think.
Yeah, this could be overturned as well.
Well,
this is.
He was just trying to watch the
This can go 50-50 this way. I think it'll be given, though, I'm honest.
Massive moment in the game. It does look like Van Hecker sort of stops, doesn't he?
He knows he can't reach there, sliding in, so he's trying to go down on his knee. Hey.
Well, it's been a busy afternoon for Craig Pawson, Andy Madley and Scott Ledger. Well, initially he seems to go into the ground with his right foot, Jan-Paul Van Hecker. It's Willock who made the run.
Screen, Johnny, to the screen. This is more penalty.
Well, across he comes, up goes the screen.
Channel, get the right channel. I've got Snooker on here, he's saying.
Well, he'll be... Well, apologies for any swearing you may have heard behind us. But Pawson is now looking at the screen, just checking a couple of different angles.
Well, he's been spoken to now by his phone officials, as I tell you, the VAR man, saying, look, this is why I don't think it's a penalty. You can keep your decision yourself if you want to, but this is why I think it's not a penalty.
Elsewhere, Brentford has scored a third. They're 3-1 up against Manchester United. Here, Albion are leading by goals nil, but the referee has made his decision. And it is a yellow card for Joe Willock. Simulation.
I think it's the two Arsenal boys there, Willock and Welbeck, and they'll chat to each other. And he just put his arm on him saying, look, don't try to cheat us, mate.
Well, probably saying you're bigger than that. Yeah, he's been booked. Callum Wilson is going to come on soon for Newcastle.
Isak's going to have his third touch of the game with that penalty, Johnny.
Keeper's down on his backside as well, down the other pitch. Nick Pope.
It's a sniper in the ground, isn't it? What's happening with that one?
Well, it's because he's trying to stop play, I think.
Hey, we just had 5 minutes of the VAR, so what are you thinking about?
He's not got enough time to make a decision. Well, Pope's gone down. Wilson's come up from the bench. It's all going off here. So we've had 2 penalty shouts. The first was outside the box. The second judged to be simulation. Fabian Hertz has decided to bring the whole of his team over to the near side.
This is a tactic from Eddie. He wants to come over.
Yeah, of course. That's what I said. He's just gone down because it's a goalkeeper, so he has to stop play.
So that's good for the physio. He's not even coming on the physio.
Well, now they have to make a token effort, so one of them is now coming out. It's not even 2 of them. Normally it's 2. I mentioned the dark arts earlier. I don't like it. I mean, like Eddie Howe, there's a lot to like about the way that he sets up his teams and what he does. But at the same time, Warren, this is just,
This is a half-time team talk he's having out there.
Yeah.
Right, this is how they're playing now. They've gone 4-4, whatever.
The only thing I would say is what Fabian Hertz, he's done the right thing. There's nothing he can do to stop that. So what he's done is he's brought his own team over and said, right, well, I'll have a word with you. Well, Willock now replaced. And it's 2 up top with Wilson to join Isak. What I would say, Warren, is Isak just doesn't look himself. He's had that groin injury, and I just don't think he's 100% right. Hasn't been like that for a couple of weeks now.
That's why I said as well, John, in the pre-commentary. I said that's why he's had to keep playing him. He's not been in the fine, best of form. Takes a good penalty. But he hasn't open play. Hasn't scored many goals probably. Yeah, he's got the back.
Keeper seems to be okay now. Funnily that. Do they get acting lessons now, these footballers, do you think? Maybe. Don't worry, you're not missing anything here. The play hasn't even resumed yet. But Brentford have got a 4th against Manchester United. Johan Visser with that one. So this is not good news for the Seagulls in terms of what's happening elsewhere. Brentford certainly in the mix, particularly after that win against the Albion a couple of weeks ago.
And Forest, midweek, don't it?
Yeah.
Great win there.
But, I think they obviously have a superior goal difference to the Seagulls. As it stands, we're on +2. Maybe on +11, I think. Here's Barnes, takes the ball out of play, Albion throw. And as you said, Warren, it's just about doing your own stuff and getting on with your own business, and if they can hang on to this 1-goal lead for the next 15 minutes or so, they will go 8th, which looks likely to get the Conference League spot. No guarantee, because it does rely on City beating Palace in the FA Cup final.
I reckon, Johnny, there'll be 10 minutes of injury time in this game.
Yeah, we've had 2 VAR checks, haven't we?
Substitutions being made.
Yeah.
He just went down the Pope for 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So he said 25 minutes.
Well, worrying about them taking time. I don't know why they're worrying about them taking a long time, because they do lead Albion. So, I tell you somebody, I don't know whether it comes. I mean, maybe it comes from the top. You don't know who makes those sort of decisions. It's the other guy, the backroom stuff. Is it Graham
Johns?
Yeah. Seems to get involved in that sort of stuff as well. He came out into the technical area. I don't know whether he made the decision. And Hecker bumped off there by Livramento. Free kick for the Albion. Ironic cheers there.
Oh, Johns, he beat my record at Wigan for the goals scored in one season.
Really?
Yeah.
So what was the total? What was your total? Do you remember?
23.
23. I didn't realise he was a striker.
Me?
No, him.
John, yeah, he played striker all this year.
Yeah.
All the years he played. Good striker for Wigan. He had a good career.
Yeah. He's done okay as a coach as well. Eddie Howe now having a word with the 4th official as Van Hecker takes the free kick, driving it straight down the middle of the pitch, and out for a goal kick. Fabian Hertzer telling his side to just press and push up the pitch, try and not allow them out if they can. Played short there to Dan Byrne. Byrne along the ground into the feet there of Isak. Cushions in out there to Tino Livramento. Scooped up by Gordon. Chested off there by Guimaraes. Veltman's in quickly. Minte flips it out to Lamptey. It's worked and then driven across the pitch by Matt O'Reilly. Minte using his pace. It's a good sliding tackle by Trippier, but he's got the bit between his teeth, I think, today.
He gave him 6 yards then, didn't he, Johnny? And another 2 yards, he took the ball off him.
Yeah.
All you could see was Trippier looking back. So to me, stay wide then. There you go, he stayed wide.
He stayed onside, he's allowed it to bounce, he's got it on the left touchline. Good run by Estupinian forward. Estupinian drags it back, didn't want to cross, wasn't sure what was around him, so he plays it back for Minte. Minte sends it in low. O'Reilly back to goal, tries to spin and turn, deflected, goes to the 6-yard box where it's taken by Byrne, who clears. Amex crowd want a second goal, and they need a second goal. Still another 12 minutes plus added on time. There's Believer slips. There's a little bit of contact there from Bruno Guimaraes. Seemed to fall a bit awkwardly there, Carlos Believer. It felt like a slip to me, but there you go.
They both slipped, Johnny. Again, there's enough cameras nowadays. You can't fool people. And that's why he has to get up.
Well, if you want to know all about what boots players take to games, I would tune into the Albion Unlimited podcast on Tuesday, because we've got a special treat with a special guest, somebody who knows all about the boots that Albion players wear and how many they take to games. Here's Danny Wellman, little flick off there, Minte's through, down towards the byline, close to goal, shoots, deflected off Pope, comes back for Lamptey, he spins it back into the middle, O'Reilly goes down, shot there by Estupinian, deflected, out of play for a corner. Well, I'm sure it's a corner, but he's given a goal kick, not a penalty. O'Reilly certainly felt he was fouled. Well, again, it will be checked. Minte decided to go for goal. It came spinning high off Pope. In there was Lamptey, he just nudged it back into the middle. I don't think it's a foul myself. It was Livramento who was clumsy, though. You can ill afford to do that in the 18-yard box. He's just trying to roll it around. We will have a delay here. There will be a check initially, but I think it will. The decision will be made pretty quickly, and there it is. We're back up and running. 11 minutes to go. Still 1-0 to the Seagulls.
Minte stayed out wide. Taxed, doesn't he?
I don't understand. It's been a conscious thing, even since Brentford, West Ham. Those wingers playing a little bit more central. Here's Barnes though in a bit of space. Estupinian caught up the pitch. Believer trying to get back, fist into the middle. Isak helps it on its way. Gordon edge of the box, onto his right foot, curls it high over the crossbar. Goal kick.
I don't know how Barnes has got free there. Estupinian's gone on a little wonder about Johnny. Trying to dive in there, he's nowhere near the ball. They win it back and then play out wide to Barnes. It's clear. And it's like 5 against 4. They've done well, Brighton in defence there, backing off. But they go in the top corners, Johnny, or hit the pie man, don't they? He has got that in his locker, Gordon.
Yeah, he does.
Coming inside and trying to hit the top corner.
He's only scored 6 goals this season, but of course he's been missing for part of it. Injury, suspension. Isak is their main man with 22 in the Premier League. High ball there, met by Dan Byrne, heads it back into the Albion half, and Van Hecke goes back to his keeper. Gordon's chasing, but it's eased across to the right. Nice little body swivel there by Van Hecke to get it out to Veltman. Veltman taking it forward. Onto his left foot, deflected, spinning into the chest of Minte, trying to spin his man. Gets away there, covering back was Guimaraes, but it's charged down by Minte again. Still going forward. Danny Welbeck saying to the referee, that's a free kick.
Not bad that for Minte, isn't it? He got around him straight away.
Persistent though, isn't it? He's, you know, I think he's been riled, and I think, you know, he's created a response, and let's hope that his goal is instrumental in an Albion win this afternoon. Floated high there by Cher, trying to find Wilson. Good header by Dunk. Ayari trying to go straight forward through the middle to Believer, but Newcastle pick it up, and Isak's over halfway. Runners through the middle. Gordon has it out on the far side. On that left. To roll it into the middle. Good covering by Yassin Ayari. deflected it, but it comes back to the edge of the box. Back defending is Danny Welbeck, who, well, he's had no real service of note today, but he's worked really, really hard for the team. Share back out again. Livramento to the byline. Gordon doesn't get their goal kick. Albion will be able to take their time here.
Yeah, at times, Johnny, in the last few minutes, we've been at 6s and 7s, haven't we? Players out of position, formation all wrong. You just need to keep the 4 at the back, the 4 lads at the back stay there. There's no need to go forward now.
Alejandro Garnacho's made it 4-2 to Brentford now. He's pulled one back for United. Sorry, Warren.
So, and let the lads believe are just sitting there, and Iori getting and O'Reilly joining in. Can't afford to go here.
Discipline and concentration so important as Byrne nods it back to his keeper at the edge of his box there. Albion, who have had such a good record against Newcastle in recent seasons, going back a fair while, but I remember those back-to-back wins in the FA Cup, 2 successive years here in the Amex years as they are now. Now to the left touchline, Livramento, square short pass to Isak having to come deep, Veltman trying to follow him. Isak waiting for options, just rolls it into the middle. Tonali now squares it. Fabian Schär, he can hit the ball, he doesn't, he just drags it inside cleverly to Barnes. Barnes was caught there by Van Hecke. Free kick on the edge of the box.
No need to dive in. You know about the minute ago, discipline. You don't need to dive in there.
It was a cleverly disguised ball, wasn't it, into Harvey Barnes. I tell you what, I don't think he even touches him, Warren.
But he's given it. He's not going to change his decision now.
No, he's not. Well, it was rather shades of the other earlier challenge where he pulled out of it and the player just sort of goes down. He's already down before eventually he does touch him, but this is a tricky one for Albion's keeper because it's dead centre, 2 yards outside the box. So
Trippier's not going to take it. He usually takes him, Johnny.
Yeah.
I think Shah's going to.
I think you're right. Shah's got a good shot on him, whereas Trippier's good at crossing on the sort of diagonal. So I'm thinking maybe a pile driver from Fabian Schär.
That's going through there.
And someone lying down there on the ground behind the 5-man wall. Bart Verbruggen trying to peer through and get a good view of this one as he waits to try and find out who will take it. Trippier and Schär are the two.
I don't think he can get it up over the wall, Johnny, that's for sure.
So they may try and bend it around it. We've seen a few, of course, curl around walls recently, and it is Schär who plays it straight into the wall, and it's headed, but brilliant save by Verbruggen, cleared. Newcastle appealing for a penalty, and I think that the third time of asking, there may well be a penalty here. It was driven in. What an incredible save by Bart Verbruggen, but I think it will be pulled back, or will it be a corner? We'll have to wait and see.
Sambol, Ayari, what are you doing? No need. Look.
Oh, he just put his hand down. There's no two ways about it. Finally, Newcastle will have their penalty.
Sambol.
What a shame at such a late stage with 4 minutes remaining.
This is not going to get changed.
No. I think he just sort of flaps at it, doesn't he? It's like a sort of response.
Was it going on target? Offside.
Oh, it does go into the middle. They go through the process, work out whether there's an offside in there.
Well, it can't be offside because he's taking direct
free kick. And it's hit him straight away, hasn't it? Well, there's about 16 players all around the referee trying to wait to find out what the response is. This could be a crucial moment for both these teams in their quest for European football.
The manager thinks it's not a penalty.
Yeah, he's wagging his finger at the fourth official. Eddie Howe's to the right of the fourth official.
That means it is a penalty, doesn't it?
There's nothing you could. I don't think the fourth official has any impact on it. We'll wait for the decision from the VAR official Andy Madley, who will communicate with the referee. And change once again, but he does seem to bring his arm towards the ball.
It's a penalty, Johnny.
Yeah.
All day long.
Well, just as Albion felt they might just have the upper hand to be able to get themselves into 8th. This could be a massive blow for them here. Of course, Isak is the man who usually takes them, I think. The big cheer from behind that goal, and the South Stand tells you the penalty has been awarded. Yassin Ayari, adjudged to have handled. It was clear from our position, having watched just one of the replays. And Newcastle have an opportunity to draw level with around 2 minutes of normal time remaining. Bart Verbruggen being told to get back onto his goal line. Well, Albion have failed to save any of their last 10 penalties. 8 of those were Bart Verbruggen, 2 of them were Jason Steele. Can Verbruggen now pull one off here? It would be an important save. Newcastle's top scorer, Alexander Isak, will take it. Taking his time. Now he steps up, rolls it past Verbruggen, and Newcastle equalise with just 90 seconds left of the 90. 1-1. A little bit of afters as Isak tries to grab the ball off Verbruggen. There may be a yellow card in there, but I don't think Albion can have any complaints about the decision.
No, not at all. Definitely a penalty, Johnny. Like I said, third time lucky. But he's took the penalty away brilliantly, hasn't he? You think all the pressure on him, inside netting. Good penalty. Now the ball goes up for Erlong left. If it's not 10 minutes, I'll be.
You'd be quite surprised. Well, you're normally spot on these things. It may give Albion a time to get back into it. Well, you're close. It's 9.
We just had the minute there for giving the ball to that. It should have been 10 minutes.
Well, maybe Newcastle might feel they may have an opportunity as well. Can Albion be positive and go and find a winner, as they did late against West Ham last weekend here? Over the top, chasing is Barnes for Newcastle, trying to get away from Estupinian, takes it to the byline, still going, now clips it into the middle, comes off the chest of Lewis Dunk, sends the clearance skyward. Minte trying to get underneath it, Trippier trying to battle for it, play to Welbeck. Now Ayari, off goes Lamptey. Pope comes out of his area, clears there, heads that one into the supporters around us. Multi-ball in action, and then some idiot throws the ball back onto the pitch, not helping his team there. Into the box it goes, didn't get as far as Welbeck. Ayari will pull it back. So 1-1, and we're into 9 minutes. 2 changes coming up. Gomez and maybe Gruden, they've changed their mind, I think. Gomez certainly going to come on, as O'Reilly had to stretch for that one. Strong challenge by Guimaraes on Ayari. Fair according to the referee, Craig Paulson. Here's Isak rolling it across there to Gordon. Gordon taking it forward on the left. Callum Wilson waiting in the middle. Tonali comes short. Gets it back. Still feel like it's in the balance. We said there were more goals in this game. Unfortunately, having let that lead slip. It's never dull here at the Amex, that's for sure. Reaction to come here on BBC Radio Sussex after the full-time whistle. Back it goes to Nick Pope. Pope with the ball across to the left. Dan Burn now rolling it up onto the left-hand side. Gordon trying to take on Veltman. Veltman just getting across in time, but he may have brought his man down in an unfair way, and that's what the referee thinks. So a free kick out on the left touchline. Double change coming up with Gruder and Gomez coming on.
You can see there Veltman is not the quickest, Johnny, is he? And these 2 wide players for Newcastle now are very quick, direct. They're going out his feet. One thing in his mind, knock it past Veltman, and he has to bring him down.
Taking the free kick quickly into Isak. Isak lost it to the back post, headed away there by Lewis Dunk. Stupinian letting it bounce. There's 2 players around him. One is Byrne. Newcastle fans felt the ball went out of play. Notices the referee's assistant. Cher will whip it back in there. Chested back there by Veltman to his keeper after Duncan chested it. Well, it was meant for Bruggen, but it went to Veltman. But the two combine and the pair work it back neatly. Can they get themselves back up the pitch? Minte with the flick on there to Welbeck. Showed too much of it to Fabian Cher. I think it was a fair challenge, but O'Reilly's got it back again. Good foraging by him. Now Ayari back to O'Reilly. Tackled by Trippier. Comes out. Spinning out of play for a throw. Yellow card there for Danny Welbeck, I think.
Yeah, because he off the ball, it got him out pulling down. They're just saying.
Here come the changes then. O'Reilly off. And the other one to come off is Minte. Well, Brian Grudo contributed to that goal for Karu Mitoma last week. Albion with the throw then. They'll have to go back before they can go forward. We've played 3 minutes of the 9 to be added on. Gomez going forward there, trying to challenge with Fabian Cher. Slipped by Estupinian. Ironic cheers for Craig Pawson as the free kick is given Albion's way.
Well, you want chances, don't you, to get this winning goal, I would say, at this time of the game. But the delivery now. Ayari Grudo over the ball. Lewis Dunt's come over to have a little word with Gruder, saying, look, we're going around the back, probably free.
Try and shield maybe a little bit and maybe create a little bit of a wall, and then someone might be able to just get round the back. Veltman's decent in the air too, as well as the two Albion centre-backs who are forward on the back line. Welbeck manoeuvring himself into a position towards the back post as well, but it's 8 yards in from the left touch line. Gruder to take, left-footed, dangerous ball in. There's Gomez! Oh, he sent it wide. Unmarked, 6 yards out. Still 1-1.
No wonder he's got his hand over his face, Johnny. You could have made yourself a Brighton hero, though. He's onside. It's a wonderful ball in. Oh, what an header that is. For the clearance it is. Oh, what a miss. What a miss.
It's quite difficult to skew it wide, to be honest. But now we will go again. Another 5 minutes left. Here come the reinforcements. Newcastle have made their decision. They're just going to defend. Kraft and Botman, two defenders coming on for Eddie Howe. Yeah. I think they feel it, don't they? They feel Albion in the ascendancy. Gomez now to Gruder. Gruder trying to go through the middle. That's blocked. Now they can break. Barnes getting forward. Lays it off to Wilson. Wilson hits it, deflected and tipped over the bar by Verbruggen. Chances at both ends within the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a good save that. He's holding on now, but okay, he's gone direct to get the goal equaliser. Now he's thinking, I need to shut up shop.
Will they come on or not, Warren? That's the question. To be fair to Botman, he's the size, so he might be a danger in the air, but they're going to wait for this corner to be taken by Guimaraes on the right. Tied at 1-1, deep in injury time here at the Amex. As Guimaraes prepares to try and pick out one of his teammates, curls it in there, headed away by Lamptey. Gruder on the edge of the box, there's a foul in there. Albion will have the free kick. It's now 4-3 at the G-Tech, so Man United trying to make a fist of it late on against Brentford. An equaliser for Man United would help the Seagulls, but Cher comes off, Botman comes on, and Kraft is the other player to replace Kieran Trippier. Well, it's difficult to know what a fair result is here today, but Albion will be frustrated if they don't win it. Long ball there by Verbruggen, header by Gomez, can't find Welbeck. Ayari, good leap by him, away by Botman. Welbeck trying to get a flick off there to Gruder. Gruder causing problems, his movement is excellent since coming on. Now Baliba plays it back, retreat they go again. Diagonal ball to Estupinian, tries to head it infield, but covering back there is Emil Kraft. Estupinian hit in the face. And he's going to hold his head there because he might need a bit of treatment. Well, one thing last week when they did score that goal with Carlos Maliva, Fabian Hürzeler did say we've been working on goals in late situations. He said it wasn't like that, but it was what he could do with another late goal here this week. 2 minutes of added on time left.
So Johnny, we've had a chance, haven't we? It's a winner play, I would have said, but
yeah, I know. I mean, I think Gomez's chance is probably the only save Pope would have had to make, and he didn't even have to make that. Header forward by Van Hecke, just rolled a bit by Wilson there, but a bit unlucky because I felt there was a foul in there. Ayari trying to hold things up. Tonali takes over, sends it high. Barnes gives chase out into a wide position. There's the flag is up, offside. Checking with my watch, I make it we've got 60 seconds left. I've been told to retreat a little bit before taking the free kick. And someone step up to the plate late on here. And he said that his team, he wanted them to provide reasons for them to stay late, the fans. But Dan Burn has headed that deep inside the Albion half, and retreating is Van Hecke. Got it to Verbruggen. That'll still give him a chance to launch it forward. Goes straight down the middle of the pitch, trying to pick out Gruder, who just bounces off Burn. A boy from Blythe clearing that one, but Lamptey will get onto this one, flips it past Livramento, just can't quite get away from the second challenge. In there goes Gruder, comes back for Ayari, 10 yards outside the box, rolls it to the right. Lamptey with a chance to cross, instead he rolls it to the edge of the area where it's cut out by Newcastle. Thought he might just swing that one in, Tariq Lamptey, but he may get another chance here. 3 waiting in the middle, surely the cross has to come in. Lamptey going on the outside, it's blocked, goes again, Livramento holding him up. Lamptey spins and turns, left-footed, reverse ball, Ayari, took his eye off the ball. But it's a poor clearance, in there goes Gomez, away by Emil Kraft. There's a couple of half chances in there, Warren.
Yeah, Ayari there, not waiting, not ready for it, is he? Not waiting. Anticipating the ball to come to him. Reacts when it's too late.
Yeah. Trying to make amends after giving away the penalty, the handball that made it 1-1. It's finished at Brentford. They've beaten Manchester United by 4 goals to 3. So Albion, as it stands, would be 10th in the table, 1 point behind Bournemouth, level with Brentford, and that's as it will be because the final whistle blows here at the Amex. A frustrating end to the game, having led through Yankuba Minte in the first half. A penalty from Alexander Isak after Yassin Ayari handled the ball, blocking a free kick to give Newcastle an equaliser. There weren't many chances in the game for either side really, but Gomez had the opportunity late on. His header from 6 yards out went wide when he was totally unmarked. It feels like a missed opportunity.
I think it is a missed opportunity, yes, Johnny. We were saying 2 penalties were given, but they was overturned rightly as well. I think I don't know what Ayari was thinking with his hand there to give that penalty. But you have to turn to the referee as well, Johnny. I think he had a poor game, the referee, didn't he?
From the word go, really. He never really got a handle on the game, I don't think.
But then we had the vital chance, right at the death. And when chances come along against top side, they don't come along very often, Johnny. We say that quite often. You have to punish them, and there we didn't, did we? No. The header from Gomez is a poor attempt at target, if you ask me. It's a point to the total.
Yes, still in the mix, aren't they? It's a shame that Brentford have beaten Manchester United, and obviously Bournemouth won yesterday as well. It's difficult to sort of assess too much in terms of positives because Newcastle are a good save. They didn't create many opportunities, but they did weather the storm early on, didn't they? Then they got themselves in front. A good goal from Minte. Boos, of course, ringing out really, I think, for the referee, but I couldn't really have any. I think he got the 3 big ones right, didn't he? The 3 penalties. The first 2 were disallowed, the third one given as handball. I think he got all 3 of them right.
Well, initially he got 2 of them wrong, but he's given one.
Well, yes, you're right.
He even got them wrong, hasn't he? So it's only
the right decision has been come to on all 3 occasions.
Yes,
probably you're right.
It's definitely a penalty. Yes, the last one. The other 2, yeah, but it's the situation, Johnny, is when you're not playing very well, and we're not playing very well today, you have to take your chance. And you don't get many, I've just said it, you don't get many chances against these top sides.
And in a game where there's very few chances, when they do come along, they probably had 2 chances, the Minte chance and then the header.
The header, that's for sure. It's a glorious chance to win the game for us. And you work hard and you get one chance right at the death, and then puts it wide.
I know it's a disappointment. They still picked up a point. It's still all to play for. It's still very tight, and there's still 4 teams that can grab that 8th place.
Yeah, it's going to be twists and turns in it. But like I said, we got some tough games coming up, haven't we? You're going to Wolves, and Liverpool here, depending on what side they're put out. We'll see that today. He said he's going to rotate it, didn't he?
Yeah.
The manager there. And then they got the Spurs last game of the season. They don't want to lose in front of the fans, do they? So it's a tough running when you think. The other teams, I mentioned it earlier, Brentford, I think they've got the easiest running at Brentford now. They've got Ipswich away, Fulham at home and Wolves away.
Yeah.
I think they're picking up some points there.
Well, they won today, they are in the box seat, but Albion has still got plenty to play for. Of course, all 3 of the remaining games will be live on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. I'm off to get reaction. Plenty to discuss though with Adrian and Warren after the full time here. Brighton Hove Albion 1, Newcastle United 1.